Xianxia said, "Can't you tell me earlier? At the very least, I know what you're doing and won't waste so much time." The woman asked, "What reason do I have to believe that you are trustworthy?" Xianxia was interrogated. That's right. She risked her life to peek at the register of people. But telling such a secret to an unfamiliar man that she had just met was indeed a bit inexcusable. "Even if I blame you wrongly," Xianxia said. "Even? No way. I'm doing things so seriously, but you didn't save me just now. Watching me get beaten up. This debt can't be settled like this." "Then what are you going to do?" Xianxia said. The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Wash my feet." When Xianxia heard this, he was stunned and said angrily, "I am a dignified 9-foot man. What happened to the 9-foot man?" The woman raised her eyebrows and said, "Shouldn't I be punished for my wrongdoing? You know, women can delay things very much. You provoke an unreasonable woman. The consequences are very serious, you know?" Xianxia suppressed his anger and said, "Good, good, good. You really can." After saying that, Xianxia took out a bronze basin and put it in clean water. The woman smiled craftily and took off her shoes and socks. She handed a pair of white feet to Xianxia and said, "Yes." He knew that this woman was deliberately humiliating him. The righteous sex martial artists were very honest. It was a very serious insult for them to drill through other people's legs and wash women's feet. Xianxia pressed her feet into the bronze basin and lifted the water to spill. The woman said unhappily, "Can you be serious? Don't push your luck," Xianxia said in a deep voice. The woman said, "Ah, it's just like that. Bite me." Xianxia's face was gloomy, and he was ruthless. He held her little feet with his hand and began to wash them seriously. Big Snake knew that Xianxia was unhappy at this moment, but he didn't quite understand the reason. Why was it considered humiliating for one human to wash the feet of another human? Could it be that if a snake encountered another snake and touched the tail of that snake, it would be considered a great shame? Humans are inexplicable. At the beginning of the Xianxia period he was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Only this woman knew who the other two warden were. He washed it with anger, but gradually his attention changed. This woman's feet were truly translucent and translucent. That thin layer of skin was almost translucent. It was white and red. A few nimble cyan veins could be seen, making it even more attractive. Xianxia's movements also slowly changed. First, he fiercely washed it, but now it was like he was holding a pair of artworks, more like he was playing with them. The woman also felt a change of anger, and her face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Before, she didn't think too much about it. She just wanted to tease Xianxia, but now she realized that the atmosphere wasn't right. She wanted to pull back her feet and restrain herself. Wasn't it too deliberate to directly pull it back? Instead, it made things even more awkward. She blushed and lowered her head. "Well, what? It's almost time. You really want to wash me up until dark?" Only then did Xianxia wake up as if he had just woken up from a dream and hurriedly withdrew his hand, causing him to be extremely embarrassed. What happened? Why did he lose his composure just now? This kind of feeling is so intimate. The woman bit her lips and peeked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. She whispered, "If I ask you to help me wash my shoes and socks, do you think?" "No way." Xianxia refused. The woman curled her lips. "What's your next plan?" Xianxia said. As the woman dressed, she said, "As far as I know, there are still 2 wardens who haven't been found, but they're probably about to be found. We have to think of a way to get the other 2 keys." "There's no need," Xianxia said. "We only got one, and they won't be able to open the prison. Of course it's necessary. Who knows if they can make a 3rd one on the basis of the other 2 keys," said the woman. "Once we get the key, we'll force the believers to hand over the Tao Force crystal and exchange it with them." Xianxia said, "What about the prison? If you give the key to the believers, wouldn't they be able to release the prisoners?" The woman rolled her eyes and said, "Does it have anything to do with me? I just want to leave this place. What does the rest have to do with me? If you want to interfere, you can interfere. It's not like I'm stopping you. Xiangnan thought for a moment and nodded. All right, it was fine to get the Tao Force crystal first. That could be considered as completing his own plan. During the exchange, it should be possible to add another condition for them to hand over the Tao Force crystal and Yuan Meng at the same time. The woman said, "We have to hurry. As far as I know, the demons and some other mysterious people are also looking for the warden." Then this person Xiangnan pointed at the light green robe. The woman chuckled and said, "I've already thought of it. You should disguise yourself as this person and pretend to be the warden first. I have a lot of treasures here. There's a way to make you look like someone else, and it's hard to see through." As she spoke, the woman opened her storage ring and touched inside. Hearing that there were many treasures, Xiangnan took a curious look inside. Under this gaze, something flashed past in front of Xiangnan. "Damn it, are you Iran?" Xiangnan was shocked. He pointed at the thing and said, "You still want to lie to me? I've seen you use this mirror in the Valurium sect before." It's not good," the woman complained endlessly. Xiangnan pointed at her angrily and said, "You actually used me again. You're actually a man." When he thought of meeting her in the peach forest, he thought of clearing her wounds and washing her feet. A disgusting impulse caused Xiangnan's expression to change. The woman roughly guessed Xiangnan's associations. She blushed and hurriedly said, "What are you thinking? I am a woman. I was just disguising myself as a man, so it's more convenient for me to do things this way." Xiangnan was so angry that he said with a cold face, "Is there only two kinds of people in your world? One can be used and the other cannot be used. Do you still have the word human kindness in your heart? Why did you teach me a lesson? You don't know me at all, and you don't know what I'm carrying. All right, you're the only hero in the world, right? Everyone else is useless. Here you go. Love will not change." After a while, he threw over a small mirror. This mirror was obviously a pair of mirrors from the one in the Valurium sect, but its shape was slightly different from the one in the Valurium sect. Although Xiangnan was angry in his heart, this was not an awkward moment. He took the mirror and said unhappily, "How to use it?" Time flies and says fiercely, "Take care of him first, and then take care of yourself." Xiangnan aimed the mirror at the light green gown and then at himself. In the end, he discovered an inconceivable scene. In that mirror, there was actually the shadow of that faint green robe. When he pointed the mirror at himself, Xiangnan and the pale green robe in the mirror slowly fused together. When Xiangnan touched his face, he realized that he had become a little shorter and his facial features had changed. He gathered his spiritual energy into a mirror and looked at himself. He discovered that other than his clothes, his entire body was exactly the same as the man in the light green robe. "Change clothes." She turned her head away angrily. Xiangnan took off the man's clothes and put them on himself. After that, he took out a bit of powder and placed it in front of his light green robe nose, letting him inhale it as he breathed in. This powder can let him sleep for a period of time. As long as no one attacks him, he will not wake up, he said. "Bury him." Xiangnan dug hard for a long time before he dug out a small hole and buried the man inside. A martial artist would definitely not be suffocated to death. Moreover, the continent of this world had been strengthened, so it was very difficult for Glory God Cult to dig 3 feet into the ground to find a person. After everything was done, Timefly tossed the storage ring of the light green gown to Xiangnan and 2 casual notes of the light green gown. "Take it," Xiangnan said. "What are you doing?" "I'll let you take it. Anyway, it'll work. Also, tie my hands together with chains. If anyone asks, tell them you've caught me." Xiangnan roughly guessed her intentions, so he didn't ask any further. After everything was ready, Xiangnan disguised himself as young Master Morong, tied her up, carried her on his back, and quickly ran towards the city. Along the way, the anger in Xiangnan's heart gradually dissipated. He thought of this time. In order to find something, he found every plane from the 6 Emperors' world, the Glory God Cult, and this place. Thinking of the tremendous pressure she had to endure for what she was looking for, she was dying in the peach blossom forest alone. Xiangnan's heart softened. Are you trying so hard and desperately to find the thing you're looking for? Xiang Nan asked. Time passed and he turned his head away, ignoring Xiang Nan angrily. Xiang Nan said, You said that you have a sweetheart. I think the thing you're looking for might have something to do with the man you love. As time passed, he was stabbed to the point of pain, and his tears could not be stopped. But she firmly wiped the corner of her eyes and said, No, my sweetheart is dead. Xiangnan said, I'm sorry, I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for, but I always feel that without it, I'm missing something in my heart, she said. For some reason, Xiangnan felt a little sour in his heart. He said, To be able to make such a beautiful girl like you, he must be a very outstanding man. As he said this, Xiangnan turned to look at her. She was surprised to discover that this unscrupulous woman, the woman with the pear blossom and rain, actually smiled. This was the first time he had noticed her smile from the bottom of her heart. She smiled so undisguised and so beautifully. Everything she had done before seemed to be fake, but only this smile was the most genuine. Yes. He is outstanding, at least in my eyes. He is the most outstanding man in the world. Xiangnan felt panicked in his heart. The most outstanding man in the world. As time passed, she was astonishingly careful. She had already noticed the change in Xiangnan's expression and realized that a feeling that even Xiangnan himself did not realize was probably jealous. She said, Actually, you're not bad either. From the moment you ran to the Valurium sect and tried to save me, I could tell that I said you were a righteous gentleman. I didn't lie about that. Actually, you are quite similar to him. If it weren't for him filling my heart, if I had met you first, perhaps today would have been another day for you and me. You think too much, Xiangnan said indifferently, refusing to admit his feelings. Is that so? Time flies with a sad expression and whispers, If that's true, then that's good. Xiangnan's heart was not happy because of her consolation. On the contrary, it was very awkward in his heart. I Xiangnan am Xiangnan, there is no need to compare with other men. After this conversation, the two of them became speechless. A lot of things would be thoroughly exposed once they were exposed. If they weren't exposed, the two sides would have understood each other's intentions. It was also okay. I'm afraid. I didn't break it. I don't know. In the end, it was very awkward. Xiangnan had never thought that he was the best man in the world. But when another woman personally said that there was someone better than him, his heart would not be too happy. As she looked at Xiangnan's resolute face, there was a complicated struggle in her eyes. After the two of them arrived in the city, there were indeed a large number of believers patrolling the streets. They could only draw people from the Dao Prison Mountain and come out to defend and patrol. They immediately discovered Xiangnan and Timefly, and quickly controlled the two of them. Very quickly, the few believers who had personally taken the light green robes rushed over and began to identify them. When they saw Xiangnan tied up for so long, their faces were filled with suspicion. A believer said, Young Master Morong, have you escaped? Earlier, they had seen that young Master Morong had been suppressed by Xiangnan and had no power to retaliate. Xiangnan imitated young Master Morong's calm smile and said, If I want to leave, no one can stop me. The reason was no longer explained. The more hazy the explanation was, the more difficult it was for them to figure it out. Those believers were still doubtful. One of them rolled his eyes and cupped his fists. Young Master Morong, I saw that your dragon-slaying platform was very powerful and much better than ours. I wonder if I can give you some advice. Xiangnan thought of the few notes he had received from Time, so he took them out and handed them over. At most, I can only give you these. As for the qi refining techniques, you don't have to dream about them. The believer hurriedly held the notes in his hands and flipped through them as he said, That's natural. That's natural. How dare we covet your sect's cultivation technique? As he spoke, another believer approached. The believer who was holding the notes gave the believers beside him a look and nodded. That's right. It was indeed a note made for the dragon-slaying outline. Young Master Morong, I've offended you. You know that our duty is to do this. I hope you don't mind. The expressions of the believers changed drastically when they said this, and they all laughed. Young Master Morong, I have offended you. We have to do this. I hope you don't mind. Then, as for the key we mentioned to you before, this sentence stunned Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan did not know what young Master Morong had said to these believers before. Xiang Nan pondered for a moment and said tentatively, "It's still the same sentence." "Or what?" the believer asked tentatively. Xiang Nan said, "Wait until I see the other two warden." And the believers nodded their heads and said, "Don't worry, we will definitely find the other two warden. When the time comes, the three of you will discuss it and make your decision. I didn't expect to be mistaken. Since you're back, we can rest assured. However, the situation here is complicated. Why don't you follow us back to Dao Prison Mountain? It's heavily defended and can protect you." Xiang Nan nodded and followed them towards the Dao Prison Mountain. That time flies quietly stabbed Xiang Nan in the back and whispered, "All right, it's smart enough." Dao Prison Mountain was an independently enlarged space. From the outside, it was only a rolling mountain range. However, when they entered the mountain range, they discovered that the mountain range had expanded 100 times. All the mountain peaks were astonishingly high, and there were a large number of pseudo-god believers inside. These people were all at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation without exception. Xiang Nan Lian thought of the explosion he had heard before. That should be the movement of the pseudo-god believers trying to break through to the Dao prison before obtaining the key. Xiang Nan followed them and took a walk inside the Dao prison mountain. The entire Dao Hell mountain was expanded 100-fold, but in a way that shrunk 100-fold, it appeared on this planet. When they entered the hollowed-out mountain, they discovered that the situation was becoming more and more complicated. Inside each mountain, there was an even larger space. There was no more solid ground inside, as if he was in the middle of a sea of stars, and the entire sky was filled with boundless starry sky. However, humans could walk in the ethereal starry sky. Above them, believers walked by, and Xiang Nan could see the soles of their feet when he raised his head. There were also believers patrolling below. They could see the top of their heads when they lowered their heads, while Xiang Nan's foot was stepping on a thin layer of light. "What are those?" Xiang Nan pointed at the stars in the sea of stars. These words, of course, were whispered over time. "Those are the secret chambers where the jailers cultivate in seclusion. They look like stars, but there aren't as many as stars. Some of the jailers have set up special formations in their secret chambers that are only suitable for their own cultivation. When they leave after 3 years on duty, the new jailers are unwilling to use the old secret chambers and will open them themselves up. So you've seen so many stars, but in fact, more than 90% of them are empty." Xiang Nan discovered that the believers were knocking on the front door of those stars one after another. They didn't know which one of them was in seclusion, so they could only try it one by one. However, this efficiency was not low. In less than half an hour, Xiang Nan saw that the jailers were constantly woken up and walked out of the secret room. Immediately afterwards, believers went over to explain the situation to them and took the jailers away. "The fate of these jailers probably won't be very good," Xiang Nan whispered in his ear. "Those who obey Glory God cult will stay, but those who have doubts will probably be quietly executed." This was a cruel situation. Those jailers were loyal to their duties and guarded the Dao prison. However, for the first time in many years they had awakened. In a dazed situation, they would face the punishment of a cruel fate. Xiang Nan wanted to save them, but he didn't know how to do it. He only hoped that he could find the key and let them escape from this place as soon as possible. "I found it!" When Xiang Nan turned around to the 3rd mountain and faced a large number of stars, a joyful cry suddenly came from beneath his feet. In an instant, many believers rushed over. Xiang Nan also hurried towards that direction. There was still a long way to go from here to where the voice came from. From afar, one could see a jailer with a blank expression being led out by the believers. This jailer's aura was extraordinary. He was much stronger than the other believers, at least on par with the light green robe. Time flies and says happily, "It's him!" Before Xiang Nan could react, a black shadow howled. "Demons!" Xiang Nan's heart sank. There were more than 100 believers present who released their power on the spot. At that moment, their disguises were broken through by the power, and they immediately revealed their original appearances. They were actually more than 100 demon warriors. Insider, the believer who had been accompanying Xianxia shouted, "Stop them!" The group of demons seized the warden and rushed out of the mountain. A large number of believers rushed over to grab their way. This group of demons were also at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. Especially one of them was a valiant and skilled warrior, able to fight 5 against 1. Xianxia immediately recognized that it was the demon army general named Feng Luo who had made things difficult for him earlier. All of a sudden, the believers were caught off guard and were rushed out of the mountain by the demons. However, the demons still underestimated the strength of their followers, or perhaps they were too arrogant. Although those believers didn't react in time, they still bit the tail of the demons and chased after them reluctantly. A dozen or so demon warriors stayed behind and died on the spot in a brief battle. At this moment, no one was in charge of Xianxia, so Xianxia naturally followed closely behind. He also wanted to help, but his speed was limited. Everyone's speed limit was exactly the same, unable to catch up, nor could they shake it off. A group of believers immediately sent out a warning signal, and more believers surged out from the various peaks. At this time, the demons had already rushed out of the Dao prison mountain and arrived outside the city. Feng Luo roared, "Detonate the Terminator fruit." As soon as he finished speaking, the road ahead began to explode. One after another, the 9th grade spirit herb fruits buried on both sides of the road suddenly exploded. "They've prepared their retreat plan in advance." Time Flies said hurriedly. The followers who were chasing after him were blown up and scattered everywhere, disrupting the formation. This kind of explosion was simply unable to kill the believers, but it could send them flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the group of demon warriors slipped away. They knew best where to bury the fruits of annihilation and ran like a fish in water. The disciples of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation tried their best to dodge, but they were still careless and were swallowed by the explosive wave of fire. They were directly thrown into the distance. Seeing this, the chase chain was about to be broken. At this moment, there was a vigorous figure in the group of believers who was still quickly biting the tail of the demons. This person was Xianxia. His movements were vigorous, and his reaction speed was so quick that it was hard for people to be confident. He relied on his super-strong consciousness to dodge every sudden explosion. All of the believers were disrupted, and all of them lost track of the demons. However, only Xianxia was still chasing after the demon army. Both sides had already run out of the city, chasing after each other in the wilderness and refusing to give way to each other. At this moment, the ground in front of him suddenly exploded, and a large group of bald men suddenly jumped out. These sturdy men were 5 meters tall, and their muscles were sturdy, giving them an explosive beauty. "Leave the warden behind." Those dozens of strong men should have roughly 50 people. One of the exceptionally strong men rushed over with large strides. "Black Tortoise Clan." In Xianxia's heart, the big snake cried out in alarm. "Kill them." Feng Luo soared into the sky and shouted, "Don't be merciful." More than 100 demon armies immediately collided with the Black Tortoise race warriors. However, it was only a clash, and all the demons were sent flying. At the moment of the collision, a faint floating light flashed across the backs of the bald men, and the shape of the floating light was like a turtle shell. Fighting against the Black Tortoise race was simply asking for trouble. Feng Luo descended from the sky. He threw out a 5-meter-long axe with his right hand and ferociously chopped down on the strongest Black Tortoise raceman. The sturdy man shouted, "Good luck!" Then he bowed his back and went straight to greet the battle axe. Boom! The instant Feng Luo's axe struck the strong man, it was bounced away tyrannically. "Stop!" 5 pure mysterious true skill. Chi Si. Who? An extremely large-scale circular energy wave actually blew away all of the demons and the Black Tortoise race. In situ, there was only a huge circular space left. In the middle of the clearing was the warden with a gloomy expression. This person had already reacted from his initial state of confusion. With a cold face he said, "Who are you? How dare you trespass on the forbidden grounds of the Dao prison?" Feng Luo shouted, "Hand over the key." The Black Tortoise Clan's sturdy man said to the demons, "Leave them behind." When the warden saw Xianxia, he immediately shouted, "Junior brother Morong, capture all of these people with me." Feng Luo laughed loudly. "Whoever grabbed it is his." With that, he turned into a ball of black gas and rushed towards the warden. The Black Tortoise Race's sturdy man also shouted, "With my Black Tortoise Race here, it's not your turn to show off your prestige, MOU Race's brat." The man rumbled as he rushed towards the warden like a mountain. When the two of them fought, more than 100 demon warriors and the remaining 40 Black Tortoise warriors immediately joined forces. Just as Feng Luo's right hand was about to grab the warden, he was knocked over by the Black Tortoise Clan's strong man. "The person is mine." The sturdy man stretched out his long, thick arm and grabbed the warden's shoulder. "Don't be too arrogant." Feng Luo's body trembled and he roared, "The tiger doesn't show its might. Do you think I'm a cat cub?" Boom! Feng Luo instantly transformed. His entire body was covered in a thick black shell, and the shell was completely split apart. There were cracks in the surface of the shell, and there were rolling lava flowing within the cracks. He had already unleashed all of his firepower, revealing his true demon form. Swoosh! Feng Luo brandished his sharp claw and pierced through the Black Tortoise warrior's firm arm with his sharp fingernails. 5 sharp claws pierced through the skin of the Black Tortoise warrior, emitting black smoke. Following that, Feng Luo waved his hand and threw the Black Tortoise warrior away. Almost at the same time, he did not go forward to capture the Black Tortoise warrior. The Black Tortoise warrior shouted, "Only you can transform." This person's body trembled violently, and the white and tender skin on his body suddenly became incomparably rough, like the surface of a withered mountain. On the other hand, a layer of turtle shell patterns appeared all over his body. Seeing that the situation was not good, Feng Luo decisively gave up on the warden. He leapt into the air, and a pair of huge black wings suddenly spread out behind him, shouting, "Demonic light, flash!" He suddenly hugged his entire body, and a pair of black wings wrapped around his body into a large awl, stabbing towards the Black Tortoise warrior. The Black Tortoise warrior shook his shoulders and shouted, "Meteor, shatter, rumble." The two of them violently collided. In an instant, Feng Luo was knocked flying, while the Black Tortoise warrior remained motionless. However, a bloody hole was drilled into his left arm. Feng Luo flapped his wings as he retreated, stopping his retreating momentum. His pair of wings flapped faster and faster, and it actually burned up. This fellow wrapped a pair of black flame wings around his body and charged towards the Black Tortoise warrior once again. Demonic light, fire charge. This attack was much more powerful than the previous one. The Black Tortoise warrior also released an even stronger martial skill. He hugged his shoulder and charged towards Feng Luo, roaring, "The comet fell!" Along with this person's crazy sprint, his body mass had greatly increased, and he already possessed the mass level of a comet. Rumble! The two of them clashed again. This time, Feng Luo and the Black Tortoise warriors were still evenly divided, and there were injuries to each other. Feng Luo licked his lips and laughed crazily. "Today, I will fight you to the end. Demonic light, spatial fire." Swoosh! A huge tail suddenly flung out from behind Feng Luo. That tail was similar to the female demon race and possessed a powerful spatial ability. Its long tail trembled, forming a superfrequency spatial domain around its tail. Feng Luo curled up, wrapped his wings around his body, wrapped his tail around his wings, and transformed into a black ball that smashed towards the Black Tortoise warrior. The Black Tortoise warrior slapped his chest and shouted, "Star, charge!" Xianxia could see that the Black Tortoise clan's attack methods were relatively simple, but they were extremely effective. The process of increasing their combat strength was the process of increasing their body mass. Thus, the Black Tortoise warrior actually possessed the mass of a star. His entire body glowed brightly as he crashed towards Fontaine. Another loud boom rang out, and the two of them separated once again, and they were actually evenly divided again. The two of them retreated and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Feng Luo was determined to do it to the end. His entire body trembled and he roared, "Demon Shine Sacrifice, Void Lord!" His entire body instantly soared to a height of 50 meters, turning into a terrifying monster that emitted black light from his entire body. The Black Tortoise Warrior shouted, "Are you afraid of me? White Dwarf Star, charge!" The even more powerful Feng Luo rushed towards the Black Tortoise Warrior. The Black Tortoise Warrior, who already possessed the energy of the White Dwarf Star, was not afraid at all. The two of them clashed. That scene was truly earth-shattering, causing one side of the universe to tremble. The two of them split up immediately after a boom, but each of them still suffered injuries. Feng Luo was annoyed. He spat out a large mouthful of blood and roared, "The strongest battle skill, demonic light sacrifice, void devourer." Who? This person's body had soared more than 100 meters away, and his entire body had undergone tremendous changes. Countless sharp thorns appeared on his black outer shell, and within his body, there was actually a small void domain. Such a powerful energy made Feng Luo stand here, causing the sun and moon to change color. He roared as he charged towards the Black Tortoise Warrior. The Black Tortoise Warrior also opened his fire. His entire body shouted as he grew 20 meters away, and a radiant turtle shell appeared behind him. Neutron Star, charge! Not good. Xianxia's pupils shrank. He hurriedly released his lightning power and pushed away all the other demons and black warriors. "We can't let them destroy this place. Brother Murong, join hands with me to defend." The warden's expression also changed drastically. He didn't expect that the person who plundered him would actually be so powerful. The warden quickly formed a seal with his hands and shouted, "5 Purity's mysterious true skill. Third heaven." The sky seemed to have instantly turned into a tangible substance and rapidly descended. One layer of the sky fell down, wrapping the two people in the battle together. The second layer of the sky also fell down and then wrapped it up. Then the third layer of the sky fell down and then wrapped it up. Xianxian also knew that the situation was not good, so he immediately cooperated with the warden and released his martial skill. Feng Luo already possessed a small piece of void power. As for the Black Tortoise Warriors, they were already equivalent to the neutron star energy produced by a supernova explosion. The consequences of the collision between the two men were unimaginable. However, Xianxian was different from the warden. He was not good at defense, he was only good at attacking, so he did not set up a defensive barrier, but directly released the tribulation-free finger. Time was of the essence, and he could only release 2 black tribulation-free fingers in time. These 2 fingers simultaneously struck the Black Tortoise Warrior and Feng Luo. The two of them had instantly declined from the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation to the 8th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, and their combat strength had fallen by more than 3 levels. Boom! Finally, the two of them collided. In an instant, the sun and moon lost their light, and even the starry sky became much dimmer. A terrifying shockwave spread out. First, it barely destroyed the warden's 3 heavens, and the remaining shockwaves were only enough to create a ring of shockwaves that sent everyone flying. Everyone was dumbstruck, their hearts skipping a beat because of the terrifying collision in front of them. The warden looked at Xianxian in surprise. He knew that Xianxian's defense this time was much more effective than his. The warden was merely defending himself, but Xianxian had directly weakened the fighting strength of both sides. Who? Feng Luo and the Black Tortoise Warrior separated from each other and stood not far away, panting heavily. The two of them gathered their strength and took out all their proudest methods, causing them to be extremely exhausted. Feng Luo quickly deteriorated, becoming an ordinary demon, 10 meters tall. The Black Tortoise Warrior had also greatly deteriorated, turning back into a 5-meter-tall bald man. However, Feng Luo immediately gave Xianxian a cold look. Among the people present, he was the only one who could recognize this black finger power. He knew that it was one of Xianxian's unique skills, the unparalleled tribulation finger. Xianxian's heart sank. He thought to himself that it was dangerous. Feng Luo recognized his identity. However, Feng Luo only glared fiercely at Xiang Nan and turned his gaze away to look at the black tortoise warrior. Xiang Nan heaved a sigh of relief. Feng Luo was at least a person with a bottom line. Although he looked down on Xiang Nan, he was not dirty enough to expose Xiang Nan's identity. After all, the two of them were on the same side. The black tortoise warrior wiped the blood off his face and shouted, "The kid from the MOU clan is truly impressive." Feng Luo also laughed loudly. Mutual. Xiang Nan realized that this Feng Luo really wasn't someone who only knew how to burn with jealousy. He had real strength. The black tortoise warrior turned to look at the warden and said, "There's no point fighting between us. Why don't we snatch it together? Whoever snatches it will have it." Feng Luo shouted, "That's what I meant. No one else. Get out of the way." The second half of Feng Luo's words were clearly meant for Xiang Nan to hear. The two of them clapped and rushed towards the warden at the same time. However, both of their cultivation levels had fallen by a level. At this moment, they had to abandon their small destructive martial skills and directly use large killing weapons to seize people. As soon as Feng Luo came up, he released the Void Devourer martial skill. However, it wasn't the all-round change just now, but a partial change. The tip of his tail flickered with a ripple of void energy as he swept towards the warden. As for the black tortoise warrior, he had similarly used his strongest neutron star martial skill, and it was also a partial change. His fist of light smashed towards the warden, but it was only half an arm, condensing the power of a neutron star. This type of attack was much smaller in scale, but in terms of relative attack area, it did not weaken in power. The warden retreated for a walk with a serious expression. He had seen the strength of these two people before and knew that it was difficult to deal with them. The warden drew a circle with both hands and said, "5 Purity's mysterious true skill. Shift." In an instant, an unbelievable scene occurred. The three of them suddenly switched positions. The warden appeared where the black tortoise warrior was. The black tortoise warrior appeared at Phono's position, while Phono appeared at the warden's position. At this moment, their positions changed, and neither of them was able to react in time. With a loud explosion, Feng Luo and the black tortoise warrior's fists collided. The two of them instantly separated and glared at each other before rushing towards the warden. "He's extraordinary." Xiang Nan's blood was boiling hot as he watched his blood boil. This was a spectacular battle performance. All three of them were experts among experts, elites among elites. Feng Luo and the black tortoise warriors needn't be mentioned, and as one of the three great experts guarding the Dao prison, the warden was naturally not an ordinary person. 5 Pure mysterious true skill. Shift. The warden's old skill was repeated. Feng Luo and the black tortoise warriors attacked the warden, but because of the change in position, they collided with each other. Before the two of them could react, the warden raised his hands high and launched a counterattack, shouting, 5 Purity's mysterious true technique, 1,000 layers prison. Countless prisons of light suddenly appeared in the sky. These light prisons quickly descended. The first two were rumbling sounds. The two light prisons imprisoned Feng Luo and the black tortoise warriors respectively. Immediately after, the other light prisons also fell down one after another, continuing to imprison the two of them with a loud rumble. A layer of light prison was wrapped in a layer of light prison, continuously superimposing and becoming stronger. In the blink of an eye, the Feng Luo and black tortoise warriors were already enveloped by 500 layers of light prison. The warden narrowed his eyes and said, "How many experts have been imprisoned by this move of mine and thrown into the Dao prison? How dare you two attack our warden? You really don't know whether to die or not." The two of them struggled crazily, desperately trying to tear apart the light prison, but they were still at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation, yet they were unable to charge out. The other black tortoise race and demon race warriors immediately separated and stopped fighting. At the same time, they rushed towards the warden. The warden lowered his hands and quickly flipped upwards, saying, 5 Purity's mysterious true skill. Reverse. All of the demon race and black tortoise race warriors turned their heads and feet in an instant, their body postures reversed. Originally, they were charging on the ground. This time, their cheeks were rubbing against the ground. They raised their feet high into the sky and used their faces to rub against the ground as they slid towards the warden. The warden retrieved his hands and pushed them forward. He shouted, "5 purities, mysterious true technique. Time." In an instant, there was no movement at all. All of the black tortoise and demon warriors stopped where they were, completely straight. Xianxia's pupils constricted. This person had actually forbidden those warriors from gaining their independence. The laws of big time were still circulating in an orderly manner. However, the bodies of the warriors had entered a domain where time was still. This move is too high. However, it looks like this move can only be used against people who are weaker than him. Otherwise, he would have used this move against Feng Luo and the black tortoise before. The serpent praised. Xianxian also saw the problem and was deeply convinced of the big snake's deduction. This warden is very powerful. Although he wasn't a major offensive martial artist, his various methods were overwhelming. Feng Luo was so angry. He stared at Xianxian and roared, "You bastard! You actually helped outsiders." If Xianxian hadn't lowered Feng Luo's cultivation, Feng Luo wouldn't have ended up like this. Xianxian had nothing to explain. Everyone was working for the same goal, but the methods they used were different. "Junior brother Murong, why didn't you help me?" The warden frowned and looked at Xianxian with dissatisfaction. It wasn't that Xianxian didn't want to make a move. The key was that he wouldn't reveal young Master Murong's dragon-slaying outline the moment he made a move. Xianxian smiled and said, "Senior brother, with you here, how can I help you?" The warden sounded useful and said proudly, "Well, that makes sense. Who exactly are these people? Why did they suddenly break into the Dao prison?" "It's the descendants of the MOU and black tortoise races," Xianxian said. "Of course I know their race," the warden said curiously. "I'm asking what their origins are." Xianxian thought for a moment and said, "Then I don't know. I just woke up." The warden said, "All right, bring these people back to the Dao prison mountain and interrogate them." The two of them dragged a large group of experts and headed towards Dao prison mountain. Xianxian walked outside Feng Luo's cage and whispered, "Don't act recklessly. I can save your life." Feng Luo snorted coldly and gritted his teeth. "All right, there you are. Wait for me." After returning to Dao Prison Mountain, the believers heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the warden return. Next, there was naturally a set of wonderful speeches brainwashing the warden, saying what the outside world was like, and how Glory God cult was trying to maintain the status quo. The warden was shocked when he heard that it was 10 billion years later. "Where is my sect? Where is my master? Where are my brothers and sisters?" The warden was anxious. The believer who was in charge of following Xianxian hurriedly said, "There shouldn't be any major problems. Now, one ancient sect after another is slowly appearing. I'm sure your 5 true sects are also fine." Xianxian found that time flies, and time flies whispered, "Did you succeed?" Xianxian whispered, "There's no chance. Wait a moment. After the last warden comes out, we'll take him down in one fell swoop." Time frowned. "Do you have the ability? Don't make amends when the time comes." Xianxian smiled and did not explain. "There's only one left." The responsible believer invited Xianxian to sit down with the warden and said, "When the third warden wakes up, I hope that the 3 of you will consider my previous proposal." Xianxian exchanged a glance with the warden and said, "Senior brother Xiaohai, what do you think?" Through the previous conversation, Xianxian already knew that this warden was called Wenhai. He was an expert at the 9th level of the 5 true sects heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, he was one of the influential figures of that era. He could be considered a ruthless character with the previous young master Murong. Wenhai nodded and said, "Since we are both righteous Taoists, we will naturally support each other. For the sake of humanity, Glory God sect has worked so hard, and we cannot escape unscathed. What do you think, junior brother?" Xianxian thought for a moment and nodded. "All right." Hearing this, the believer immediately raised his eyebrows and hurriedly added wine to the 2 of them. He said, I can give you too a satisfactory answer to senior brother Xiao Hai's question. Once we repel the invaders, we will restore the normal laws of this planet. Xiao Hai nodded and said, understandably, you are also helpless. The Glory God sect slapped down and described the Black Tortoise race and the Demon race as bandits who were trying to kidnap the Tao prison. As both humans, Wen Hai naturally believed in the believers' words more than the demons and the Black Tortoise race. Xianxia took the opportunity to say that he had already repented of his mistakes and would follow him and contribute to the righteous path in the future. The believers didn't have any need for that time. In order to please this young master Morong Xianxia, they casually untied it. Then Wen Hai said to Xianxia, Junior apprentice brother Morong, the finger technique you used earlier is very powerful. It's actually a bit more brilliant than our 5 true sects technique. It's truly eye-opening. Was it a new finger technique that you comprehended when you were in seclusion? Then, Xianxia knew that many of the believers knew of the tribulation-free finger. Afraid that Wen Hai might slip up, he cut off a sentence and said, Senior brother, after the Tao prison stabilizes, I'll teach you that finger technique. Wen Hai was overjoyed and said, Really? Xianxia said, Really? At this moment, Xianxia had another thought in his heart. He wanted to inquire about Yuan Meng's whereabouts, but according to his current fake identity, if he dared to ask, he would probably reveal himself. In the short conversation, he figured out the exact location of the Tao prison. The Tao prison was located within a mountain peak in the middle of the Tao prison mountain range. The Tao prison mountain range was filled with endless mountain peaks, forming a ring that sealed the Tao prison in the center. Xianxia had been wandering in the Tao prison mountain before, but he had no chance to enter the Tao prison. The 18 killing gods should be the strongest group of believers in this group. They are definitely on the side of the Tao prison right now. Yuan Meng's identity was important, and he was definitely brought along by the 18 killing gods. The serpent said, Kid Xianxia, find an opportunity to save Yuan Meng later. Absorb the divine power in the Tao force crystal, and we will quickly leave. Throw those 3 keys into the depths of the vast universe, so that the prisoners will never be able to get out. Xianxia had this intention. Originally, this trip to Tao Prison Star was a waste of time. It was only to save Yuan Meng and prevent Glory God sect from abducting prisoners. However, he didn't expect that there was another Tao Force crystal. This thing contained divine power, and it had the same origin as the world-devastating divine lightning. Although absorbing the prison crystal was not comparable to absorbing the world-devastating divine lightning, at the very least, it should still be enough to increase the cultivation level by half. Now that he was at the early stage of the 6th stage of the heavenly tribulation, after absorbing the crystal, he might be able to reach the late stage. Just as he was thinking, waves of cheers came from Tao Prison Mountain. Upon hearing the cheers, the leading believer was immediately overjoyed and said, I think I found it. Sure enough, a believer rushed in and said, The last warden has awakened. Warden Wen Hai was also very happy. His eyes lit up and he said, Junior brother Morong, the 3 of us have finally gathered. Let me see who else dares to cause trouble when the 3 of us work together to defend the Tao prison. A few people walked out of the room. On both sides of the door, there were 2 light cages, inside which Feng Luo and the Black Tortoise experts were imprisoned. Xianxia became more focused. The effective time of the phaseless tribulation finger had passed, and the 2 of them had also recovered their strength at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. However, they did not struggle. It was obvious that they were also waiting for the last believer. Now that Xianxia and the believers were waiting outside the door to welcome the arrival of the last warden, Xianxia knew that a great battle was about to break out. Later, under the gathering of a group of believers, a tall and handsome man walked over. The moment this man saw Wen Hai and Xianxia, he said happily, Junior brothers, you guys have awakened as well. At this moment, there were only 2 angry roars. Neutron Star, Void Devourer. That Feng Luo and the Black Tortoise experts' arms shone at the same time, forcefully tearing apart the 2 500 layers of light prison. Not good, I escaped. Wen Hai's expression changed as he said, 2 brothers, join me in capturing these 2. The black tortoise expert soared into the sky. Although he couldn't fly, he jumped high. However, when he saw this person hug his body into a ball, he suddenly smashed it down towards another mountain peak. At this moment, the black tortoise expert's entire body shone with boundless light, and he already possessed the energy of a neutron star. Although his size was still hundreds of millions of times smaller than that of a neutron star, it was as if he had dug a small piece from a neutron star and formed it into a human shape. It was also extremely terrifying. Shit, he wants to save someone. That when Hai's expression was ferocious, and he was about to use the 5 purities profound true technique immediately. The warriors of the devil race and black tortoise race were all imprisoned on another mountain peak. At this moment, their time restriction had already expired, and they were all bound by the 1,000-layer prison. Feng Luo roared and sent Wen Hai flying. Immediately afterwards, the mountain peak on the opposite side exploded and the top of the mountain was shattered. Xianxia had personally tested how strong the terrain of this world was. That black tortoise warrior was actually able to shatter the mountain. At the same time, more than 100 demon and black tortoise warriors escaped. Defense! The believers were shocked and shouted. The thousands of believers here were all divine grade talents, heavenly tribulation level 9. But after all, their realms had been forcefully pushed up in a short period of time, and they hadn't unearthed their potential to the maximum. Now that he had encountered Feng Luo and the black tortoise experts, he was extremely fearful. Kid Xianxia, it's time, the big snake said. Just as Feng Luo crashed into the Wen Hai, the new warden immediately made his move. This person clasped his hands together and said in a deep voice, "Heavenly spill sword Dao myriad flowers." Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. This person was actually a disciple of the Sky Spill sect. Furthermore, it was obvious that this warden was much stronger than the few disciples that Xianxia had encountered in the 9 Ghost King's palace. He must be one of the top geniuses in the Sky Spill sect. Feng Luo turned around and threw his tail at the warden with a clang. The warden was sent flying, but his martial skill was not broken. He put his hands together and abruptly moved forward. In an instant, a spiral sword formation suddenly appeared in the sky. The sword formation was made up of hundreds of heavenly spill sword chi, and it was spinning rapidly. It was like thousands of flowers whistling down. This was like a sword blade tornado, capable of shredding everything. Feng Luo was caught off guard and his face was ashen. At this moment, a roar that shook the clouds came from the sky. Supernova, erupt. But seeing a human ball descend from the sky, as it descended, the light on its body became more and more dazzling and dazzling. Boom! The black tortoise finally arrived early. His entire body suddenly exploded, and a terrifying power like a star exploded, shattering all of the sword blades in one go. Black tortoise! How dare the black tortoise race interfere in our internal affairs? Shouted the warden with a ferocious expression. Today, you won't be able to leave. Senior brother, junior brother, show me your weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, these ancient experts, who relied heavily on weapons, finally lit up their weapons. When Hai and the warden opened their storage rings together, and at the same time, 2 weapons flew into the sky. When Hai's weapon was a carefree fan, while the weapon of the third warden was a mid-grade Dao grade sword. Now! Xianxia rushed forward, both of his hands simultaneously releasing his flower fingers, grabbing the storage rings of the 2 warden at the same time. Junior brother, what are you doing? The 2 warden were caught off guard. Xianxia had already found the key in the storage ring and pulled it out immediately. He's reversed. When Hai was furious and immediately shouted at Xianxia, 5 pure mysterious true skill. Xianxia was extremely close to the Wen Hai, so he pointed out with one hand and said, "The sea of bitterness is boundless. Break!" Pong! Wen Hai's martial skill was instantly destroyed. The third warden held a sharp sword in his hand and released a massive heavenly evolution sword chi towards Xianxia. This heavenly spill sword chi was blessed by an intermediate Dao weapon, and its power was boundless. Xianxia's body spun and he shouted, "Heavenly spill astral chi." Rotating light finger, Xianxia pointed out, and the spiral finger force directly hit the tip of the sword chi, piercing through it like it was being torn to pieces, forcefully destroying and shredding a sword chi. The warden was shocked. You! The black tortoise expert had already flipped over and smashed down into the sea of literature with a small ball in his arms, wanting to shatter the sea of literature in one fell swoop. However, these wardens weren't bad people. Furthermore, they were very upright and good people. They were just deceived. Xianxia couldn't see them being killed, so he rushed up to intercept the black tortoise experts. Seeing Xianxia's previous actions, the black tortoise expert knew that Xianxia was definitely a human traitor, so he shouted, "Get out of the way, or else even you will die together." Gemini palm. Xianxia merged his palms and pushed forward. The two gigantic palms of light collided, and with a loud boom, the black tortoise expert flew out of the mountains, disappearing without a trace. Feng Luo also attacked the warden of the sky spill sect a second ago. Dragon subduing slash. Xianxia raised his right hand high, and 10 dragon subduing slashes soared into the sky. Rumble, 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 rumble. The 10 gigantic saber lights instantly chopped Feng Luo away without a trace and sent him flying. Xianxia had already shown mercy. Otherwise, Feng Luo would have no reason to survive. Hiss, the scene was filled with a cold breath. That Xianxia was actually able to defeat the 4 great masters by himself. There was no need to say anything more about how powerful these 4 people were, but they were actually so small in Xianxia's hands. The warden of the Heavenly Evolution sect spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. He shouted, "Junior Brother Murong, what are you doing?" "He's not Junior Brother Murong. He's fake." When Hai was furious. "Let's go." Xianxia held the 2 keys in his hand and flew towards the core mountain peak. "People from Glory God Cult. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the Dao prison. Bring the Dao Force Crystal and Yuan Meng in exchange. Otherwise, I'll destroy all 3 keys." Xianxia left behind a clear laugh. With a few big jumps, he had already crossed the mountains and arrived at the center of the mountain peak. "Over there. The entrance is over there." Time flew by and pointed at a location on the core mountain peak. Xianxia immediately brought her there, and before they met, there was an ancient bronze gate with a magnificent aura. "Give me the key," Timorin shouted excitedly. "Take it." Xianxia handed the key to Timorin and said, "They will definitely not let it go. If they refuse to exchange it, you will destroy it. We must not let them succeed." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia saw that the expression on his face was even more peculiar. Xianxia had seen this expression many times, and his heart skipped a beat. He said, "Time flies, what are you doing?" After a while, he slapped the 3 keys together and the 3 keys merged into one at the same time. She jumped up and stabbed at the lock of the bronze door, saying, "Xianxia is sorry. These 3 keys are not the keys to the Dao prison gate, but the keys to the Dao prison weapon storehouse. Sorry, I have to lie to you." "You," Xianxia pointed at Timefly angrily. "Bastard." After opening the bronze door, he turned into a gust of wind and rushed in, leaving behind a message. The Dao prison is not a complete prison, but every prisoner is sealed in a Dipper Chi copper prison. The cultivation techniques and martial skills used by the prisoners were sealed in the Dao Prison Mountain Weapon Storehouse, along with weapons that were considered evil. "Xianxia, I'm sorry, but I have to do this. It's more important than my life for me to go in and find what I'm looking for." At this moment, many believers, along with the 2 warden, and the 18 killing gods that hurriedly rushed over, completely surrounded Xianxia. One of the killer gods pointed at the bronze door and exclaimed, "The profound heaven sword that split the bronze prison is inside." Time passed and she went in to look for what she had been looking for, and many believers also rushed in to look for the profound heaven sword. Yuan Meng. Yuan Meng must be in Dao prison. Xianxia felt his mind explode. He immediately sprinted in the opposite direction, ignoring the believers and quickly rushing towards the other end of the Dao prison entrance. Since the Dao prison was not a separate prison, it meant that believers could enter. Xianxia quickly rushed to the other end of the mountain peak. Indeed, there was also a huge bronze door here, but the bronze door was still open. He quickly rushed in, only to discover that there was a vast expanse of heaven and earth inside. In the air between heaven and earth, there were octagonal bronze cages floating. Inside each cage, there was a prisoner whose eyes were tightly shut and he was in a deep slumber. Sure enough, there was no need for a key. Those countless cages were countless Dao prisons. Yuan Meng. Xianxia roared as he sprinted all the way, constantly searching for Yuan Meng's whereabouts. No response. The snake said, "Quick, dream search. Yuan Meng must be unconscious." Hearing this, Xianxia hurriedly activated his dream Dao ability and pressed his fingers against his temples. He immediately locked onto Yuan Meng's dream, and Yuan Meng was placed in the deepest part of the movie world. In the dream, Yuan Meng shouted, "Xianxia, don't come. Run. Run." Xianxia was so anxious that no one would help him. Fontaine fought against him and even used him again. Now, not only had he not been able to exchange for Yuan Meng and obtain the Dao Force Crystal, but he had actually obtained nothing, and was also surrounded by all the believers. Xianxia was annoyed, his anger surging upwards, his body trembling, endless thunder and lightning raging out. "Fuck your ancestors. I'm going to flatten this place today." Xianxia took a deep breath and immediately ran towards Yuan Meng. Along the way, he saw copper prisons floating one by one. A portion of the copper prisons near the entrance had small surface defects, but it had little effect on the main body of the copper prison. This should be the real reason why he heard the explosion. Instead of attacking the so-called prison gates, the pseudo-gods were attacking these individual copper prisons. Previously, no one had expected the primordial universe to disintegrate. The way the ancient sects used to imprison prisoners had become the reason why these prisoners were able to live to this day. These prisoners were completely sealed in prison, and their cultivation didn't even drop a bit. But now, Xianxia no longer cared about that much. He was already furious. Deep down, Xianxia felt that he was getting closer and closer to Yuan Meng, but he discovered something new. Those were some scattered copper prison parts. These were some copper prisons that had been prepared in advance, but had not yet been used. They should be used to imprison prisoners after capturing them in the future. However, after the universe separated, they were left idle. Xianxia continued to run, feeling that Yuan Meng's aura was getting closer and closer, getting closer and closer. Finally, a mound appeared in front of him. There was a bronze cross on the mound, and there was half a copper prison tied to the bronze cross. Yuan Meng was in it. This half of the copper prison was divided into two halves. The other half of the copper prison hadn't been covered yet. It looked like an unsealed bronze coffin. When Xianxia rushed forward and saw Yuan Meng inside, he was extremely angry. This type of copper prison actually contained copper nails. These copper nails were completely tailored to the human form. All of them were aimed at all the acupoints of human martial artists. Once a martial artist was put in, those copper nails would pierce into the martial artist's body, preventing him from exerting any strength. Because the copper prison of those prisoners had been merged in two halves, the copper nails were hidden deep inside the prisoners' bodies and could not be seen from the outside. But Yuan Meng here, Xianxia saw a scene that made his heart ache. Big copper nails pierced through Yuan Meng's back, and the tip of the nail appeared in front of him. This was equivalent to being pierced through by 10,000 arrows. The scene was extremely miserable. Yuan Meng was on the verge of death. His entire body was pinned down by nails. His entire body was hanging from the copper coffin, being picked up by nails. "Yuan Meng!" Xianxia roared angrily. Yuan Meng finally slowly woke up and turned around. When he saw Xianxia, he forced a smile. "You came. I'll save you now." Xianxia roared. "No." Yuan Meng shook his head. The big snake said at the same time, "Xianxia brat, don't act recklessly. You can't drag Yuan Meng out. He will die." These copper nails in the coffins also possess the attribute of nailing down life force. They are specifically used to imprison powerful prisoners. Those prisoners are all at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, and their martial arts attainments are quite high. They can withstand such bronze nail damage. but Yuan Meng has just crossed the heavenly tribulation realm, so he can't withstand it. Once you pull him out, he will die immediately. Sure enough, Yuan Meng's next words also confirmed Big Snake's speculation. Yuan Meng shook his head with a smile and said, Xiang Nan, let's go. I'm already hopeless. To be able to look at you before I die. I cough, haha. I don't have any regrets anymore. Xiang Nan's tears surged out as he roared. Yuan Meng, brother. Yuan Meng said, let's go, Xiang Nan. While it's still too late. Let's go. Hurry up and leave. Xiang Nan grabbed Yuan Meng's shoulder and gritted his teeth. I'm not leaving. Yuan Meng smiled weakly. Now is not the time to be willful. Your burden is heavier than mine. You can't die here. You have more things on your back than me, and you have more prospects than me. Xiang Nan shed tears and cursed angrily. What the hell's my future? I don't care about that. I just want my brother to survive. Who did this to you? Who did it? In an instant, Xiang Nan recalled the scene of Xiang Zhonghua dying in the city election tournament. That was a pain that Xiang Nan would never be able to erase in his heart. He had seen Xiang Zhonghua die with his own eyes. But at that time, Xiang Nan was powerless and could only watch as his brother was killed. This matter would appear in Xiang Nan's mind as a nightmare for a long time to come, making him unable to get rid of it. However, today this scene seemed to be about to repeat itself. Brother. Yuan Meng weakly gasped for breath a few times and said, Brother, that's enough. Even if I go out, I'm still a cripple. Give me a good time. Don't let me die at the hands of my enemies. Don't let them insult my dignity. The anger in Xiang Nan's heart had already burned through the horizon. But at this moment, he was surprisingly calm. He was no longer violent, but there was a sense of calm on the eve of the storm. Who did it? Xiang Nan clenched his fists and his eyes began to fill with blood. Streaks of blood climbed onto his eyeballs and gradually converged into a net. They continued to increase, dyeing his eyes blood red. An unprecedented killing intent surged in Xiang Nan's heart. Yuan Meng had never seen Xiang Nan in such a state before. He looked into Xiang Nan's bloody eyes and said, Don't be like this, Xiang Nan. Calm down. Calm the fuck down. Leave me alone. We can't both die here. At least one of us has to survive. Xiang Nan lowered his head and said in a cold voice, I only ask you, who did it? And who made you look like this? I want to skin him. Yuan Meng said, Stop asking and run. Damn it, you won't listen to me once. At this time, the believers who had barged into the weapons depot had returned. Xiang Nan felt the imposing aura of those people had already surged into the Dao prison, and they rushed into the entrance. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, If you don't tell me, I can guess. It must be the 18 killing gods. Brother, don't worry. You won't die. Moreover, you can return to your original state. Qianer can save you. Yuan Meng was furious and shook his head. He had nothing to say anymore. The believers had already blocked the Dao prison gate, so it was too late to say anything else. Xiang Nan refused to listen and had already missed the only chance to escape. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll take you out of here. In order to prevent Yuan Meng from being affected in the next battle, Xiang Nan covered the other half of the copper coffin. Thus, Yuan Meng was imprisoned in that huge bronze coffin. This coffin had never been blessed by the ancient sect master. It did not have the sealing effect, but the defensive power of the bronze coffin itself was still there. Xiang Nan took a few feathers from the gorgeous bird's body and wrapped them into a rope. Then, he carried the copper coffin and tied it up bit by bit with his body. He kicked up the huge saber and held it tightly in his hand. He carried the huge bronze coffin on his back and walked out step by step. His voice was as cold as frost, and he said, Nobody can stop me from leaving this place. At the entrance of the Dao prison, the mysterious 18 killing gods finally appeared. Of these 18 people, only 16 remained. The other 2 had already been killed by Xiang Nan on Spirit Vulture Star. As for these 16 people, their cultivation bases had also increased, and they were each at the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. A killer god with silver hair shouted, The person who disguised as the warden is still inside. Listen to my orders, Guyu. Take the profound heaven sword and split open the copper prison to release the prisoner. Everyone else, follow me. Today, I will let that impostor know that my glory god sex territory is not something that can be casually brought here. Hundreds of followers of the 9th level of heavenly tribulation, together with the jailers who had awakened and joined glory god cult, numbered nearly 1,000. The silver-haired killer god led the troops and set up the formation as they walked. He said, "We can't all stick together. That fake warden has a lot of tricks. Don't let him bypass us and escape." The other 15 gods of slaughter will each lead a team of 50 experts and deploy a defensive position every 10 kilometers. Everyone else charge. Behind him, the mysterious heaven sword-wielding killer god named Gu Yu was already using the mysterious heaven sword to chop down the copper prison. The powerful profound heaven sword slashed down one sword at a time, causing cracks to continuously appear on the copper prison, and tiny fragments began to fall off. This sword was incomparably shocking. Previously, hundreds of Ninth Order Heavenly Tribulation believers had joined forces to attack a copper prison, but they were unable to break it apart. But now, with just one person's strength and the profound heaven sword in his hand, he was actually hacking the copper prison to pieces. Pong! After hundreds of super heavy hacks, a copper prison finally collapsed. Gu Yu immediately stood in formation and took a few steps back. Inside the copper prison, a red-haired and red-eyed man slowly opened his eyes. He took 2 deep breaths and slowly walked out of the copper prison. After he left, a large number of bloody copper nails appeared on the bronze prison half behind him. "I'm out again." The red-haired man greedily sucked in a mouthful of air. He twisted his neck and let out crackling sounds. "Great! It really worked." Gu Yu was overjoyed. But before Gu Yu could react, the red-haired man took a step forward and grabbed Gu Yu's neck with his right hand. The red-haired man smiled sinisterly. "Thank you for saving me. In order to repay you, I can let you die a bit more happily." Gu Yu's arms trembled, and the fierce aura shook the red-haired man off. The red-haired man laughed strangely. "Not bad. My strength is strong enough." Gu Yu quickly took out a messenger and said, "I know that you prisoners will not obey others easily. This is what my God left you. Take a look first and then decide whether you want to be enemies with us." When the red-haired man received the message, a divine sense immediately surged into the red-haired man's mind. Scenes flashed through his mind. This was the process of the pseudo-gods recruiting believers and blessing them with their divine talent, as well as the scene of countless martial artists crawling on the ground and swearing obedience to the gods. The red-haired man suddenly opened his eyes. A light flashed in his eyes. He licked his lips and greedily said, "Divine-grade talent. Can we cooperate now?" Gu Yu asked solemnly. The red-haired man nodded and laughed. "Why not?" Gu Yu nodded in satisfaction and said, "I will continue to release the other prisoners, help our companions, and kill the intruders." The red-haired man stretched his muscles and bones and said, "Give me 5 minutes to move. Then, I will help you kill all the enemies you want to kill." After saying that, he sat down cross-legged and pressed down with both hands, causing a large amount of blood energy to gush out from his entire body. Gu Yu held the profound heaven sword in his hand and continued to chop down a copper prison. Up ahead, far away, the silver-haired killer god had deployed 15 checkpoints in a row. 63 Heavenly Tribulation 9th layer experts were left at each checkpoint, accompanied by a killer god expert who specialized in killing techniques. At the last checkpoint, the silver-haired killer god said to a killer god, "Duan Tian, you guard this place. I am the strongest among us. I want to go back and block the door. Don't let the intruders escape." The killer god named Duan Tian nodded and said, "Boss, those 14 checkpoints behind you have really been wasted. No one will be able to pass my first checkpoint." The silver-haired killer god smiled and said, "I hope so." With that, he turned into a silver phantom and flew towards the Dao prison gate. "Listen carefully." Duan Tian pulled out an elementary Dao-grade spear and shouted, "Whoever comes, kill them without mercy. Stop talking nonsense and execute them on the spot." "Who? Drink." Many believers and jailers shouted. Right at this moment, Dong, 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 dong. Waves of heavy footsteps appeared. Amidst the dust in front of him, a man with a huge bronze coffin slowly appeared from the dust. It's him! Duan Tian was extremely excited and shouted, "Haha! The heavens really helped me." He actually didn't take a detour and actually came straight from the main road. Attention, everyone. This person can fight 4 against 1. Everyone, don't let down your guard. Kill him. Honor is ours. Many believers and jailers were instantly excited, panting heavily as they eagerly prepared to fight. Being able to fight against that expert who broke into the Dao prison caused every heavenly tribulation 9th layer martial artist to become excited. Chilala. Xianxia was carrying a huge copper coffin with one hand holding a huge saber. The saber blade was dragged on the ground, producing a series of sparks. His figure finally became clear. Xianxia's long hair was loose and his eyes were pure blood red. He couldn't even see his pupils. Big Snake was very worried. It had been a long time since he had seen Xianxia in such a rage. But what worried Big Snake even more was that Xianxia was strangely calm at this moment. He wasn't furious like thunder, but the more this happened, the more bad it made Big Snake feel. Duan Tian excitedly licked his lips. He raised his right hand high up and abruptly waved it down. Go up! Who? A large number of believers immediately charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia tilted his head slightly and said to the bronze coffin behind him, Brother Meng, we brothers will go out side by side. With that, Xianxia shouted as he raised his saber high up. Following a loud roar, the saber fiercely stabbed into the ground. Boom! A large ring of eternal flame rolled and roared as it spread out. All the believers at this checkpoint were lit up. All of them were burning with eternal flames. The believers panicked and desperately slapped the flames on their bodies. What the hell is this? Why can't it be extinguished? Even if they used their hands to slap and charge, they would not be able to weaken the strange flames in the slightest. At this moment, Xianxia had already arrived. He rushed in at the maximum subsonic speed, and on the huge blade, lightning suddenly exploded. A horizontal slash killed 3 people in a row. Stop filming. Hurry up and fight. Duan Tian shouted hurriedly. The believers ignored the flames and hurriedly pulled out their weapons. Dragon slaying outline, surrender. A person in the front row raised his giant sword and shouted. Before he could release his martial skill, he had instead welcomed Xianxia's martial skill. Xianxia's instant martial skill was much faster than theirs. 10 dragon subduing slashes immediately descended from the sky. These 10 saber rays were wrapped around by the dragon chi and sliced down side by side. As they descended, the 60 people were blasted apart like a tide. Then, Xianxia turned into an afterimage and rushed into the crowd. A believer hurriedly flipped his wrist and slapped his palm towards Xianxia, shouting, Dragon subduing palm. Before Xianxia could use his palm power, he took a step closer and covered the believer's mouth with his left hand. The giant saber in his right hand pierced through the believer's chest. The huge blade came out from its back, and the rapid red blood dripped along the blade, dripping and dripping as it landed on the ground. Get out of the way! Dragon shocking roar. A believer roared. When the believers separated from each other in front of him, both of his hands widened his mouth and he roared in the direction of Xianxia. Buzz buzz. The ring sound waves spread towards Xianxia. Xianxia took a step forward and swung the giant saber with his right hand. The netherworld golden saber sliced through the sky, drawing a straight line that pierced through the sound wave, pierced through the martial artist's mouth, and split his head in two. With a wave of Xianxia's right hand, the huge saber that split open the believers immediately turned around in the distance and sailed back. At the same time, Xianxia jumped high. His left hand grabbed the head of one believer, and his right hand used the heavenly spill astral chi fist to blow the head of another believer apart. As for the hand holding the believer's head, it twisted violently, causing the believer's entire body to spiral up. Following that, Xianxia pierced through his heart and foot, and a tyrannical aura passed through the nether gold meridians, blasting the believer's entire chest into pieces with an overbearing impact. Saber return. Xianxia received the saber, raised it high and slashed down. The heavenly spill lightning finger instantly condensed into 100-meter blade light. Fallen heavenly lightning. Blessing. He slashed down with a single saber. Rumble, 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 rumble. A series of explosions appeared in a straight line, sending countless believers flying. Xianxia held the saber in one hand and pointed out with his right hand. Rotating light finger. Spiral energy instantly shot 13 people to death. Dream said. Netherworld ferret. Xianxia activated Dream Dao and waved his right hand forward. A black shadow shot out in an instant. This shadow pierced through the chest of a believer first, then the chest of a second believer, then the third and fourth place. However, the nether ferret was also restricted here, unable to reach the speed of light. The fastest speed could only be subsonic. After Xianxia killed 4 people in a row, he quickly retracted his dreams and closed his dreams. At the same time, Xianxia's horizontal saber was immediately placed on his waist. He held the saber in his right hand and tightly grabbed the blade with his left hand. He actually used his flesh and blood palm as a scabbard to increase the resistance of the knife. Ah ah ah! Raptors swing their tails. Swoosh! The giant saber was brutally pulled out, and a full moon pulled out its saber. This saber drawing slash was incomparably ferocious. It was actually a single saber slash that slashed 22 people in a row. 22 believers were beheaded one after another. Their bodies forcefully cut into 2, and their upper bodies were still crawling on the ground in despair. Xianxia's left hand had already been sliced by the saber, and it was almost cut off, but he completely ignored it. 20 believers stared at a conical astral chi shield and rushed towards Xianxia. Xianxia walked forward, his hands wide open and wide closed, swinging his palms together and slapping down. Tianyan Gemini palm. Boom! The 2 palms merged and clapped into one palm. The golden fallen heavenly lightning, the blue eternal flame, and the 2 world devastating divine lightning powers mixed together to form a golden and blue palm. The thunder and lightning palm sent the 20 believers who were riding a Dipper Chi shield flying in unison. The unbreakable shield was also crushed to pieces. Before they could react, Xianxia hurriedly greeted him. He formed a seal with one hand, opened his mouth, and a huge bolt of lightning rolled out. More than 20 people were struck by Howley, resulting in an instant stalemate. Xianxia swung his saber. The netherworld golden saber drew a straight line and pierced through the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 6th, 9th, and 10th ranks of the right row of martial artists. A single saber pierced through 10 warriors in a row, and the giant saber turned around and sailed back from afar. Xianxia's right leg had already curled up in advance and was ready for battle. His instant martial skill allowed him to condense the heavenly spill lightning into a ball of light on his feet in an instant. In the second instant, the ball of light had already doubled in size. In the third instant, the ball of light was so huge that it enveloped Xianxia's entire body. In the fourth instant, Xianxia kicked out the incomparably violent ball of light. He kicked the first believer in the left row. That believer was kicked so hard that he exploded. His body collapsed and exploded into scattered particles. When the first person collided with the second person in the straight line, the first person exploded into particles and completely disappeared. At the same time, the second person was sent flying. The second person's body was also disintegrated by the collision and began to become particles. The second person collided with a third person, the third person collided with a fourth person, the fifth person, the seventh person, and the 10th person. Under Xianxia's feet, 10 serial explosions occurred. 10 ninth-order heavenly tribulation believers were blasted through and destroyed. His Duantian sucked in a large breath of cold air. It only took 4 seconds for Xianxia to kill all the believers at the checkpoint. Good boy! Duantian was annoyed. He jumped up and slapped his hands at Xianxia repeatedly. 20% netherworld gold, dragon subduing palm. A series of layers of palm power shot towards Xianxia. Not only did this person possess the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation, he also possessed a dual meridian divine talent, 1 meridian for fire and 1 meridian for earth. The fire vein talent allowed the dragon-subduing palm to be extremely explosive, while the earth vein talent allowed the dragon-subduing palm to reach the peak of its sturdiness. This person was at least 10 times stronger than the previous believers. Xianxia pointed at the sky with his right hand and shouted, "Quench the sun!" An incomparably vast sun appeared in the sky. The sun descended from the sky and enveloped the entire world. With a loud boom, the sun directly smashed into Xianxia's body. Buzz buzz. Thousands of dragon-subduing palms landed on Xianxia's body one after another, sending out waves of intense shock waves. All right, Duan was overjoyed. However, in the next moment, his expression of joy was still frozen on his face, and he saw a figure rapidly approaching from afar amidst the shock waves. "Ah!" Duan exclaimed. "This is impossible." Xianxia's left hand grabbed the chin of the believer, and his elbow pressed down on the forehead of the believer. As his left hand pressed down hard, the believer's head was directly snapped off with a cracking sound, and the back of the believer's head was already pressed against the back of his back. Xianxia held the saber in his right hand and the hilt of the saber in his back. A saber pierced into the believer's chest, and then the saber twisted and abruptly retreated. Pooh! Chi! The believer's chest was minced into pieces of meat. With a sound, Xianxia drew his saber and spat it out in front of him. Pong! Xianxia landed with a huge bronze coffin on his back. Swoosh, 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 swoosh behind him. There were broken bones and corpses all over the ground. Not good. At the second checkpoint, the killer god was already nervous. He roared, "The first checkpoint is all dead. Everyone be careful." The martial artists left behind by the second checkpoint were generally more powerful than the martial artists at the first checkpoint. Right in front of him, Xianxia, who was carrying the bronze coffin on his back, had already begun to speed up his footsteps. First he walked, then he trotted. At this moment, he had already sprinted wildly with large strides. Coming! The killer god's expression changed drastically at the second checkpoint as he said, "Form a formation. Earth vein is in the front. Wind vein is in the second row. Water vein is in the third row. Wood vein is in the fourth row. Fire vein is moving." More than 60 believers formed an array in the shortest time possible. Xianxia rushed over frantically. When he was still 50 meters away from the second checkpoint, he jumped up from the ground and swung the huge saber in his hand down from top to bottom, sending it flying heavily. The giant saber roared with a tyrannical eternal flame and blossomed amongst the believers. Rolling eternal flames spread in all directions, enveloping all believers and burning them all. Everyone, fire! Xianxia fell down and pulled back with his right hand. The giant blade that stabbed into the ground trembled a few times and flew back into the sky with a whoosh. Xianxia took the knife, grabbed the knife, and held the blade. His left hand acted as a sheath, firmly gripping the blade. His right hand tightly gripped the hilt of the blade, and the power of thunder and lightning surged across the blade. He fell like a meteor and raised his right leg high, making a downward slash. The heavenly spill lightning force on his right foot frantically condensed. In an instant, 2 moments, 3 moments. Sishun. However, at this moment, Xianxia was still in a state of quenching the sun, and his combat strength was several times greater than when he attacked the first checkpoint. In an instant, Xianxia landed. At the same time that his raised right leg landed on the ground, it was like a battle axe hacking down. Boom! This leg chopped down and landed on the ground. The earth shook, sending all 63 believers flying into the sky. There was no way to fly here. All the believers were unable to move freely when they were forcefully blown into the air. The moment Xianxia landed on the ground, the long-prepared drawing saber slash was suddenly unsheathed. Whoosh! A perfect crescent blade light was unsheathed. The crescent moon drew a beautiful arc in the air. With a single slash, it slashed 44 people in a row. The rest of the believers hurriedly kicked the back of the other believers and used their back flip to dodge the blade light. As for Xianxia's left hand, it continuously shot out, blessing the sun-quenching rotating fingers one after another, wantonly piercing through one believer after another. In an instant, 18 people were killed in a row. The last killer god reacted quickly and quickly dodged Xiangnan's attack. The slaughter god knew that he couldn't match Xiangnan, but he actually turned around to run. Xiangnan opened his mouth and struck out with a thunderbolt, freezing the god of killing in midair. The god of slaughter panicked as he suddenly turned around and roared at Xiangnan with a shocking dragon roar. Xiangnan had already arrived. He stretched out his left hand and condensed the sea of bitterness into his left hand. His palm suddenly covered the believer's mouth. The believer's dragon-shocking roars were blocked by the crows. That dragon-shocking sound wave couldn't spread out, but it was crushed and spread backwards. Buzz, buzz. The back of the believer's head was immediately pierced by the light wave, and his entire head exploded into mincemeat with a loud explosion. Pooh! Xiangnan landed on the ground, carrying the bronze coffin on his back as he strode towards the third checkpoint. Quickly retreat! Quickly retreat! At the third checkpoint, the god of slaughter who had set up the second checkpoint could already feel that the life force coming from the second checkpoint was disappearing in a large area. He realized that the person they were intercepting had killed 63 ninth level heavenly tribulation experts in just 2 seconds. However, the fourth checkpoint was still far away, and there was no time to predict what would happen at the second checkpoint within 2 seconds. The killer god at the third checkpoint led the large group and retreated in panic. He shouted, "Quick! Meet up with the fourth checkpoint. Let's join forces to deal with the intruders." They were running wildly in front of them, while Xiangnan was chasing after them with large strides. After the martial artists of the third checkpoint met up with the fourth checkpoint, the third checkpoint killer god hurriedly said, "Quickly, unite. The enemy is too strong. One checkpoint cannot stop him." At the fourth checkpoint, the killer god hugged his shoulders and sneered, "Aren't you scared out of your wits? I knew you were a piece of trash. Get out of the way. I'll deal with the intruders." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw dust flying in the distance. Then, a shadow suddenly stood out from the dust and jumped to a height of 50 meters. Immediately after, a giant flaming saber that was burning with the eternal flame shot down towards the checkpoint. "Don't let that giant saber land." The killer god at the third checkpoint no longer had time to argue with another killer god. He roared, "Quick! Let's join hands and stop that giant saber." The two murderers answered together, and the two of them released the dragon-trapping prison from the left and right. The two dragon-trapping prisons buzzed and sealed the giant saber in midair. At this moment, the tip of the giant saber was only 2 inches away from the ground. Whoosh! The killer god at the third checkpoint had just wiped away a handful of cold sweat when he felt the sky above his head shine brightly. Everyone suddenly raised their heads and an enormous sun appeared in the sky. Under the sun, a small figure was descending. Immediately after, the sun also set. The tiny figure quickly descended, and the big sun chased after it relentlessly. Second-degree sun quenching. Gemini palm. Boom! The sun poured into Xiangnan's body. Boom! Xiangnan slapped the blade with his palm. The eternal flame on the blade merged with the fallen heavenly lightning in Xiangnan's hand to form a transcendent Gemini palm that was blessed by the second degree of sun tempering, the heavenly spill divine astral chi, and the world exterminating divine lightning. Boom! The palm force exploded on the spot, and a tornado of thunder and lightning spread out in all directions, exploding, tumbling, shooting, and raging. 124 believers were instantly crushed into powder. The 2 believers were still breathing and seriously injured, so they could only crawl into the distance in panic. Xiangnan landed on the ground, drew his saber, and ran up, 1 saber at a time, cutting off the heads of the 2 killer gods. He twisted his neck, tightened the bronze coffin on his back, and continued to run towards the 5th checkpoint. "Hurry, hurry, hurry! Everyone back! Everyone back!" The people at the 5th, 6th, 7th, and even 8th and 9th checkpoints had already begun to retreat towards the exit 1 step ahead of schedule. The power fluctuations caused by Xiangnan's transcendent twin palms were simply too great, so that even farther afield believers could sense it. Xianxia pursued wildly, while the enemies in front fled. Xianxia had already seen the back of the martial artist in front of him. However, the speed of both sides remained the same. No matter how fast Xianxia ran, he was unable to catch up with his predecessors. Kid Xianxia, you've already used up some time to temper the sun twice. You won't be able to last long, the serpent said. You have to find a way to speed up yourself or slow them down. As Xianxia ran, he raised his leg high and chopped down with his battle axe. Boom! The entire earth was shocked by the power of the second-degree sun quenching. The martial artists in front of them were knocked off the ground and floated in the air for 2 seconds. Xianxia drew a distance closer, chased after him, and chopped down again. Boom! 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 Xianxia chopped down again and again, slowing down the believers in front of him. He finally caught up. Xianxia swung his hand and drew his saber. Without looking at the result, he clapped his hands together and sent out his 2 palms. After the 2 strikes were completed, he continued to run and crisscrossed his rotating fingers, piercing through the scattered believers in front of him, shredding them into pieces. Xianxia didn't even stop and directly passed through the large pile of corpses that were still thrown into the air. One of the people at the checkpoint had died. Xianxia's body was stained with a rain of blood, and his back was covered in a copper coffin. However, his gaze was so cold that it made one feel a chill. Throughout the entire process, he didn't say a word and only had one thought in his heart: revenge. Kill. 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 The people at the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th checkpoints had just gathered together. A man with a bronze coffin on his back was dragging a huge saber towards them. Hurry up and leave, one of the believers shouted decisively. All killer gods, hurry to the exit and tell the others what's going on here. Don't let the people behind you have no time to react. Those of us at the 4 checkpoints buy you some time. Hurry up and go. Without another word, the 4 killer gods turned around and fled. They couldn't allow the tragedy to repeat itself. They had to report everything that had happened here to the camp in the rear so that everyone could have enough time to react. There were already 248 followers at the 4 checkpoints. These 248 people raised their hands and used the strength of 248 heavenly tribulation 9th layer to construct an unprecedented and enormous defensive shield. They no longer wanted to kill Xianxia, they only wanted to stop Xianxia's progress. He saw the man with the bronze coffin in front of him suddenly rise from the ground. The man raised his right hand, and 10 dragon subduing slashes soared into the sky. The 10 dragon subduing slashes were actually merged together to form a gigantic dragon subduing slash that was 1,000 meters tall. Immediately after, an even more terrifying scene appeared. Xianxia grabbed the hilt of the dragon subduing slash and roared, "Revolving light subduing dragon slash." "Kid Xianxia, no, you can't take it," the serpent exclaimed. Xianxia actually combined the revolving light finger with the dragon subduing slash. The rotating light finger was only the combination of 2 fingers of light, but it was still heaven-derived lightning at best. But the dragon subduing slash itself was extremely powerful. But Xianxia didn't care about that much anymore. The enormous dragon subduing slash in his hand instantly connected his nether gold meridians. The dragon subduing slash actually spun at an overspeed. Go! Xianxia was in the air as he threw his saber down. The revolving light descending dragon slash left. At the same time, Xianxia's entire body's meridians were broken, and his flesh and blood were shredded into pieces. Shatter the bones. He turned into a bloody man and fell from the sky. As for the revolving light dragon slash, it pierced through the enemy's defense. The enormous saber light pierced through the defensive shield and exploded when it landed. Spiral, twisting, and exploding. The twisted lightning rotated counterclockwise, sucking in all of the 248 believers and crushing them into powder. Xianxia landed on the ground and lay on the ground with a putong sound. Blood flowed out from his entire body. 10 seconds later, Xianxia climbed up from the ground again. He carried the bronze coffin on his back and continued to move forward with a cold gaze. The wounds on his body were rapidly healing. How dare you abuse Yuan Meng like this? You actually dare to abuse my brother Yuan Meng like this. You want Zhonghua's tragic death to happen to Yuan Meng again. I'm telling you, I'm fucking your ancestors. There's no way. This daddy is going to beat you all to smithereens. Everyone must die. All of you have to die. The big snake panicked and said, Xiang Nan brat. Xiang Nan remained silent, dragging his limping legs as he stubbornly walked forward. His injuries continued to recover. Gradually, his limping appearance recovered, and he changed from dragging his right leg to walking and then to trotting. 20 seconds later, Xiang Nan returned to his peak and ran in large strides through the boundless world. Yuan Meng, brother, I'll take you away. I'll definitely take you out. I swear. Xiang Nan felt physically exhausted and mentally exhausted, just like an ordinary person who hadn't closed his eyes for 3 days and nights. However, in the high-intensity and fast battles, his body was in a state of excitement, causing him to faintly feel a numbness. The serpent said, Little Xiang Nan, you are not in good health. The enemy has already retreated to the exit. Why don't you take a rest first? Adjust your body to normal. It's not too late to attack again. Xiang Nan did not stop. Why are you so stubborn now? I can understand why you are so eager for revenge. But there is no need to drag such a tired body. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, Listen. The big snake listened carefully and slowly caught a very, very light sound. It sounded rhythmically, as if it was hacking metal. Moreover, it was too far away, so if it didn't carefully search, it would be almost impossible to detect it. This time, the big snake stopped talking. He realized a serious problem. The believers had truly found the so-called profound heaven sword. If their guesses were correct, the sound of chopping things should be that of pseudo-god believers chopping down the copper prison that sealed the prisoners. Xiang Nan didn't stop to rest. The longer he waited, the more prisoners he would be released. These prisoners could be said to be two completely different existences from those believers. What kind of people were the pseudo-god believers? They were a group of warriors who had once been in the 3rd grade or even the 4th grade or the 5th grade. If you say that these martial artists are strong, then they are really not strong enough or even very weak. In terms of combat attainments, they were far inferior to the previous 2nd plane or even 1st plane experts. A long time ago, Xiang Nan had encountered an unknown transmigrator on his way back to the western regions. Back then, this transmigrator had muttered to himself and had given a clear classification to the combat qualities of martial artists. With the rank of the transcendent, if one were to rank the combat qualities, one would be able to create such a ranking. The average combat literacy of a martial artist in the 4th plane could be roughly divided into F levels. 3rd grade plane martial artists can be divided into E levels. 2nd grade plane martial artists can be divided into D levels. In the past, the warriors of the 6 Emperors world could be divided into C ranks. By-clan martial artists could be divided into B class, and by-clan heavenly clan martial artists could be divided into B+ class. Excluding Xiang Nan, by Wudao, by He, and the 6 Emperors, before the universe was reunified, the strongest combat strength of a human martial artist was B+. However, after the universe merged and the ancient sects awakened again, ordinary disciples of the Spirit Vulture sect could plan to enter the B+ ranks. Individual experts like Bai Wudao and Bai He could barely be classified as A- class. On the other hand, a martial artist like Xiao Zilong could already reach A class. A class was already considered the strongest within the scope of normal logic. After that, even stronger martial artists appeared. For example, the 18 killing gods were A+ class martial artists. Yuan Honglian had already reached the terrifying S- class. On the other hand, Dao Prison Star was used to guard prisoners. Ordinary jailers were called A+, while young Master Morong and Wen Hai were called S-. Finally, there were the prisoners imprisoned here, including the famous Spirit Vulture sect's rebellious eldest disciples, as well as the experts who could summon the wind and rain and stir up a commotion in that era. These people were imprisoned in the copper prison. They weren't S-class, but S+ class. In other words, the believers that Xiang Nan was dealing with were at most a group of 9th level heavenly tribulation martial artists who possessed divine talent, F-class martial artists, and E-class martial artists. It wasn't that Xiangnan was arrogant and arrogant. In Xiangnan's eyes, these martial artists were all scum. The reason why the pseudo-god wanted the Bai clan's remnants so badly was not only because he had taken a fancy to the Bai clan's fighting spirit, but also because his grade was relatively high, and he had already reached B class. At the same time, it was also because the Bai clan had a complete training system. In other words, if they caught enough Bai clan members, they could train the F and E-class martial artists and let them jump to B class. This was an overall increase in strength. But now, the prisoners who were being released from the bronze prison were all S+. This was a group. Even if the most powerful geniuses in the world were gathered together, they could still be considered top geniuses amongst this group of geniuses. Although these S+ heaven-defying experts did not possess divine talent for the time being, their battle accomplishments far surpassed those of the 18 killing gods and even the strongest opponent that Xiangnan had ever encountered. As far as Xiangnan was concerned, in the history of mankind, there were only two people who could surpass these prisoners. One was SSS level by Wuxia, and the other was Xiangnan himself. Unfortunately, Xiangnan hadn't really fought with Bai Wuxia before, so he couldn't accurately determine his true strength. This was also the reason why Dao Hellstar would directly attract a pseudo-god to reverse the laws. The strength of these prisoners was due to individual mutations, not through training. Therefore, they were unable to train believers, but their own strength was strong enough. Xiangnan didn't dare to stay too long. He was fighting for every second to stop the believers from releasing more prisoners. This was because Xiangnan also knew how difficult it was to deal with those prisoners. And all of this was not just Xiangnan's speculation. It was the result of the explicit description he had obtained from the bud. It was also at this moment that the Dao prison exited. The silver-haired killer god had already learned about the battle at the front lines. He gathered the escaping believers together and said, "Wait for the intruder to arrive." At this moment, the red-haired prisoner, who had been resting and recovering, finally stood up. He had heard the believers' descriptions of Xiangnan's heaven-defying battle prowess. The red-haired prisoner licked his lips excitedly and said, "I have never met such a person. Even in our era, everyone was a martial artist, and it was easy for them to understand the feeling of being eager to compete with a powerful opponent." The silver-haired killer god immediately said, "Don't worry. Wait for him to come. We have so many people that we can always kill him. Although you are very skilled in battle, you still haven't obtained the divine grade innate, so you are unable to bring your abilities to their full potential." The red-haired prisoner laughed loudly. "Perhaps my talent is inferior to his, but his realm is also inferior to mine, isn't it? Your people have just confirmed that the intruder is only a 6th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist. Actually, this person's analysis was still a bit wrong. Although Xiangnan was only at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation, his previous realm had already reached the 10th level. In other words, Xiangnan's 6th level of the heavenly tribulation was roughly equivalent to a normal 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. Seeing the red-haired prisoner's excitement, the silver-haired slaughter god felt bad and hurriedly said, "We have every reason to suspect that the intruder is also a person of your time. He's even a famous prisoner like you. However, he hasn't been captured by the righteous Dao sect in your generation." The red-haired prisoner was even more excited. "If that's the case, then I have more reason to fight him." At this moment, including the red-haired prisoner at the exit of the Dao prison, for prisoners had already been released. The other 3 prisoners were still meditating cross-legged, recovering their aura. The red-haired prisoner couldn't wait any longer. He twisted his neck and said, "You've already searched the weapons depot. You should have 5 of my rings in your hands. I can't give it to you." The silver-haired killer god shook his head and said, "We have been ordered to release you, but we cannot let you die in vain without the orders of our god." "Die for nothing?" The red-haired prisoner laughed wildly when he heard this and said, "I'm afraid you haven't figured out the situation yet. We people and the martial artists you know are 2 completely different concepts. You cannot give it to me, but I will take it myself." "What are you doing?" The silver-haired killer god was shocked. Immediately after, the red-haired prisoner unexpectedly launched an attack on the believers. This person jumped on the ground, his body spiraling, his fingers repeatedly poking at the silver-haired killer god. Heaven's sealing finger. Golden wood tide. Stop him! The silver-haired killer god hurriedly shouted. The red-haired prisoner released strands of finger power. These finger powers actually possessed dual attributes. Many disciples of the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation hurriedly constructed a Dipper Chi shield and resisted stubbornly. However, once those finger energies hit the Dipper Chi shield, both sides would quickly cancel out. The shield was thinning, and the finger energies were also weakening. However, an even more shocking scene occurred. The red-haired prisoner's finger power contained an extremely powerful earth vein attribute. He was in charge of the main attack, while the wood vein attribute was actually used to repair the earth vein attribute that had been consumed. Everyone watched helplessly as the red-haired prisoner's finger power cancelled out the shield, but it quickly recovered. Pong! A sturdy shield of Dipper Chi exploded in response. However, the red-haired prisoner's finger power had gone from strong to weak, and then from weak to strong. Whoosh whoosh! Countless fingers shot out, piercing through 10 believers on the spot, leaving them with no time to react before dying miserably. The other believers were furious and rushed forward, shouting, "Too arrogant! This is our era. It's not your turn to flaunt your prestige." "Oh? Is that so?" The red-haired prisoner licked his lips and said, "I have already shown mercy for that moment. Since you guys are stubborn, don't blame me for ignoring my life-saving grace." After saying that, the red-haired prisoner leapt up again. As his body rotated in a spiral, he threw out more than 100 fingers. Heaven's sealing finger. Golden fire tide. This person threw out golden finger power, and it actually possessed both the sturdiness of the earth vein and the high eruption of the fire vein. Many believers hurriedly used their own martial skills to block the attack, but under the red-haired prisoner's finger, they were unable to withstand a single blow. One believer after another hurriedly condensed the dragon-subduing palm. When the palm power in their hands had already reached more than 1,000 layers, they were just about to erupt when numerous finger energies attacked them. Rumble! 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 Before the dragon-subduing palm could be released, it was blown up by someone's hands. More than 70 believers were instantly blasted to ashes. Damn it! Dragon-shocking roar. A believer jumped out with his hands folded around his mouth. The red-haired prisoner waved his finger, and with a loud boom, the believer who was about to release the dragon-shocking roar was blown apart. His hands and chin were shattered. Dragon-trapping prison. 10 believers rushed forward and formed a circle. At the same time, they released the dragon-trapping prison, intending to release an extremely large dragon-trapping prison and imprison the red-haired prisoner. The red-haired prisoner nodded his hands and shouted, "Heaven's sealing finger, wind flame tide." The wind and fire attributed finger power was translucent red in color. It was faster and had a wider range of effects. The 10 believers who were releasing the dragon-trapping prison were instantly crushed by the wind-attributed super-explosive flame finger force. This group of believers was actually unable to withstand a single blow in front of the red-haired prisoner. "Stop! Here you go!" The silver-haired killer god's expression was cold as he said, "I know that you guys are undisciplined, but I will definitely report this matter to my god afterwards." After saying that, the silver-haired killer god threw a brocade box at the prisoner. There were 3 words written on the brocade box. Heaven's sealing sect. The red-haired prisoner took the brocade box and opened it, saying, "It doesn't matter. You can complain at will." As he spoke, he took out 5 attributes of wind, wood, water, fire, and earth from the brocade box and put them on his 5 fingers. He nodded in satisfaction and said, "Finally, I'm back. With these 5 rings, my heaven-sealing finger will double its power." Hearing this, many believers sucked in a breath of cold air. The red-haired prisoner just now was already abnormal enough, but now his strength would double? What kind of terrifying combat strength was that? Thus, the red-haired prisoner said to the silver-haired god of slaughter. I don't care about any of your divine sex at all. I just want to kill my enemies and prove that I am number one in the world. Stay here and obediently wait for news of my victory. The red-haired prisoner let out a long howl and instantly disappeared into a breeze. Right in front, in the distance, Xianxia was still chasing after the believers at the 10th checkpoint, and the believers at the 11th and 12th checkpoints had already returned to the exit ahead of schedule. Xianxia chased after them and kicked the ground all the way to slow down the progress of the believers at the 10th checkpoint. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly stopped. A red shadow flashed from the army of believers in front of them. Although this shadow was unable to break through the subsonic speed, his form looked erratic. Under the fixed speed limit, it made his figure as unfathomable as possible. Xianxia stood still. He knew that he had finally welcomed an epic expert. The red shadow stopped 10 meters in front of Xianxia and condensed into a complete human form. This person had a head of conspicuous fiery red hair and a short scar at the corner of his eyes. You are the intruder. The red-haired prisoner raised his chin at Xianxia. Scram, Xianxia said. The red-haired prisoner laughed and said, I can tell you're not from our time. This is truly too regrettable. I originally thought that I had found an expert who was a match for my opponent, but I never thought that he would be a modern trash martial artist. However, it doesn't matter. Seeing that you can beat those believers to death means that you still have a little bit of hope. Killing you isn't a waste of my time. After saying that, the 5 rings on his hand began to shine. They were green, red, yellow, green, and white. Green is water, red is fire, yellow is earth, green is wood, and white is wind. The serpent said, Little brat Xianxia, the ring this person is wearing is actually made for martial skills. It is a weapon that can be used in conjunction with martial skills. I've already seen the combination of this ring and the dipper chi in his body. At this moment, the red-haired man jumped up and threw hundreds of fingers at Xianxia. Heaven-sealing finger, golden fire tide. Xianxia used his heavenly spill astral chi to quickly gather in front of him and form an oval shield. Rumble, 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 hundreds of finger force exploded on the shield, causing Xianxia's entire body to slide back more than 10 meters. However, Xianxia's shield was unbreakable without any damage. The red-haired man raised his eyebrows. Oh, so you do have some ability. Xianxia shook his shoulder and said, This type of light attack without any energy storage is only for speed and large amounts of light attacks. Don't take it out to embarrass others. Interesting. Very interesting. The red-haired man's expression was filled with excitement as he said, If you want to attack forcefully, I will give you a forceful attack. Golden fire tide. The man raised his hand and pointed. A golden red finger force violently shot out. At the same time, the 2 rings on his hand shone together. They were red and yellow rings. At the same time, this person released hundreds of fingers last time, but this time he only released 1 finger. From this, it could be seen how powerful this finger was. Chi. This finger force actually pierced through Xianxia's dipper chi shield and brushed past Xianxia's left arm. When the shield was broken, Peng's voice spread into a large amount of light spots. Xianxia lowered his head and looked at his left arm. His sleeve had already been pierced through, and there was still a bloody scar on his arm. The wound was burning with pain. The red-haired man smiled and said, So this is your limit. Then you can die. After saying that, he jumped up and shot 2 streaks of pure finger power at Xianxia from top to bottom. It was still golden yellow, the finger force of the combination of fire veins and earth veins. Xianxia took half a step forward, both of his hands holding onto the saber at the same time. With a lightning saber slash, the 2 fingers were shattered. Oh! The red-haired man asked curiously, Your astral chi defense just now wasn't that strong. Xianxia twisted his neck and began to stretch his muscles and bones. I'm not good at defense at all. The dipper chi shield just now was only casually used, and it didn't contain any martial skills, he said. But, so your limit is here, then you can die. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. The red-haired man folded his hands and pushed forward. With this push, 10 crisscrossed fingers shot out. These 10-finger energies were not light attacks, but 10-finger energies, each of which possessed the same power as the previous one. Xianxia drew his saber and charged forward, dodging all 10 fingers with a short body. The red-haired man was very excited. Seeing Xianxia rushing over, he retreated and launched an attack. However, the speed of retreat wasn't as fast as the speed of the sprint. The red-haired man used a small amount of time to gain more opportunities to attack. However, when he saw his finger power shoot towards him one after another, Xianxia dodged back and forth. This red-haired man wasn't just referring to how powerful he was. His combat awareness was also ridiculously high. This person quickly adapted to Xianxia's rhythm. After clicking 3 fingers, he immediately changed the route of his attack. Whoosh! Xianxia narrowly escaped with a finger strike, and a deep, semi-cylindrical scratch appeared on his left rib. "He's predicting your movements," the big snake said. Xianxia flipped over and dodged the next finger, continuing forward. Then he received 2 more fingers. These 2 fingers had been adjusted, and they had already begun to predict Xianxia's predictive actions. Xianxia's movements were agile. Even if he dodged 3 fingers, he had to predict what the man had predicted. A true expert wasn't just releasing a martial technique or memorizing it by heart. He wasn't just forcefully charging at them. A true expert would adjust his style at any time according to the rhythm and style of the enemy, so that he could attain a position of natural restraint towards the enemy. The red-haired man repeatedly poked his fingers, each of them seemingly unimaginable. Xianxia continuously dodged in the charge. This dodging movement also seemed to be unorganized and extremely messy. However, if there were truly great experts watching from here, they would be shocked to discover how many mysteries there were in the battle between the two of them. Seeing Xianxia, he rushed to a distance of only 5 meters from the man. The red-haired man pointed out 3 more fingers. These 3 fingers were even more exquisite. 1 finger was used to disrupt Xianxia's movements and forcefully force him to dodge. The second finger was used to attack Xianxia's position after dodging, while the third finger was used to predict that Xianxia would suddenly explode with a flash of spiritual light while dodging, causing him to dodge recklessly. These 3 fingers were so terrifying that not only did they attack, they also possessed the ability to forcefully force them. Xianxia suddenly stomped heavily on the ground, causing his body to forcefully stop for an instant, and then he quickly ran. He was still aiming for the 3 fingers. No matter who saw it, he was courting death and automatically colliding with the 3 fingers. However, Xianxia's expression was firm, and he did not have the slightest intention to continue dodging. Right at this moment, a strange scene appeared. 3-finger energies seemed to intentionally bypass Xianxia as they swished past both sides of Xianxia's head. The red-haired man's eyes lit up. The location of a finger attack was not only to predict the direction, but also to predict the distance. As long as there was a slight deviation from the calculation, then the straight landing point would produce an error value compared to the original expectation. Xianxia's sudden stop perfectly dodged the predicted landing point of the 3 fingers. Thus, the 2 of them had already met face to face. The red-haired man roared in excitement. He stretched out his left hand, closed his fingers, and stabbed at the huge saber that Xianxia had chopped down. Clang! 2 fingers struck the blade vertically, smashing the huge blade downwards. The man leaned forward, his right arm crossed the sinking blade, and his right index finger pointed at Xianxia's chest. Xianxia quickly rolled to the left and dodged a finger. At the same time, his left hand formed a fist, and the lightning dipper chi fist smashed towards the man's right temple. The man quickly changed his moves. His left hand followed him, his arms crossed, and he made a scissors motion towards Xianxia. He used both of his arms to cut Xianxia's neck. At the same time, both of his hands were turned inward, and both of his index fingers pointed at Xianxia's neck at the same time. This cut was bound to pierce through Xianxia's neck with 2 fingers. Xianxia's reaction was even faster. He released his saber from his right hand and caught up with his left hand in an instant. At the same time, his arms crossed and covered the red-haired man's arms, fiercely pressing his arms down. The man's upper body was naturally bent down, looking like he was walking unsteadily, causing him to stagger. However, this man's combat awareness was ridiculously high. He decisively soared into the air with both his legs and performed a forward somersault on the spot. He turned the original stagger into a forward somersault. In his forward somersault, he knelt down on his knees towards Xianxia's shoulders, and his right hand pierced through the middle of his legs and shot downwards. If this hit, he would kneel on Xianxia's shoulder, and the finger that passed through his legs would pierce through Xianxia's head and shoot out from between his legs. Xianxia flipped backwards, turned with the red-haired man's forward somersault. While the two of them were churning, Xianxia took time out and threw a backhand punch when both of them remained parallel to the ground, with the man lying on the ground and Xianxia lying on the ground. This punch landed on the red-haired man's back and sent him flying. The man vomited a large mouthful of blood and forcefully twisted his body as he fell. His hands mixed together and shot towards Xianxia behind him. Xianxia had already caught up. He grabbed the man's arms with his left hand and forcefully twisted his arms around his neck. His right hand followed him and pulled out the huge saber that had been inserted into the ground before. He swung his saber. The man was dumbfounded and his head was already flying in the air. However, even though the man was beheaded, his last move was still released. 10 fingers crisscrossed Xianxia's stomach, creating a row of 10 bloody holes in his stomach. Bang! Bang! The man's head landed on the ground and bounced, maintaining his previously unbelievable expression. Xianxia coughed out a few mouthfuls of blood and stepped backwards. Then, he stabilized his body and continued to run forward. As he ran, he used the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to heal the wound on his stomach. The big snake was shocked, and its heart was beating wildly. It seemed that Xianxia had easily killed that man. But the scene just now had only required Xianxia to predict with the slightest bit of error, and the outcome was completely different. Xianxia did not stop in the slightest. He had to buy every second of time to quickly reach the exit. When he won the race, he didn't forget to turn around and release a rotating finger, crushing the red-haired man's head into powder. Xianxia had already left, and the corpse of the red-haired man behind him lay on the ground, convulsing a few times before gradually calming down. Before he could run out, the ground suddenly bulged. Xianxia had a strong premonition that something was wrong. He quickly stomped on the ground and changed his charge to jump back. At the same time, a string of extremely sharp spikes exploded on the ground. These spikes were 20 meters long and arranged in an entire row, covering the spot where Xianxia had just landed and the part of the road that Xianxia had traveled further. Immediately after, a shadow flashed beneath the surface of the ground. Another prisoner. Xianxia frowned and held a huge saber in his hand. The ground was not transparent, but Xianxia felt that the ground was like water, and there was a fish swimming beneath the surface of the water. Following that, Xianxia quickly spread his legs and leaned back. Almost at the same time, a 20-meter-long spike suddenly pierced through Xianxia's legs, sliced his belly, and pierced through his front. Xianxia did not say a word. He kicked the spike with his left foot and used the power of the rebound to ruthlessly thrust the giant saber towards the ground. A shadow swam through the ground and dodged a blade. At the same time, a curved spike emerged from Xianxia's back and stabbed towards his back. Xianxia's retreating momentum was fixed and he was unable to change it. With a thought, his right foot suddenly hooked onto the hilt of the giant saber that was stabbed into the ground. He suddenly pulled his body around the giant saber and circled it for half a circle, narrowly avoiding the sharp thorn behind him. However, as he circled around, another spike also rushed in from right in front of him. Xianxia crossed his arms and grabbed the white blade with his bare hands. He used both of his arms as his hands to twist the spikes. But in the next moment, the straight spike suddenly bent and wrapped around Xianxia's arms like a rope. This thing would change shape at any time. Xianxia spat out a strand of heavenly spill astral chi to destroy the curved spike that gripped his arms. However, the spike was incomparably sturdy. After the heavenly spill astral chi hit him, it took him 3 seconds to shatter the spike. Ha ha! My star thorn. How can you break it just by saying it? A person jumped out of the ground like a fish. His fingers moved and 10 spikes stabbed towards Xianxia from different directions. Xianxia suddenly twisted his body and dodged 10 sharp thorns. However, the 10 sharp thorns bent strangely, locking Xianxia in the middle, as if he had been blocked by a huge cage. 10 spikes passed through Xianxia's axils, legs, arms, neck, and waist. He stood firmly against him. The person who jumped out of the ground was ferocious and small the moment he entered the water, and his hands shook violently. The 10 sharp thorns quickly wriggled like 10 fierce snakes, wanting to wrap around Xianxia to death. Dream Dao, Netherworld Ferret. Xianxia decisively released the Nether Ferret. A black shadow shot through 4 sharp thorns. Xianxia escaped from his trap. At the same time as he jumped out, 6 giant sharp thorns were entangled tightly. Get out! Xianxia raised his great saber high in both hands and stabbed it into the ground. 2 sharp spikes suddenly emerged and formed a cross-shaped grip on the blade. Immediately after, the 2 spikes twisted together, wrapping around the giant saber and dragging it back to the ground. The power of the spike was simply unbelievable. Xianxia did not seize it, but was instead robbed of his weapon. Xianxia simply loosened his saber and jumped out. He was still somersaulting in the air, and his hands pointed out an entire row of rotating fingers. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rotating light pointed at the ground and shot out a straight hole. The shadow beneath the ground fled in a panic, seizing a row of finger power. Xianxia fired again, and another row of rotating fingers appeared. The shadow continued to dodge in panic. Xianxia took a deep breath and suddenly split into 2 avatars. The 3 Xianxia shot at the ground crazily. Poo 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 poo. The revolving light finger fell down like a downpour. This revolving light finger was still accompanied by the power of the dual sun quenching and the power of the heavenly spill dipper chi. In an instant, the ground calmed down. A stream of red blood dyed a part of the land red and gradually soaked it. Xianxia landed on the ground and kicked the red earth, causing a large hole to explode with his aura. A man dressed in a black cloak was lying dead in the air, with a huge saber by his side. Xianxia picked up the giant saber with his flower finger and rushed towards the exit. 2 rainbow clouds suddenly appeared in the sky ahead, one black and the other gray. 2 identical figures jumped down from the 2 clouds at the same time. One was wearing a black robe and the other was wearing a white robe. Both of them were bald and only half as tall as Xianxia. The dragon-hunting twins have arrived. So why don't you kneel down? The 2 little men let out a shrill laugh. As Xianxia ran, he raised his saber high and slapped 10 dragons subduing slashes down. The gray little man shouted sharply, "How you sect, 100,000 resistance." The 10 dragons subduing slashes suddenly encountered an invisible resistance. The downward slash was so slow that it no longer posed any threat. The little black man pointed at Xianxia and said with both hands, "How you sect, 100,000 gravity." Boom! An invisible force descended from the sky, pressing down on Xianxia, causing him to feel 100,000 times more gravity. At the same time, the little gray man ran like a rabbit, giggling as he jumped over to Xianxia's side. His 2 fingers poked at Xianxia's forehead and heart. Clang! The 2 fingers attempted to shoot Xianxia, but his fingers were much weaker than the red-haired man before, and he only knocked Xianxia back a few meters. Xianxia carried 100,000 neutrals, turned around, and grabbed the small man who had brushed past him. 200,000 gravity! The little black man pressed his hands down again. Boom! Xianxia instantly felt that the pressure on his body had doubled. This time, his movements were greatly slowed down. Even so, Xianxia's fingertips were still dangerously sliding across the gray boy's collar, almost grabbing him by the collar. The gray boy's expression changed in fear, and he said, "Quick! Continue to increase the pressure on him." The little black man scolded, "Bullshit. Do you think I don't want to give him 1,000,000 gravity just because I don't want to come up? I have to buy time." "Not good. Get out of the way." Xianxia didn't retract the gray boy's right hand, but instead changed it to the rotating light finger. A rotating light finger shot out violently, pointing at the little man's throat. 200,000 resistance. The little man cried out in alarm, and the rotating finger instantly became extremely slow. Slowly, gradually, it moved towards the little man in an orderly manner. The little man hurriedly turned his head away and shouted, "This kid's defense is extremely strong. Crush him to death." 300,000 gravity. The black boy chirped and screamed. Boom! Xianxia felt that the gravity on his shoulder had reached 300,000 times. This terrifying gravity caused Xianxia to kneel on one knee, almost unable to stand up. 300,000 resistance. The gray little man gave Xianxia an even more desperate resistance. Xianxia's agility was also hampered by 300,000 times. Kid Xianxia, these two bald little middle-aged men can't attack or defend, but their methods are very strange. They can use strange moves. Ha! He can't move. The two little men clapped their hands and cheered. The small black man raised his hands high. For 100,000 times the gravity, an incomparable gravity pressed down on Xianxia's body, causing his body to collapse. The flesh and blood shattered, and under the intense pressure, fresh blood shot out like blood arrows. Dream Dao Nether Giant. Xianxia instantly activated his dream. Rumble. Two nether giants that stood tall and upright suddenly landed on the ground. What the hell? The two little men cried out in fright. A giant grabbed the little black man's head with one hand and swept his axe across the area, blasting him on the spot. Another nether giant stepped on the ground with one foot, trampling the small gray man under his feet. Immediately after, the giant raised its leg and formed an axe hilt. The nether battle axe smashed the gray little man into meat paste. The two small men quickly produced an annihilation explosion. From the inside out, they quickly contracted, exploding into a tiny black hole the size of an ant. Finally, they disappeared. Xianxia had activated the Dream Dao many times in a row. In addition, he had continuously released nether creatures. Every time nether creatures appeared, it would quickly consume the Dream Dao's time. Until now, Xianxia only had less than 10 minutes left for his Dream Dao ability. He was still rushing. There was still a distance of about 10 li before he reached the exit of the Dao prison. Even for subsonic speeds, these 10 li were very, very short. But Xianxia knew that the situation might not be that simple. Extraordinary people must have extraordinary hearts. Those prisoners were killed by him in succession. With their arrogant temperament, it would be very difficult for them to wait for the exit. They would definitely come out continuously to seek revenge for their own battles and regain the glorious and brilliant accomplishments that had once belonged to them. This was indeed the case. The silver-haired killer god was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. He could not persuade those prisoners who had just recovered to immediately go find Xianxia. Regardless of what he said and what the overall situation was, the prisoners did not listen at all. This was not a group of prisoners who put the overall situation first. They didn't care about anything but their own reputation. Two prisoners, one tall and one thin, were fighting to kill Xianxia. "I'll go." The tall man smiled sinisterly and said, "Of course, I will kill such a formidable opponent. Ha! With me here. When will it be your turn to attack?" The skinny prisoner refused to budge. One of the believers whispered, "Isn't it better for the two of you to work together?" The two prisoners turned around at the same time. Their faces were ferocious, and they actually rushed forward to tear the believer into pieces. The tall prisoner roared, "Are you looking down on me?" The skinny prisoner was furious. "How did my universe pangolin end up needing help?" Suddenly, a gigantic dark golden foot descended from the sky. The foot stepped on the ground, and the shock wave sent the two prisoners flying at the same time. Everyone was shocked. They hurriedly raised their heads to look, but they saw a gigantic giant that was 1,000 meters tall looking down on them. With a muffled voice, they said, "All of you invaders, our heaven-saving sect, world-devastating titan wants it." The giant suddenly shrunk to 5 meters tall. He shook his body and rumbled towards Xianxia. Many believers sucked in a breath of cold air. "Nether gold? Is it an immortal nether gold?" The tall believer said disdainfully, "World Devastator Titan, Spit. If we were to fight, I might not be afraid of him. However, the silver-haired killer god revealed a fanatical gaze. Netherworld gold. Pure nether gold. Nether metal was something that could be enhanced by innate talent. Even though the 18 killing gods possessed divine talent, the 2/10 nether gold they had summoned was comparable to about 70% pure nether gold in terms of hardness. However, that big prisoner was 100% netherworld gold. Although he didn't have any divine grade blessings, 100% of them were much more powerful than the 70% of the 18 killing gods. Xianxia was carrying the bronze coffin as he sprinted forward when he saw a small figure jumping high up in front of him. The figure drew a large arc with the howling wind and landed on Xianxia's side. However, that figure suddenly began to grow larger for no apparent reason. It was 5 meters tall at first, then rose to 50 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. That fellow didn't even have time to land on the ground. His explosive height had already stood on the ground in advance. This person's entire body was pure nether gold. Thunder and lightning flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and his heart was heavy. For veins pure earth, the nether golden giant possessed a worldly grade earth vein, a spirit grade earth vein, an earth grade earth vein, and a heavenly grade earth vein. This kind of talent was extremely rare, even purer than Yuan Meng's 3 earth veins. It's nether gold. This guy is immortal, the serpent said in a deep voice. Nether gold was an indestructible substance that could only be suppressed in theory and could not be destroyed. The giant that had summoned 100% netherworld gold was undoubtedly the most difficult opponent to deal with for Xianxia. The 1,000-meter giant roared with laughter as it smashed an earth-shattering netherworld golden fist towards Xianxia. The terrifying wind pressure caused Xianxia's movements to be much slower. It was almost impossible for him to dodge the fist's cover in a short period of time. Xianxia immediately used his heaven spill dipper chi and raised his saber high up. Clang! With an earth-shattering explosion, the enormous nether gold heavy fist landed firmly on the giant saber. This punch actually bent the giant saber into a bow. Xianxia's legs also emitted a fierce cracking sound. The terrifying pressure crushed the calf bones of his legs. What great strength! Xianxia flipped over and dodged. His legs and calves were shattered and fractured, unable to move. He could only slap the ground with his left hand and float out horizontally. Oh! Netherworld golden saber. The giant prisoner's eyes lit up, revealing a greedy expression. The serpent said, although earth vein martial artists can summon nether gold, it only exists in the summoning category and can only make their bodies become nether gold materials. In other words, they did not possess nether gold, let alone turn it into a weapon. Once they removed their cultivation techniques, the nether gold on their bodies would disappear again. As for your netherworld golden saber, it was actually retrieved from the great netherworld. It existed for eternity. Give me that saber. The giant prisoner was filled with envy as he rushed forward and reached out to seize Xianxia's saber. He wants to use your saber to refine his body, the snake quickly said. Don't let him take it away. Facing the gigantic slap, Xianxia shot out 30 spinning fingers. Pew-pew-poo. The powerful revolving light finger pierced through 30 holes in the giant's palm. However, these holes were nothing compared to the giant's enormous palms. There was a loud boom. The giant's palm finally landed. Xianxia had already dodged his fingers desperately and stood in the gap between his middle finger and ring finger. However, this palm carried a martial skill. It was a shocking slapping sound, sending Xianxia flying out of the gap between his fingers. Xianxia only felt as if he had been crushed. The bones in his entire body were about to be crushed, and his internal organs were also surging. He couldn't help but spit out a large amount of red blood. However, Xianxia did not stop. In the process of being crushed into the sky by his counterforce, he still erected 10 dragons subduing slashes and slashed towards the giant. The giant laughed loudly and swept his palm across, smashing the 10 dragon subduing slashes into pieces. However, Xianxia's dragon subduing slash was not a joke. It was second-degree sun tempering, and the heavenly spill dipper chi added to it, cutting the giant's palm into 11 pieces. However, the nether gold was indestructible. and the palm that had been sliced open instantly recovered. "You can't," the giant roared and laughed. "Give me the saber obediently." The giant slapped down again. Xiangnan's eyes moved as he threw 10 dragon, subduing slashes in the direction of the giant. "I told you. This move is useless," the giant said contemptuously. Xiangnan's eyes were cold, but these 10 slashes didn't seem to be used to attack him. Instead, he used the power of the 10 slashes to push himself backwards. That big slap, a fingertip of his hand, slid dangerously close to Xiangnan's predecessor, almost scratching Xiangnan. At the same time, Xiangnan placed his left hand on the palm and said, "The sea of bitterness is boundless. Break." The giant's right hand suddenly faded. It instantly turned into a flesh and blood palm. Xiangnan's huge saber stabbed into his palm and fiercely twisted it. The heavenly spill astral chi shattered the giant's entire palm. Xiangnan borrowed his strength to bounce back and jump up to the level of the giant's head. The giant cried out in pain. Xiangnan turned over and slapped the giant's head with his left palm. The giant's head quickly faded and turned into flesh and blood. Xiangnan pointed at the center of his eyebrows with 30 oppressive rotating fingers. Papu-pu. The giant's entire head was shredded into powder, and its enormous body fell into a pool of blood. In the end, it turned into a body of flesh and blood and died. Xiangnan landed on the ground and continued running with the bronze coffin on his back. The serpent said, "Fortunately, he didn't take away your saber. Otherwise, he could use real nether gold to refine his body." At that time, even if Hai Wuya broke through his cultivation technique, the nether gold on his body wouldn't disappear. Xiangnan lowered his head and bent down. After resting for half a minute, he immediately ran on the road. Big Snake said worriedly, "Kid Xiangnan, how much strength do you have left?" Xiangnan thought to himself, "About 1/3 of my peak condition is left. That's 30% stamina." "This is not good news," the serpent said in a deep tone. "Of the 16 killing gods, you only killed 5. There are still 11 more. The 2 wardens are still in complete condition. In addition, there are still an uncertain number of prisoners. With your 30% stamina, I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to survive." Xiangnan's expression was resolute as he said, "If you can't hold on, you have to. For every minute of delay, a new prisoner is released." Xiangnan had only 2 choices. Either it would take time to recover his strength and allow more prisoners to be released. Either seize the time and fight a battle of time, sacrificing one's physical strength in exchange for the non-appearance of more prisoners. Xiangnan decisively chose the latter. In the Dao prison, there were too many uncertainties. It was more effective to end the battle as soon as possible than to make any unnecessary preparations. Gradually, a shadowy crowd finally appeared in front of him. "We're here." Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and tightened the copper coffin on his back, placing the huge saber across his chest. In the silent Dao prison, the 2 forces confronted each other. Apart from the sound of the god of slaughter using the profound heaven sword to continuously chop down the bronze prison, there was no movement. Xiangnan was mentally prepared to meet all the costs. This was a tough battle that had to be fought. The other party, led by the Glory God sect, was also waiting information, as if they were facing a great enemy. Xiangnan's previous performance had already shocked them greatly. From the looks of it, the number of people on the other side was much more than Xiangnan had imagined. Nearly 1,000 believers had been killed by Xiangnan. However, the number of people still standing at the entrance did not decrease. On the contrary, the number had already exceeded 1,000. Of these, only 300 were followers of Glory God sect, and the remaining 700 to 800 were all jailers guarding Dao prison. Right now, these people were also bewitched by the Glory God cult, and they were on the same side as the Glory God cult. How did Glory God cult convince the jailers to let the prisoners out of the bronze prison without resisting? The big snake lowered its voice. The jailers were the ones who protected the Dao prison, but now the Radiant God sect was constantly splitting apart the copper prison and releasing those unforgivable prisoners, yet those jailers actually did not react. Perhaps time can change many things. Xiangnan shook his shoulders, ready to fight. Who exactly are you? Amongst the crowd, a silver-haired killer god walked out. He pointed at Xianxia with a long sword and said, I have never seen or heard of you. An expert like you can't jump out for no reason without any explanation. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, Yuan Meng, who caught him and who nailed him to the bronze coffin? The silver-haired killer god said, I've never seen a martial artist as powerful as you, but that doesn't stop us from killing you. Don't think of challenging so many of our top experts with your own strength. I'll give you one last chance. If you obey my glory god cult now, your future prospects will definitely surpass everyone present. Yuan Meng, who caught him? Xianxia said. The silver-haired killer god said, Don't you know what's good for you? I'm doing this for your own good. Do you really think I want to subdue you, let you get the love of my god, trample on our heads, and become a supreme being? You don't know how much I want to kill you, but I am a faithful believer of my god. I still have to advise you to submit to the Radiant God sect. This is the righteous Tao. Xianxia roared, I'm asking you, who exactly captured Yuan Meng? The silver-haired slaughter god was enraged and shouted, It's me! What can you do? Xianxia nodded. He suddenly raised his huge saber and pointed it at the silver-haired killer god. You're dead for sure, he said. The silver-haired killer god said angrily. Everyone heard it. It's not that I don't want to subdue geniuses. It's that he persists in his mistakes. Since such an expert refuses to submit to my god cult must not raise a tiger as a threat. Let the tiger return to the mountains. All of you, go and kill him. More than 1,000 people from the other side immediately rushed towards Xianxia. This 1,000-plus heavenly tribulation 9th layer experts charged together. That scene could be said to be heaven-shaking and earth-shattering. Without saying a word, Xianxia activated the eternal flame and threw a huge saber at the other party. The blade drew a straight line of fire in the air. Don't let the saber land on the ground. Defend! More than 1,000 people simultaneously constructed an unprecedented shield. Just the thickness of the outer wall alone had already reached 30 feet. It was simply unimaginable how powerful the Dipper Chi shield constructed by a martial artist at the 9th level of the 1,000 heavenly tribulations was. The moment Xianxia's unstoppable saber struck the shield, it exploded with a clang. The rolling fire wolf covered the surface of the shield and spread in all directions, while the saber was bounced away. Xianxia pulled back with the flower and tossed it forward. The giant saber returned, then turned back, and slashed heavily on the shield. However, this giant saber was unable to injure the shield at all. The Dipper Chi shield was unbreakable. Even when it was hit by the giant saber, not a single ripple could be seen. As for Xianxia's eternal flame, it was also unable to touch any of the enemies. The surging flames were completely isolated by the shield, burning it into a fire shield. Rotating light finger. Xianxia held his right hand with his left hand as a rapidly spiraling rotating light finger shot out. The finger force hit the shield and drilled frantically inside. However, the 30 zhang 10-meter shield was too strong. The rotating light finger was the best at breaking through defenses, but in the face of such a shield, it seemed to be inadequate. The astonishing rotating light finger drilled through the 10-meter thick shield for more than 4 meters before exhausting all of its Dipper Chi and disappearing. The shield that had been drilled open was instantly filled up by the martial artists. My God! I've seen a ghost! Many believers cried out in alarm. He actually pierced through more than 4 meters of such a shield. The silver-haired killer god roared, Attack! In an instant, more than 1,000 martial artists raised their hands at the same time. The unbreakable shield suddenly shrank and condensed into a wall of light. The giant wall whistled and slammed down towards Xianxia. Not good! The big snake exclaimed. Xianxia raised his left hand high and suddenly grabbed down. He roared in his heart. A great dream has descended, but this time he was so undying that he failed. Xianxia's pupils shrank. Under the cheering gazes of countless martial artists, Xianxia was flattened by the terrifying wall of light. This shield's defense was extremely strong. After it was transformed into a wall of light, The power of its slapping was 100 times stronger than the world-devastating Titan's palm strike. The silver-haired killer god laughed loudly. He will definitely die. No one can survive this kind of attack. Haha, it's too early to laugh. Behind the believers stood 11 men who were hugging their shoulders. These people all sneered. These 11 people were all prisoners released from the bronze prison. 6 of them were still sitting on the ground meditating and recovering. What are you talking about? The silver-haired killer god said in shock. It's impossible that he hasn't died. He really isn't dead. When Hai's eyes turned cold as he said, "Damn it, he's still alive." The silver-haired killer god pushed everyone away and looked in the direction where Xianxia was. The gigantic wall of light actually didn't land on the ground. Instead, it floated in the air at a height of more than 50 meters. Beneath the giant wall of light stood more than 2,000 black giants. These giants were using their backs to support the wall of light, preventing it from falling any further. What the hell are those things? The silver-haired killer god sucked in a breath of cold air. Another female killer god exclaimed, "Oh no, he can't be the recently famous heretic god, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, many believers were frightened. Some believers even began to tremble. "Oh, shit, I don't want to fight someone of this level. If we want to fight, it's only fair for my god to fight him." The silver-haired killer god said angrily, "What are you afraid of? What bullshit heretical god? I never believe it. Look at his sorry appearance. Where does he have the slightest bit of divine demeanor? Go ahead. Kill him. Kid Xianxia." The serpent quickly said, "We can't delay any longer. There are too many people in this group. Every time they attack together casually, it will be enough to crush you." No matter how powerful Xianxia was, it was impossible for him to withstand the combined attacks of thousands of 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation martial artists alone. This time, Xianxia activated the Dream Dao to summon the Nether Giants. Although he did not summon all of the 12,000 Nether monsters, he also summoned all the Nether Giants except the Nether Dragons. Moreover, the Nether Giants had existed for too long in order to resist the Wall of Light. That caused Xianxia's 11 minutes of Dream Dao time to be reduced to 7 minutes in a straight line. "Throw it out!" Xianxia roared. Thousands of Nether Giants simultaneously tossed the Wall of Light back towards each other. "Shit!" Many believers were shocked. The silver-haired killer god shouted, "Quick! Quickly take back your Dipper Chi and break down that Wall of Light." This Wall of Light was a fatal threat to Xianxia, but in turn it was the same for those believers. Everyone, from believers to jailers, panicked as they hurriedly drew their own astral chi from the Wall of Light. This Wall of Light was a mixture of more than 1,000 martial artists' astral chi. A single person was simply unable to disperse it, so everyone had to proceed at the same time. Taking advantage of this time, Xianxia quickly retrieved the Nether Giant from his dreams and charged over with the Wall of Light. The gigantic Wall of Light continued to disintegrate as it flew. Streams of Dipper Chi were extracted from the wall and transformed into beams of light that returned to the martial artists' bodies. When the Wall of Light was only 5 meters away from the martial artists, this Wall of Light was finally torn apart. At the same time, Xianxia held his saber in both hands and transformed into a shadow, landing in the middle of the crowd with a loud boom. The silver-haired killer god reacted quickly and said, "He wants to fight us in close combat so that we can no longer form a shield. Everyone, go and bury him alive." The black crowd swarmed towards Xianxia like a tide. This crowd instantly engulfed Xianxia. The moment before Xianxia was swallowed up, a low voice shouted out, "Netherworld tribulation, explode!" In the sea of people, Xianxia was completely submerged, and he couldn't even see a single shadow. But then, countless experts of the 9th level of Heavenly Tribulation suddenly floated up and their feet left the ground. Not good. 11 prisoners and 11 slaughter gods felt an unprecedented threat to their lives. Escape! A prisoner clasped his fists and sank to the ground. Soldier solution! A prisoner's body suddenly disintegrated into countless elements. Heaven and earth transfer! When Hai quickly formed a seal. a large 8 trigrams figure suddenly appeared on the ground. It put the 11 killer gods and 11 prisoners into the 8 trigrams diagram. At the same time, the 8 trigrams diagram suddenly disappeared. Even the people on the diagram disappeared. In the next instant, the 22 people appeared outside the Dao prison mountain. At the same time that the 8 trigrams diagram disappeared, thousands of martial artists who had swallowed Xianxia and had no time to evacuate exploded. Who? A clockwise black tornado rose from the ground. Thousands of nether dragons mixed with thousands of nether giants flew out of the heavenly tribulation 9th layer's saber light. These nether monsters' brutal and indiscriminate shooting destroyed everything within a 10-mile radius of Xianxia. Although the speed of this world was limited, it could only reach subsonic speed at the fastest. Xianxia had only 3,000 to 4,000 nether monsters left in time for the nether tribulation to erupt. However, there was still no chance that the more than 1,000 martial artists on the scene would survive. These people were inch by inch shattered, riddled with holes, shattered, and collapsed into tiny black holes by the crazy nether monster. The whole explosion lasted for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, all the nether monsters disappeared. Xianxia leaned on the giant saber and knelt on one knee, panting. Thousands of experts at the 9th level of heavenly tribulation. None of them remained. At the exit, 11 believers, 11 prisoners, and the warden of Wenhai and Sky Spill sect hurried back. When they saw the terrifying scene left behind after the destruction of the heavens and the earth, they were all stunned. People, where are they? Damn it, where are the people? The silver-haired killer god was frightened mad as he screamed hysterically. A prisoner's expression was extremely solemn as he scolded coldly. Haven't you reacted yet? Everyone was killed by that brat. The silver-haired killer god refused to believe such a fact. He shook his head and shouted, "Impossible! Don't tell me that you will believe such nonsense." The expressions of the prisoners were grave. The prisoner who had spoken earlier no longer had the mood to pay attention to the silver-haired killer god. He stared fixedly at Xianxia and said in a deep voice, "I've met a big fellow this time. Brothers, I'm afraid we've kicked a hard iron plate this time." The silver-haired killer god had no choice but to accept the fact that even the prisoner had said such words. Another prisoner licked his lips, his face filled with fear but mixed with excitement. The prisoner said, "Don't be afraid. The martial skill he used just now also consumed a lot of energy on him. Do you all feel that there is something on his body that is coming to an end?" The other prisoners nodded slightly. However, the 11 killer gods could not sense anything flowing from Xianxia's body. What Xianxia had lost was not his astral chi and strength, but his dream Dao time. The prisoners were actually able to sense such an abstract thing with their powerful sixth sense. Another female prisoner said, "He can only release such a large-scale martial skill once. Otherwise, he would have already released it a second time to kill us. That brat." The female prisoner looked at Wenhai and gave him a thumbs up. "Good job." After saying that, the 11 prisoners turned into 11 afterimages and landed around Xianxia. They formed a large circle and surrounded Xianxia. A tall prisoner chuckled at the gods of slaughter. "No matter what you bunch of losers think, we will definitely fight this battle. We must not let go of such a good opportunity to fight against a peerless expert." The other slaughter gods all looked at the silver-haired slaughter god. The silver-haired killer god gritted his teeth and roared, "Surround me! Give me the profound heaven sword." The 10 killer gods were also determined as they jumped over with cold faces and surrounded Xianxia with the prisoners. One of the slaughter gods threw a sword that was incomparably brilliant to the silver-haired slaughter god. 21 people surrounded Xianxia. The silver-haired killer god held the profound heaven sword in his hand and stood outside the circle with the 2 warden, waiting for an opportunity to launch. Xianxia only had 20% of his stamina left. When those people began to deploy to battle, Xianxia used this precious and difficult time to recover a bit of his incomparably precious stamina, increasing it to nearly 30%. As such, Xianxia leaned on the giant saber and took a deep breath before standing up from the ground. The final battle had finally arrived. 21 top experts blocked all escape routes for Xianxia. How? The the female prisoner asked with a cold face. Prisoners who had always been above the heavens had no choice but to be cautious when they encountered a character like Xianxia. They disdained fighting groups, but facing Xianxia, fighting groups was their only choice. They compromised. Ha 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 ha. Xianxia carried the bronze coffin, held the huge saber, and looked up at the sky with a long smile. This heroic laughter sounded like a deep mockery to everyone. The tall prisoner spat and said, "Don't team up. We are the best at fighting alone. We don't cultivate for the sake of teamwork at all. Rather than reluctantly cooperating, it would be self-defeating. It would be better to show off your abilities. Use all of your best methods." "That's exactly what I meant." The other prisoners all laughed. "Right, your weapons. Return them to you." The silver-haired killer god suddenly remembered something. He hurriedly took out 11 weapons from his storage ring and tossed them to the prisoners. The prisoners reached out their hands to catch it, and their confidence instantly doubled. The tall prisoner laughed loudly. "With my old friend in hand, I will definitely win this battle. Go! Surround and kill him." The 11 prisoners immediately turned into 11 afterimages and rushed towards Xianxia. When the 10 killer gods saw this, they all followed suit. The 11 prisoners were the most important fighters, and the 10 killer gods were the reinforcements. Once there were a few loopholes in the prisoners' attacks, the killer gods would immediately fill them up and help them. Xianxia took out his wine pouch and took a deep sip of the strong liquor. Then, with a loud boom, he squatted the copper coffin on the ground. Xianxia inside the copper coffin, Yuan Meng's eyes were wet. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "Brother, I will avenge you." With that, Xianxia rushed out without hesitation, holding a huge saber in his hand. These prisoners' fighting awareness was ridiculously high. Although 21 people participated in the battle together, they were able to perfectly avoid their companions, reducing the probability of accidental injury to infinitely close to zero. Star burst, third heaven. A prisoner raised his leg and kicked out, shooting towards Xianxia. Xianxia raised his saber to block the charge, and the netherworld golden saber blocked the force of his foot with a clang. This kick was extremely powerful, causing Xianxia's entire body to slide back more than 10 meters. Heavenly note zither, execution ground. A female prisoner rose from the ground. She stood upright on one leg, her left leg bent, and a zither on her left leg. She flicked her hands repeatedly, and the zither sprinkled a melody. The melody was solemn and cold, as if it was an execution ground. Xianxia was shrouded in music. His hands and feet were shackled at the same time, and his entire body was imprisoned on a large cross that had suddenly appeared. Just as Xianxia was about to draw his saber and chop down the cross, the foot force that the male prisoner had kicked out earlier actually recovered instantly when it exploded on the giant saber, and he viciously kicked the giant saber again. The giant saber flew away, and then the foot force condensed itself for the third time, turning into a ray of light and kicking Xianxia's stomach fiercely. This kick kicked a huge dent in Xianxia's stomach. Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood. Darkness shrouded, demonic ascension. A small prisoner quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Under Xianxia's feet, a black tree vine appeared and wrapped around Xianxia. A huge black flower blossomed on the top of the tree vine and swallowed Xianxia in one mouthful. The moment Xianxia entered, 10 soaring dragon slashes suddenly shot out from the flower. This dragon subduing slash crushed the flowers into powder. Star burst, third heaven. The tall prisoner kicked Xianxia again. Heavenly note zither, execute. The female prisoner fiddled with gouging. Suddenly, a light cord appeared on the cross behind Xianxia. The light cord wrapped around Xianxia's neck and dragged Xianxia to the ground, quickly dragging him into the distance. The tall prisoner's feet had already come over. Xianxia was lying on the ground, dragged, and a rotating finger from his back exploded his feet. When the foot force shattered and condensed into a second leg force, Xianxia was about to release another rotating finger to destroy the foot force. Giant stone lock. A sturdy prisoner's right hand slapped heavily together. Clang. Suddenly, 2 unbreakable stone locks appeared on the ground, locking Xianxia's legs and feet to the ground. However, the light cord was still dragging Xianxia's neck and pulling him out. The stone lock locked onto Xianxia, making it impossible for him to stop dragging. The light rope around Xianxia's neck caused Xianxia's neck to begin to sink, causing his entire face to turn purple-red. Boom! The second force of his foot ruthlessly kicked Xianxia in the stomach. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood. Boom! A third wave of foot power followed. Xianxia opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of lightning flames. The lightning and the third leg force exploded into pieces. Rotating light finger. Xianxia's fingers turned around and shot towards his wrist, smashing the stone lock into pieces. Darkness descends. Terminator fruit. A prisoner formed a seal with both hands, and a large flower with a strange shape grew on the ground in front of Xianxia. This flower spat out black fruits at Xianxia. Xianxia summoned his saber and blocked his path. Pong! 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 The black fruit exploded on the giant saber. The first round of the explosion caused tiny holes to appear on Xianxia's giant saber. The second round of explosions caused Xianxia's wrists to tremble, almost unable to hold the hilt of the saber. The third round of the saber explosion was like the surface of the moon with craters and holes. At this moment, the power of the third level of the exploding star heaven's feet came again. This power pierced through the fruit and firmly kicked the blade. With a single kick, he kicked the giant saber out of his hand and flew away. After that, the strength of his feet condensed a second time, and he wanted to kick him a second time. At the same time, the black fruit was still spitting towards Xianxia. Xianxia grabbed the light cord around his neck with both hands. He used his strength to flip his body upwards and dodge the kick from the fruit and feet with a backflip. He opened his mouth and a huge mouthful of lightning appeared. The lightning exploded on the large black flower, causing the flower to spit out fruits at a speed that suddenly slowed down tens of times. At the same time, Xianxia's hands shot into the air. The woman who played with the zither was caught off guard, and the string of the zither was shattered by the rotating finger. Boulder. Ferocious beast. The strong prisoner rumbled towards Xianxia. Xianxia was about to use his rotating light finger to shoot the female prisoner through, when he saw that the robust man's body was wrapped in a layer of rock. He turned into a stone beast and ferociously pounced over. He threw Xianxia to the ground and bit him. His incomparably sharp teeth gradually penetrated through Xianxia's physical defenses. Xianxia's blood splashed everywhere and his flesh flew everywhere. Sky spill astral chi. Rotating light finger. Xianxia directly extended his entire arm into the beast's mouth, and a rotating finger shot out from its throat. Pooh! The rotating light finger violently shattered the stomach of the ferocious beast, and its finger force pierced through its back. Xianxia was about to crack his canthus. His left hand grabbed onto the beast's chin, and his right hand continued to shoot crazily. Poo 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 poo. Rotating fingers came one after another, and they exploded into a fan. The back of the rock beast was blown into a broken pocket. Its skin was blown up and broken bones shot out randomly. Its internal organs were minced into meat paste, and it sprayed into the air like a well. Darkness descends. Lasso. At the same time that Xianxia wildly exploded the strong man's prisoner, a magical vine suddenly wrapped around the ground beneath Xianxia. There were sharp spikes on the magical vine that ruthlessly pierced through Xianxia's skin. These spikes were arranged in an orderly manner, piercing through all the meridians in Xianxia's body and firmly sealing them. Blood spurted out from Xianxia's entire body, and the burly man's prisoner also exploded in response, causing one to die on the spot. Double ring gravitational field. An elderly prisoner quickly stepped forward, his hands clashing together and quickly parting. Two black holes appeared on the left and right sides of Xianxia's body at the same time. The two black holes released attraction, stretching out Xianxia's limbs directly to the west, and were fought over by two terrifying gravitational forces. Xianxia's body was pulled evenly, under the pull of two gravitational forces in both directions. His arms and legs had already been stretched a little longer. His muscles, skin, and body began to crack, and he was about to be torn apart by 5 horses. Star burst. Third heaven. The tall prisoner rushed forward and kicked Xiang Nan in the chest. Pong! Pooh! Xiang Nan spat out blood with one kick, but his limbs were unable to move properly, so much so that even the cracks in his bones were separated. Pong! The second level of strength occurred, causing Xiang Nan to break 3 ribs in a row. Pong! The third layer of strength followed, causing Xiang Nan to roll his eyes. Xiang Nan roared in his heart. Dream! Black domain! Who? A nether dragon came from the dream. The nether dragon let out a heaven-shaking dragon roar and spat out a long black region. The black domain's speed was very slow, and the tall prisoner easily dodged. However, the black domain entangled the gravitational fields of the 2 black holes, wrapping the 2 gravitational fields together. Black domain, gravitational field, and the 3 gravitational forces mixed together, producing an incomparably shocking effect of chaos. Xiang Nan's body trembled, and the nether golden meridians in his body immediately recovered, pushing the tip of the vine out. At the same time, he grabbed the light cord around his neck and pulled the prisoner over. The prisoner was so scared that his face turned pale and he hurriedly dodged, but he was dug into Xiang Nan's mouth. Rotating light finger. Xiang Nan shot a rotating finger into the prisoner's mouth, piercing through the back of the prisoner's head. Following the inertia of the rotating finger, the prisoner flew back into the chaotic position. His body wasn't even able to last for 1,000th of a second, but it was torn into pieces by the chaotic stance. Boom! The chaotic stance suddenly went out of balance and exploded. All the prisoners, God of Slaughter, and Xiang Nan were sent flying. As Xiang Nan flew, he grabbed the 2 killer gods. Heavenly spill astral chi. Quickly fire the 7-star finger. Xiang Nan's hands shot out together, and in an instant, he shot over 1,000 7-star fingers. The countless finger energies exploded on the bodies of the 2 killer gods, continuously piercing through their defenses. At the same time, Xiang Nan raised his right hand and grabbed the flying saber. He slashed it horizontally and killed 2 killer gods on the spot. Star burst. 7th heaven. The tall prisoner returned and slapped Xiang Nan. A ray of light flew towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan loosened his saber and took a step forward. He stretched out his arms and swung them together. Sky spill Gemini palms. Boom! A gigantic palm of light swallowed the power of the tall prisoner's palm. The palm of light continued to advance, and the tall prisoner flipped over and dodged. At this moment, the time for Xiang Nan to temper the sun for the second time suddenly passed. After the Sunshin technique was perfected, there would no longer be backlash. However, maintaining the Sunshin technique for a long time would also cause enormous consumption to Xiang Nan. At the same time, it would reach its peak within a certain period of time, making Xiang Nan unable to withstand the enormous load and thus ineffective. Heavenly Note Zither. Golden Gorge Iron Horse. The female prisoner pulled the strings again and played an ironic tune at Xiang Nan. Countless warhorses suddenly appeared in the air. The golden Gothic iron horse galloped and flattened Xiang Nan's body. Xiang Nan suffered countless kicks from the horse's hooves, causing his internal organs to be damaged, and he coughed up blood. The Tao of all creatures. The Eye of Fall. Xiang Nan suddenly released his final move, the Eye of Death. This move was something that Xiang Nan had never used before. Not only would it cause indiscriminate attacks on the enemy, it would also be effective against Xiang Nan himself. No matter what kind of damage Xiang Nan suffered, the enemy was the same. However, this kind of Tao luck had a disadvantage. It was a suicide attack, and there were only 2 results. Either that Xiang Nan and everyone else would die together, and all of them would die together. However, as long as they didn't die at the same time, Xiang Nan would suffer a loss because everyone suffered the same injuries. However, other people wouldn't be able to endure the weakening of the laws while Xiang Nan would. Xiang Nan only released the Eye of Fall for a second. In an instant, all the prisoners and killer gods on the scene spat out madly blood. It was as if their bodies had been trampled by 10,000 horses. On their stomachs, chests, arms, and feet, caved-in horse hooves appeared one after another. Even the silver-haired killer god and the 2 warden were not spared. Papu-poo. Everyone vomited blood together, and their bones were crushed. Xiang instantly withdrew his fallen eye and quickly jumped into the dream realm with only 50 seconds left in his dream Dao, and replace it with a dream form. The short period of weakness of the laws began. Xiang hid in his dreams and went through his weakened laws. Fortunately, the Eye of Fall only took him 1 second, and his weakness only lasted about 12 seconds. He carefully counted his own Dao luck time, and every second that passed was incomparably precious. Similarly, the prisoners and believers outside were also searching for Xiang shadow. 12 seconds. Xiang suddenly jumped out of the dream. He directly jumped into the sky and headed towards the zither girl. The zither girl's face was panicked as she played a tune towards Xiang. Rotating light finger. Whoosh whoosh. 3 rotating fingers pierced through the rhythm and exploded the strings of the zither. The rhythm also swallowed Xiang, and he only had time to condense into 7 sharp swords and frantically cut through Xiang body. Xiang entire body was cut to pieces, but he cared about it all. He used the azure dragon in the air to go out to sea and forcefully cross the rhythm. He grabbed the female prisoner's chin with his left hand and forcefully pressed her chin down. His right hand aimed at the female prisoner's mouth, and it was 1,000 consecutive 7-star fingers. The terrifying 7-star power directly exploded the woman's head into rags. 2 of the 3 prisoners and 2 of the killer gods were dead. The tall prisoner who escaped Gemini's palm jumped into the sky and pushed forward with both of his hands. Starburst, 9th wave. Hoo! A large wave of astral chi surged over, instantly engulfing Xiang and the female prisoners' heads. The 2 of them jolted up and down in the tide. Every spark of the wave turned into a sharp blade, and each blade stabbed at Xiang 9 times in a row. Within 1/10 of a second, Xiang had suffered hundreds of consecutive stabs. Xiang swung a flame of laws in his hand to repair his injuries. 5 pure, mysterious, true skill, forbidden fire. When Hai found an opportunity, he immediately formed a seal with both of his hands and pointed his right hand towards Xiang. Xiang ability to revive after bathing in flames had just recovered from 3 levels of injuries when the law's flame suddenly extinguished. Xiang released the flames again, and this time he released the eternal flame, unable to be extinguished. When Hai roared and slapped his hands forward heavily. Boom! A gust of profound Dao wind swept up, blowing away the eternal flame. This flame was imperishable, but it was expelled. The tall believer stepped on the waves and kicked Xiang. Xiang stretched out his right hand and pointed at the tall prisoner. Gravitational beam. Traction. The old prisoner quickly brushed past Xiang. He grabbed the air with his right hand and pulled it to the side. Xiang right arm was suddenly pulled by an invisible gravitational force, and the rotating finger was pulled out of the direction and shot out diagonally. The tall prisoner's heavy kick landed on Xiang chest, followed by his second kick. Xiang rushed out of the waves and dodged. The old prisoner grabbed the air with his right hand and his body suddenly fell. Xiang was dragged into the tide by the gravitational beam. Boom! The second kick landed firmly on Xiang shoulder. Xiang entire right arm was kicked down and dislocated, and the giant saber landed vertically. The old prisoner quickly circled around Xiang 3 times. The gravitational beam was like an invisible chain that bound Xiang body. Both his arms and feet were entangled, unable to move. Xiang quickly activated his dream Dao and borrowed the Nether Giant's Nether Battle Axe. He grabbed the handle of the Nether Battle Axe and waved it fiercely at the tall prisoner. The tall prisoner was quick-witted and instantly dodged the axe. Xiang bit his axe and failed to hack it 3 times in a row. Then he turned around and slashed the axe downwards. The old prisoner's abilities were strange, but his martial arts skills weren't as good as the tall prisoner's. He had already seen the battle axe smash down, but he didn't have time to dodge it. Pong! The old prisoner was smashed to pieces by the axe, fallen on the spot. Of the 11 prisoners, 4 had died. The old man was dead, and the gravitational beam on Xiang body also disappeared. Xiang escaped from his trap and directly fell down, falling out of the bottom of the waves and landing steadily on the ground. At the same time he landed, a short prisoner rushed forward. The short prisoner accelerated his run and pounced on Xianxia. Xianxia's backhand was a saber. However, the little man suddenly turned into a streak of black light. He circled around the blade and wrapped around Xianxia's body. Immediately after, he jumped off Xianxia's body and fell to the side. The black light stood up and turned into the exact same Xianxia. Ha ha ha! You've succeeded. The little man, Xianxia, laughed wildly and joyfully. He pointed at Xianxia. This was actually a revolving light finger. Xianxia pointed his finger backwards, and two rotating fingers collided with the explosion in the air. The shock waves of the waves engulfed the two killer gods and crushed them into powder. The little guy's revolving light finger was actually exactly the same as Xianxia's revolving light finger. The little man ran madly around the battlefield. As he ran, he pointed at Xianxia with both hands and shot towards Xianxia with his rotating fingers. Xianxia also ran clockwise, pointing his finger at the little man. Rumble, 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 rumble. Large amounts of rotating fingers exploded together, continuously bombarding each other, canceling each other out. Xianxia raised his right hand, and 10 dragon subduing slashes shot into the sky. The little man raised his right hand, and the 10 dragon subduing slashes also shot into the sky. 20 dragon subduing slashes descended together and collided with each other. But in the process, the tall prisoner rushed forward and kicked Xianxia away. The little man dodged all of the dragon subduing slashes, but because Xianxia was kicked flying, he was bombarded twice by the dragon subduing slashes. This was Xianxia's heavenly spill astral chi, causing Xianxia's entire left arm to disappear. He had just released that flames of eternity to burn his wound. In the distance, when Hai slapped down and dispersed the eternal flame, the tall man rushed up and grabbed Xianxia's shoulders with both hands. The small man took the opportunity to release 3 rotating fingers at Xianxia. Pew-pew. Xianxia suddenly jumped up, causing the 3 rotating fingers aimed at his chest to burst through his stomach and shoot out from his back. The tall man jumped up and dodged the 3 fingers from Xianxia's back. Xianxia sprinted wildly, his eyes cold as he charged towards the small man. The tall man chased after Xianxia and kicked him on the back. Xianxia was kicked so hard that he flew out. He made 2 forward somersaults in the air and continued to run when he landed. He coughed up blood as he ran. The tall man chased after Xianxia again and slapped him on the back. Pong! Xianxia was blown up and rolled on the ground. He got up and continued running. Pong! The second wave of palm power arrived, causing Xianxia's entire body to transform on the ground, his feet facing the sky, and his face to rub against the ground. He slapped the ground with his right hand, turned his body around, and ran again. At this time, Xianxia had already dodged the light rotation finger 13 times and ran in front of the little man. You can't. I have your martial skill, but you don't have your left arm. The little man laughed ferociously and pointed his finger at Xianxia's face. Xianxia ignored the attack of the big man behind him. His eyes turned red and he instantly split into 2 avatars. This you! The little man's pupils contracted. 3 Xiangnan, surrounded by triangles. The little man's rotating finger shot out and was dodged by Xianxia. 3 of Xianxia's rotating fingers shot towards the little man from 3 different directions. The little man's body exploded and shattered after being shot. The tall man jumped up and kicked Xianxia in the back of the head. Xianxia abruptly turned his head and smashed into the tall man's ankle with his head. Then, he grabbed the tall man's long leg with his right hand and shouted, "Falling heavenly lightning, explode!" Boom! The power of thunder and lightning instantly spread throughout the tall man's entire body. The dense thunder and lightning caused the tall man to stiffen. Xianxia released his right hand and punched the tall man in the chest. Boom! Explode again. The tall man's chest was blown open by the explosion, and 2 rows of ribs were turned to both sides, like 2 rows of mountains. Explode again. Xianxia roared angrily. Rumble, 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 rumble. For consecutive explosions caused the tall man to shatter into pieces, and his broken hands and feet flew into the sky. 6 of the 11 prisoners died, leaving 5. When the other 5 prisoners saw that something was wrong, they sprinted wildly and escaped from the Dao prison. They were scared out of their wits by the crazy Xianxia. "You guys! You bastards! Don't run!" the silver-haired murderer said angrily. "Damn you, he's not a human. I'm not going to fight anymore." The remaining 6 killer gods were also scared out of their wits as they crawled towards the entrance of the Dao prison. Xianxia was like a madman. He strode forward and grabbed onto a god of slaughter with his right hand and hooked onto a god of slaughter with his left leg. Knocking his head down, he rolled his eyes at a killer god. Then, Xianxia met him with his right hand and inserted a finger into the killer god's left eye. Then, a rotating finger shattered his head cavity. The other killer god struggled crazily. Xiangxia's right hand stabbed the killer god's neck and his rotating finger shot out. The god of slaughter's neck shattered and his head flew into the sky. The other 4 killer gods had enough time to escape from the Dao prison. Xianxia suddenly turned around and looked at the silver-haired killer god. He gritted his teeth and said, "Your death is here." The silver-haired killer god stood there, trembling, his face as pale as paper. But anyone can run, he can't. He was the person in charge of this operation. Even if he escaped, he would still be executed by the false god. He didn't have any special treatment like Yuan Honglian. This silver-haired killer god had also fought. He was simply dead. He was certain that he could not defeat a fake god, but he still had a 10,000% chance of surviving a fight with Xianxia. "Damn it! I'm not afraid of you." With that, the silver-haired killer god raised his profound heaven sword high up and slashed down towards Xianxia. Xianxia threw out 3 rotating fingers to blow up the silver-haired killer god. Right at this moment, chi, the 3 rotating light fingers disconnected. The sword light actually easily split open the revolving light finger. The silver-haired killer god was stunned for a moment, then looked at the profound heaven sword in his hand in disbelief. He laughed loudly and said, "The heavens are helping me too. The heavens are helping me too. Ha 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 ha. This sword is actually so powerful." Xianxia chopped out a dragon subduing slash in a dash. The silver-haired slaughter god immediately acted as if he was assisted by a god. When he slashed down with his sword, the sword light actually easily sliced open the dragon subduing slash. Xianxia attempted to charge forward from all directions with the intention of approaching the silver-haired killer god. But every charge was neutralized by the silver-haired killer god's sword light. After the maximum speed limit was locked down, Xianxia's fast movement technique lost its strongest advantage. If one couldn't gain an advantage in movement speed, then no matter how agile one was, how could one be as agile as a sword light? Xianxia tried to dodge with the highest level of prejudgment, but he was the only one on his own. However, the silver-haired killer god could easily slash out hundreds of sword beams to surround Xianxia. This was a tough battle of hundreds of battles. I can't penetrate the defensive line." Xianxia leaned on the saber with one hand and was so tired that he began to breathe. Without breaking through the silver-haired killer god's defensive line, he would not be able to attack when high. Nor would he be able to attack when high, and Xianxia would not be able to repair his broken left arm. Xianxia gasped for breath violently. He stabbed the huge saber into the ground, and then pointed at the silver-haired killer god with a dozen or so rotating fingers. The silver-haired killer god pushed the profound heaven sword forward, immediately releasing his astral chi, condensing a spherical astral chi shield to wrap around him. Rumble, 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 rumble. After the revolving light finger struck the dipper chi shield, it instantly exploded on the surface of the shield. However, the dipper chi shield released by the profound heaven sword was actually so strong that even the normally effective rotating light finger was powerless to return to the sky. The silver-haired killer god was extremely excited and quickly counterattacked several hundred times towards Xianxia. Dense sword lights intertwined, and Xianxia held his breath as he dodged back and forth in the rain of sword lights. He dodged almost all of the sword lights with astonishing steps. However, the silver-haired killer god did not stop. He continued to wave his sword radiance, shooting hundreds and thousands of times towards Xianxia. For a moment, Xiang Nan was restrained by the fatigue of his body and couldn't dodge in time. A sword light sliced through Xiang Nan's arm. With a whoosh, this incomparably sharp sword light actually easily cut off a small piece of Xiang Nan's skin and flesh. Ha 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 ha! Didn't you? Aren't you awesome? Show me another awesome one. I have this profound heaven sword in my hand. Let's see how arrogant you are. The bigger the silver-haired killer god was, the more confident he became. He began to use his martial skill in the randomly shot sword light. Xiang Nan dodged and attacked. His unbelievable battle consciousness not only allowed him to dodge the massive amount of sword light, but also allowed him to use his revolving light finger. Sharp rotating fingers shot out one after another and exploded onto the Dipper Chi shield. Not a single finger could penetrate the shield's defense. The enemy only needed to hit Xiang Nan once to cut through his skin. However, Xiang Nan's attack was unable to penetrate even the silver-haired divine killer's divine astral chi shield. Kid Xiang Nan, this won't work. This is a zero-chance battle. Big Snake's heart was burning with anxiety. He could feel that Xiang Nan was getting more and more tired. If it weren't for Xiang Nan's astonishing willpower, he would have been paralyzed on the ground long ago, unable to move a single finger. Xiang Nan dodged the sword light continuously. Suddenly, he turned around and pointed out. This was a sea of bitterness. He wanted to break through the silver-haired divine killer's divine astral chi shield. However, seeing that this finger force had hit the Dipper Chi shield, the Dipper Chi shield still existed. No, your sea of bitterness is boundless. You must hit the enemy before you can disperse their martial skills. The snake shook its head. Hai Wuxia was blocked by the Dipper Chi shield, unable to touch the body of the silver-haired killer god. It's time to end the battle. When Hai stepped forward and said, I'll restrict his movements. Find an opportunity to slash him with one sword. Seeing when Hai appear, Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. He knew that he could no longer delay. At the very least, he had to get rid of Wen Hai in the first place. Sun quenching. Xiang Nan raised his right hand and a huge sun appeared in the sky. The sun fell into Xiang Nan's body with a loud boom. Your stamina is about to collapse. You can't do this, the big snake said in a panic. Second-degree sun quenching. Xiang Nan shouted in his heart, and the second sun also descended. He forcefully activated the sun quenching twice and used his powerful heaven spill Dipper Chi to shoot out 3 revolving light fingers at the silver-haired killer god. There's no need to struggle. The silver-haired killer god didn't dodge or dodge, allowing the revolving light finger to hit the Dipper Chi shield. However, the Dipper Chi shield that was supported by the profound heaven sword still blocked the rotating light finger. I already saw it. The silver-haired killer god laughed loudly. Previously, I was only suspicious, but when I saw you using the sun god technique, I was certain that you were most likely Xiang Nan. Perhaps you are another Xiang Nan imposter, but I prefer the latter guess. The killer gods firmly believed that Xiang Nan had already been killed by the pseudo-god. The pseudo-god would definitely not lie. The only explanation for this was that the man in front of him was either Xiang Nan's imposter, a certain expert related to Xiang Nan, or even an expert from the generation of Xiang Nan's martial uncle and martial uncle. 5 pure, mysterious, true skill. Quicksand. At this time, when Hai attacked, this person formed a seal with both hands and suddenly pushed towards Xiang Nan. In an instant, the air around Xiang Nan suddenly began to collapse. The air seemed to have turned into quicksand. It was actually in the shape of a funnel, with Xiang Nan as the center, causing the air and space to collapse. Xiang Nan was trapped in the middle of the sandpit. He was swept inside, as if he was carrying a mountain with his shoulders. The pressure multiplied, and his reaction speed also greatly decreased. The silver-haired killer god found the right opportunity and slashed at Xiang Nan with several hundred consecutive swords. Xiang Nan was trapped in these sword lights and was determined to avoid them. Xiang Nan's eyes flashed with a ruthless smell as he shouted, Eye of anger! A pair of large eyes suddenly appeared in the sky. At that moment, Xiang Nan's strength suddenly soared, and he instantly rose to the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. Xiang Nan suddenly escaped from the sandpit due to the explosive increase in his strength. With a faster reaction speed, he dodged the layers of sword light attacks, circling a large arc and attacking towards the one high. What's going on? The silver-haired killer god's expression changed slightly as he said, he is already at the end of his rope. Why is he still able to erupt with such strong combat strength? This is unreasonable. The silver-haired slaughter god chased after Xianxia and scattered a sword light. Xianxia's reflexes and judgment had increased unprecedentedly. From an inconceivable angle, he dodged all the sword lights and arrived at Wenhai's side. Hurry up and come in. At the same time that Xianxia's saber landed, the silver-haired killer god pulled Wenhai into the Dipper Chi shield. However, the silver-haired killer god only had time to save Wenhai, but he did not have enough time to save the warden of the Heavenly Evolution sect. With Xianxia's slash, the prison grew panicked and hurriedly shouted, Heavenly Spill Sword Chi. This person's palms merged together, and he abruptly drew out 100-meter-long sword Chi and slashed towards Xianxia. Clang! Xianxia's terrifying saber cut through the sword Chi like a bamboo shoot and cut the warden in half. Hiss within the shield, killer god, and Wenhai sucked in a breath of cold air. Stronger than before. The silver-haired killer god was about to lose his mind when he shouted, This is impossible. This is ridiculous. A dying person can actually erupt with more combat power than at his peak state. Stop talking, quickly defend. Wenhai said angrily, He's attacking. Xianxia took care of the warden of the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation with a single saber strike, then turned around and used another saber strike. Xianxia jumped up high and shouted, Take your life. He wanted to avenge Yuan Meng. Xianxia's saber strike was filled with rage, and he didn't show any mercy, using almost 12% of his strength. Looking at the crazy Xianxia, the killer god and Wenhai's faces turned pale with fright. They felt uneasy in their hearts, wondering if the Dipper Chi shield could save them again. Xianxia descended from the sky and slashed down on the Dipper Chi shield. This saber strike was mixed with heaven-spilled Dipper Chi, twice quenching the sun, and the Eye of Anger. Clang! The giant saber violently slashed into the Dipper Chi shield. An unprecedented shockwave instantly covered the ground within a radius of several dozen kilometers. The enormous saber slashed down the shield, creating an extremely high pressure that was like an explosion. The collapse of this power had actually surpassed the speed laws of this world. In an instant, it covered dozens of kilometers of ground, and even the ground suddenly sank half a foot. The Dipper Chi shield was directly sliced into an oval shape by Xianxia, and it was lowered by half its height. The silver-haired killer god and Wenhai could only bend down in the astral Chi shield so that they wouldn't be pressed against their heads by the top of the shield. However, the shield still held on. Xianxia's saber strike failed to split the shield apart. Ha! Ha 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 ha! The silver-haired killer god was stunned for a moment, then looked up and laughed. He caressed the profound heaven sword lovingly and said, Baby! Baby! Ha ha ha! With this thing in hand, any prisoner or Yuan Honglian will crawl under my feet. Xianxia was annoyed. He jumped again, jumped high, raised his right hand, and shouted, Dazzling light descending dragon slash. Kid Xianxia, don't. Your physical condition won't be able to withstand the power of this saber. The serpent exclaimed. However, there was only hatred in Xianxia's eyes. He didn't care about anything anymore. As long as he could kill this beast that abused Yuan Meng, he didn't care about the price. 10 dragons subduing slashes soared into the sky, and the 10 saber lights quickly merged into a 1,000-meter-long saber. Xianxia used his rotating light finger to activate the blade light. The saber light that pierced through the heavens and the earth instantly spun wildly and slashed down towards the Dipper Chi shield with a buzzing sound. This was already Xianxia's strongest attack. At the same time that the blade light was slashed down, Xianxia felt his body being hollowed out. His entire body shook a few times, and he actually fell powerlessly from the sky. He didn't even have the strength to put on a landing posture. We must succeed. We must succeed. Xianxia shouted as he left, but his eyelids grew heavier and heavier. The saber light descended, and Xianxia also lost control and fell down together. Ah! Not good! The silver-haired slaughter god shouted wildly, his hands holding onto the profound heaven sword and pushing it upwards. Boom! The dazzling light descending dragon slash finally hit the Dipper Chi shield. At that moment, the earth was crushed by the ultra-high pressure and sank another 3 feet. The Dipper Chi shield collapsed greatly after being slashed by this blade. The shield was crushed into an oval shape and then into a flat shape. Just as the shield was about to collapse, the top of the shield pressed down on the profound heaven sword. This allowed the shield to stabilize slightly. However, the frantically rotating dragon subduing slash was still giving the shield unparalleled pressure. The silver-haired killer god was almost unable to hold on any longer. His entire body bent down under the pressure and he barely used both of his hands to lift the profound heaven sword. He shouted, "Help! Help! I can't hold on any longer." When Hai felt as if he had just woken up from a dream and hurriedly bent over. He first used both of his hands to help push the profound heaven sword, but seeing that the effect was not great, he simply bowed his body and used his back to push against the sword. Buzz, buzz, the Dipper Chi shield continuously cried out in sorrow, causing the entire Dao prison mountain to tremble and a large amount of debris to fall. The ground was cracked open by the pressure. Pooh! At this time, Xianxia fell powerlessly from the sky and slid far away from the ground. It was also at this moment that the terrifying revolving light descending dragon slash finally exploded. The saber light exhausted its last bit of strength, and Peng Di instantly dissipated into specks of light that filled the sky. Everything was over. The silver-haired killer god and Wen Hai stood in the shield. Even they couldn't believe that they had managed to survive. In the air, Xianxia let out a long sigh of unwillingness. He opened his eye of anger for 4 seconds. At this moment, not only was he extremely powerless, he even welcomed a terrifying weakening period of laws. This weakening period lasted for a minute. Not to mention a minute, even a second was enough for the silver-haired killer god to kill Xianxia 10 or 8 times. Xianxia lay on the ground and laughed miserably. Unwilling, really unwilling. After exhausting all of his strength, he was still unable to kill the silver-haired beast in the end. He hadn't expected that he would actually lose to a profound heaven sword in the end. Ha 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 ha! The silver-haired slaughter god looked up at the sky and laughed. His expression was ferocious and excited. "Let me see who laughed the last." This person walked in front of Xianxia and kicked Xianxia into the air. Then, he slashed down with his sword, cutting off one of Xianxia's left legs. "Scum! Get up!" The silver-haired killer god grabbed onto Xianxia's collar and glared fiercely at him. "Crazy! Didn't you kill so many prisoners and believers by yourself?" he said. "What's wrong now? Why don't you go crazy? Kill another one and take a look." "Damn you!" The silver-haired killer god stepped on Xianxia's chest and landed on the ground. "Do you think you can be freed now?" The silver-haired slaughter god looked down at Xianxia with contempt. "Didn't you refuse to answer me when I talked to you earlier?" he said. "Didn't you completely ignore me and keep asking me who tortured Yuan Meng? What about your arrogance? What about your arrogance? How is it? Isn't it like a dead dog being trampled by this daddy?" Xianxia coldly glared at the silver-haired killer god. The silver-haired killer god said angrily, "Retrieve your gaze." Xianxia's eyes were filled with killing intent. The silver-haired killer god's leg stepped on Xianxia's face and stamped his face firmly on the ground. He roared. Daddy said, "Take back your disgusting gaze. Damn bastard. Aren't you going to avenge Yuan Meng? All right. I want you to see for yourself how I tortured Yuan Meng." Xianxia was furious and roared, "You dare!" The silver-haired killer god kicked Xianxia's chest. This kick was enough to break half of Xianxia's ribs. He said coldly, "I dare? Let me show you whether I dare or not." With that, the silver-haired killer god charged towards Yuan Meng's copper coffin. Xianxia's eyes were so wide that blood came out. He roared, "You dare touch a hair of my brother?" The silver-haired killer god raised his profound heaven sword and slashed down on Yuan Meng's copper coffin. He sneered and said, "You're really used to pretending. You can't change it even when you die. You can't even protect yourself. You actually dare to threaten me? You really have some skills. Clang. The profound heaven sword slashed heavily onto the copper coffin, immediately cutting open a gap in the great Tao. Immediately afterwards, a Klang's sword slashed down, leaving a large cross-shaped gap in the copper coffin. Stop! Stop! You bastard! Xianxia roared angrily. Come at me if you have the guts. If you want to kill me, kill me. Don't touch my brother. No matter how much Xianxia cursed, the silver-haired killer god ignored Xianxia. He only chopped at the bronze coffin one sword at a time. The copper coffin had no defensive barrier, only its own hardness. The silver-haired killer god chopped the lid of the bronze coffin into pieces after a dozen strikes. Yuan Meng was nailed to the copper coffin. Hundreds of copper nails pierced deep into Yuan Meng's body, piercing through all of his meridians and acupoints. The silver-haired slaughter god was actually cruel and pulled Yuan Meng out of it. Pooh! Yuan Meng's body was pulled away from the copper nails, and hundreds of blood holes sprayed out from his back. Yuan Meng was weak and powerless. He was grabbed by the slaughter god and had no power to resist. The silver-haired demon god looked at Xianxia and said, "Look clearly. How did I kill your brother?" Xianxia roared, "Stop!" The silver-haired killer god slammed the hilt of his sword into Yuan Meng's face, causing half of his cheekbones to collapse. He staggered in the air like a broken bag, being held high by the silver-haired killer god. Xianxia shed 2 lines of blood and tears. Yuan Meng weakly gasped for breath, but he smiled and said, "Kill me? Can you let my brother go?" No one expected that Yuan Meng would suddenly say such words. "Yuan Meng!" Xianxia roared, standing at the side, when Hai couldn't bear to see such a cruel scene, so he couldn't bear to turn his head away. "What did you say? I didn't hear you." The silver-haired killer god chuckled and put his ears close to Yuan Meng's face. Yuan Meng took a few breaths and said, "Kill me and let my brother go. I beg you." "You beg me?" The silver-haired killer god clicked his tongue. Xianxia said, "Yuan Meng, if we don't ask him, even if we die, we will definitely not lower our heads." "Are you really begging me?" the silver-haired killer god asked again. Yuan Meng smiled miserably. "Yes, I beg you." The silver-haired killer god laughed loudly and said, "What a tough man, Yuan Meng. When we caught you, we used all the means we could imagine to torture you. We abused you. At that time, didn't you clench your teeth and refuse to spit out a single word? He's actually begging me now. Haha, look." The silver-haired slaughter god pointed at Yuan Meng's nose and looked at Wen Hai. "Did you hear that? Ha, this tough man Yuan Meng actually begged me. He really begged me." Yuan Meng smiled silently, tears flowing down his face as he said, "As a martial artist, I knew that sooner or later this day would come. This daddy is not afraid. Even if you were to remove my tendons and skin, this daddy wouldn't even frown. But in my heart, I can't let go of that brother who shared my misfortune." Yuan Meng looked at the silver-haired killer god and said, "You know what I mean. I know that you must have you, too. You would rather die than protect your brother, right? You must have. We are all martial artists, so you must understand me. I beg you, if I can, I am even willing to kneel down for you. I only hope that you can let my brother go." The silver-haired killer god nodded and said, "You know what? You're farting. What bullshit, brother. Are you lying to a child? In this daddy's dictionary, there are only benefits, not brothers. All right, you're begging me. I'm satisfied. When I kill you, I'll kill your brother and bury you two together. I'm doing my best." With that, the silver-haired killer god sword pierced through Yuan Meng's stomach. "You bastard! I won't let you off even if I'm a ghost." Xianxia roared angrily. The silver-haired killer god glanced at Xianxia and said, "All right, then go and be a ghost. Be a ghost with your brothers. I'll wait for you to come and find me." The silver-haired killer god raised his sword high up, and this sword slashed down towards Yuan Meng's head. "Oh, fuck your ancestor." Suddenly, Xianxia did not know where the strength came from. He actually slapped the ground and flew out horizontally, smashing his head into the silver-haired killer god's waist. The silver-haired killer god was unprepared and was knocked back by Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan grabbed Yuan Meng's hand. Yuan Meng smiled miserably and said, "I've hurt you, brother. If it wasn't for the sake of saving me, why would you?" Xiang Nan's eyes flashed with lightning. He firmly held Yuan Meng's big hand and said, "Don't say anything. If you want to die, the two brothers will die together. You're still my brother in the next life. You're still my big brother." Yuan Meng nodded forcefully and smiled weakly. "With a brother like Xiang Nan, my life is worth it." Xiang Nan, you really are Xiang Nan." The silver-haired killer god suddenly turned around and said, "This is even better. I'll kill you. I'll be the greatest contributor. After my god bestows me with the third divine talent, I'll be the #1 expert under the divine spirit. You two, die together." With that, the silver-haired killer god raised his sword high and swept down. This sword strike was bound to slash Xiang Nan and Yuan Meng at the waist. Xiang Nan and Yuan Meng also accepted their fate and closed their eyes. It was fate for brothers to be able to die together when they were in trouble. The terrifying profound heaven sword streaked across a ray of sword light and finally landed. Clang! Xiang Nan and Yuan Meng opened their eyes at the same time. He wasn't dead. That voice was. The two of them opened their eyes and saw a black sword blocking the snow-white profound sky sword. "Who is it?" The silver-haired killer god hurriedly turned his head to look. The one holding the black sword was actually a peerless woman. "You?" Xiang Nan recognized this woman with a single glance. As she gritted her teeth and struggled to support herself, her forehead was already slightly sweating. Xiang Nan immediately recognized that the nether sword in Xiang Ran's hand was actually the Demon King's nether sword at the beginning of the month. Xiang Nan had seen the fragment of this sword once in the Six Emperors world. He could recognize it even if he saw the entirety of the nether sword. She didn't expect that she would secretly collect all the nether sword fragments. Time passed and he looked at Xiang Nan. Seeing Xiang Nan's miserable appearance, he couldn't bear it anymore. He said, "You!" Xiang Nan's expression changed as he angrily said, "Scram!" Time flew by with a frosty expression. Xiang Nan said angrily, "I told you to scram. Stop him. You're pretending to be kind here. I don't need you to act so pretentious. Get lost. You are no better than those believers. I would rather die than be saved by scum like you." Time Flies gritted his teeth and said, "Scold me. If you can get rid of the hatred in your heart, I'll let you scold me to the heart's content." The veins on Xiang Nan's forehead bulged, and he roared, "Get lost. Scram? If you're here, don't even think about leaving." The silver-haired killer god's eyes lit up as he stared at the sword in his hand and said, "This thing can actually block the attack of the profound heaven sword. It seems like it is also a precious weapon. That's good. I'll accept it as well." After saying that, the silver-haired killer god raised his hand and slanted his sword, sending Time Ran flying. At the same time, the silver-haired killer god slashed several hundred swords at her. The incomparably sharp sword light swooshed towards Time Fly. Time passed and hundreds of sword lights shot out from his hands. However, the sword energies of the two sides bombarded each other. The silver-haired slaughter god's sword energies were clearly more than one level stronger than the sword energies of Time Fly. The flying sword light only met the sword light of the god of slaughter once, and then the entire army was annihilated. The silver-haired slaughter god's sword aura continued to explode towards Time Fly. Time passed and he hurriedly raised his nether sword horizontally to block it with his sword body. With a loud clang, the nether sword in her hand was knocked out of her hand, and she coughed out a mouthful of blood and flew away. Not good. When Hai suddenly looked at Xiang Nan and said, "Quickly kill Xiang Nan. His condition is starting to improve again." What a bloody hell. I've never seen a martial artist so difficult to kill. Xiang Nan's law weakness stage was almost over, and his powerful physique, which was even more heaven-defying than the dragon races, began to quickly heal itself. The silver-haired slaughter god had originally planned to use all of his strength to slaughter Time Ran and snatch away her nether sword. However, when he heard what Wen Hai said, he panicked. He was very clear in his heart who was the person who posed the greatest threat to him. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let this Xiang Nan go. Once this terrifying fellow escaped from the Dao prison and returned to seek revenge, it would be hard to say whether the profound heaven sword in his hand would be able to withstand it. The silver-haired killer god was also anxious. He took 3 steps and charged towards Xiang Nan, slashing down on Xiang Nan's face with a sword. Clang! Another black sword blocked the snow-white profound sky sword. The 2 sharp swords collided and bounced away. The silver-haired slaughter god forced him away and slashed down at Xiang Nan's sword like a madman. Time passed and his left hand slapped the ground. He pounced over and placed his backhand sword on his back, blocking the Shentian sword's sharp attack. The profound heaven sword slashed down on Xiang Nan's body. She stared at Xiang Nan closely and said, "I know I'm sorry, but I will definitely risk my life to protect you." Xiang Nan roared, "I've saved you over and over again, but you've used me over and over again. I'll use you to save me. If I have the chance to kill that silver-haired killer god, the next one to be killed will be you. All of you, men and women, go to hell." Her face turned green and red from being scolded. She gritted her teeth and did not fight with Xiang Nan. Instead, she turned around and continued to fight against the silver-haired killer god. However, she was clearly no match for the silver-haired killer god. The 2 of them fought dozens of swords in succession. The silver-haired killer god was getting fiercer and fiercer, but after so many years, he was unable to lift his head. After 20 strikes, each pair of strikes was so shocked that they would spit out a large amount of lipstick blood. "All of you? Die for me!" The silver-haired killer god found the right opportunity, jumped up and slashed down. Time passed and he held the nether sword in his hands to block it. Clang! The nether sword was knocked flying by the profound heaven sword. Time flies, he also suffered a powerful shock. He flew backwards, spitting out a mist of blood from his mouth. Bang, bang, bang. Time passed and the netherworld sword landed beside Xiang Nan and Yuan Meng. In front of him, the silver-haired killer god was already extremely ferocious. He held the profound heaven sword in his hand and rushed over. Xiang Nan laughed loudly. "You deserve it. I know you look down on me." Time ran. "If you die today to save you, then I'll be repaying some of your debt of gratitude." Unfortunately, the nether sword cannot be completely repaired, nor can it display 1/3 of its normal power. Xiang Nan had long heard of this matter from Timefly. She had said that even if the nether sword fragments were gathered together, it would be useless and would never be able to restore its original elegance. However, Xiang Nan did not know which sentence of this woman's was true or false. From the looks of it, this statement of hers was at least not a lie. Seeing that the silver-haired killer god had already rushed in front of him, he raised his profound heaven sword high up and wanted to kill the 3 of them together. Just as the profound heaven sword descended, Xiang Nan suddenly grabbed the nether sword and stabbed it towards the silver-haired killer god. At this moment, buzz! The nether sword suddenly shone brightly. A soul-absorbing, soul-seizing, anti-law power soared into the sky. His pupils contracted as he looked at Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's sword strike actually sent the profound heaven sword flying. The silver-haired killer god was also beaten back a few steps and exclaimed, "What?" Xiang Nan held the sword in his hand and jumped on the ground with his only right leg, using all of his strength that he had recovered with great difficulty. The period of weakness of the laws had passed. Xiang Nan wielded the nether sword that was filled with black light and slashed down towards the silver-haired god of slaughter. The silver-haired killer god hurriedly retrieved the profound heaven sword and desperately constructed the Dipper Chi shield. He roared, "You can't!" Swoosh! A black arc of sword light shone down from the sky. Chi! The unbreakable Dipper Chi shield that was supported by the profound heaven sword was actually slashed by Xiang Nan's sword. Ah! The silver-haired killer god cried out in alarm, as if he had been struck by lightning. Seeing that the situation was not good, Wen Hai hurriedly formed a seal with both of his hands. Xiang Nan tossed the nether sword out, and the sparkling nether sword pierced through the space between Wen Hai's eyebrows. As for Xianxia, he suddenly turned around and punched at the silver-haired killer god like a storm. The silver-haired killer god didn't even have the ability to react. He was passively beaten, on his face, nose, eyes, forehead, neck, chest, shoulders. The thunder and lightning exploded on the silver-haired killer god's body. Every punch was a bolt of lightning, crushed between the fist and the flesh, and shot backwards in the opposite direction. Boom! 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 Every time Xianxia punched down, lightning shot out from the sky, lighting up the pitch-black Dao prison once. The silver-haired killer god was beaten, and his head kept hitting the ground, bouncing back again, bouncing back again, bouncing back again, bouncing back again. Xiangxia's fist smashed into his nose, breaking the bridge of the silver-haired killer god's nose, collapsing it, smashing it into his head. His fist smashed into the silver-haired killer god's face, crushing the skin, causing flesh and blood to fly everywhere, and bone scraps to shoot randomly. Xiangxia's fist smashed into the god of killing's chin, pulling his chin off his face. One of his chins was smashed off, smashing into his throat, and he was still smashed into his throat by Xiangxia's broken chin. Xiangxia's violent electric fist smashed into every part of the silver-haired killer god's body, causing his flesh and blood to be blurred and one of his eyeballs to fly away. Xianxia roared. He retracted his fist and pounced on the silver-haired killer god. He opened his mouth and gnawed on it. Chi! Xianxia took a piece of flesh and blood from the silver-haired slaughter god's face and tore off half of his neck. The silver-haired killer god raised his head. One of his eyeballs flew away, and his eyes were empty. One of his eyes was rolled up, and he no longer had the strength to retaliate. Xianxia was like an extremely hungry, ferocious beast. He hated the silver-haired killer god to the bone. He bit off his flesh and blood one bite at a time, causing him to be in tatters and blood arrows to fly everywhere. This terrifying scene, even Time Ran and Yuan Meng were stunned. Pooh! Xianxia bit wildly and dismembered the silver-haired killer god. The last mouthful of flesh and blood spurted out. Half of the heart of the silver-haired killer god that was bitten off by Xianxia. On the ground, the silver-haired slaughter god was gone. There was only a pool of blood, and bits and pieces of flesh floating on the surface of the blood. Xianxia stood up. His entire body was covered in blood, and blood dripped out of his mouth through the gaps between his teeth. He grabbed the nether sword, and with a face that was even more terrifying than that of a demon, he strode towards Time Fly. His body was burning with raging flames, and his broken legs and arms had grown again. As he walked through the flames, all the blood on his body was burned. The formidable Xianxia had returned. The netherworld sword was emitting an incomparable light in his hand. Time passed and she was stunned. She stared blankly at the nether sword in Xiangxia's hand and muttered something. Impossible. This is impossible, it doesn't make sense. The netherworld sword has been crippled. Why did it release its power again now? No, this is not right. Her expression was as if she had lost her soul, and she kept on muttering to herself. However, Xianxia no longer cared about that much. He walked towards them angrily and hatefully. Xianxia was stunned for a moment before he stared blankly into Xiangxia's eyes. Without saying a word, Xianxia raised his hand and slashed down towards Ji Ran's head. However, at this moment, Xianxia felt a sudden pain in his heart. It was as if he and the netherworld sword had formed some sort of inexplicable connection with each other. The throbbing in his heart and the sudden pain made Xianxia feel as if he had lost the most precious thing in an instant. At the same time that the nether sword was about to cut off Time Fly's head. Whoosh! The netherworld sword had actually been disarmed. This divine weapon shattered into pieces without any struggle. Xianxia frowned and tried to summon the nether sword. The fragments flew off one after another and rejoined into a complete sword body. Without another word, Xianxia slashed down with another sword. But unexpectedly, the nether sword had unexpectedly disintegrated on its own, shattering all over the ground. Xianxia tried to summon it again, but the nether sword fragment no longer obeyed. It gradually withered and turned into some black powder. Xianxia silently looked at the powder on the ground, his heart empty. After a long time, he finally let out a long sigh and said, "Perhaps it's the will of heaven." Without the nether sword, Xianxia could still kill time. However, the initial anger and hatred gradually subsided under these odd circumstances. Xianxia could no longer make a move. "How on earth did you do it?" As if she had completely lost her memory, she forgot that a moment ago, Xianxia was prepared to slash her with his sword. She actually jumped up and grabbed onto Xianxia's shoulder with both hands. She asked like crazy, "How did you do it?" After the netherworld sword shattered, it had long since lost its sword spirit. "It has already been crippled. Even I can't control it anymore. But why would it listen to you? Why would it be able to display such powerful power in your hands?" Xianxia opened her hands and closed his eyes. He took a deep breath and said, "Scram. I don't want to see you again." Tears rolled down her cheeks. She shook Xianxia's shoulders and said, "Tell me, please tell me. This is really important to me." Xianxia pushed her away, held Yuan Meng's arm, and walked out of the Dao prison, saying, "Brother, I'll take you away." Yuan Meng only felt confused, but seeing that the girl was crying so sadly, he couldn't bear it anymore and whispered, "Xianxia, why don't you?" Xianxia said coldly, "There's no need to discuss. You don't know anything about the relationship between me and her. If you knew, you would definitely want to kill her more than I do. You can't leave." Behind him, Time Fly suddenly screamed, "Without the Dao Force Crystal, none of you will be able to escape." Hearing this, Xianxia turned around. However, as time passed, he was holding a diamond-shaped crystal in both of his hands. She screamed, "No one is leaving. If you don't understand, you have to stay." Xianxia's eyes turned cold as he summoned his huge saber, wanting to snatch it away. Unexpectedly, he quickly set up a formation on the ground and placed the Dao Force crystal on it. "If you dare to snatch it, I will teleport it out," he said. "Throw it into the universe. You and your brother will be trapped here forever." Xianxia stopped in his tracks. He was measuring whether he could snatch the crystal away with his own speed before sending it away. However, he still had a long way to go, so he probably couldn't catch up with him at the speed of subsonic. Xianxia nodded and said, "What conditions do you want?" Time passed and he hurriedly asked, "How did you use the netherworld sword?" Xianxia laughed loudly. "You're really unreasonable. You're the most utilitarian woman I've ever seen. Even at this time, you still want to know how to use the nether sword. That's what you've been looking for, right? You finally found it today. Are you satisfied? But let me tell you that nether sword has been shattered. Even if I told you, you would be useless. I've already gathered the nether sword. This is not what I'm looking for. Let me ask you, how did you revive the nether sword?" Xianxia was annoyed and shouted, "How the hell would I know? Ask me, and I'll ask who will go. I just casually grabbed it and used it like an ordinary weapon. Didn't you want a treasure?" Xianxia kicked the Xiantian sword towards Iran and said, "This thing is yours now. Give me the crystal. This transaction is very worthwhile." Unexpectedly, she didn't even look at Xiantianjian. She panicked and said, "It doesn't make sense. The sword spirit of the netherworld sword is clearly dead. Why is it still alive? This doesn't make sense. There must be something wrong. Do you want it or not?" Xianxia frowned. Time flies and says anxiously, "Don't make any noise." She anxiously walked back and forth, as if she had caught something crucial, but it was as if she could not understand the missing link. The netherworld sword had been shattered in the Six Emperors world more than 10 years ago, following the first 5 Emperors battle. The big snake was also very strange. Xianxia brat, she doesn't seem to be lying. That nether sword really doesn't have a sword spirit. You know, once a weapon spirit dies, it's almost as if it's crippled. But how did you control that nether sword? Isn't that the weapon of the beginning of the month? It's also not your weapon, Xianxia. Xianxia frowned and thought to himself, "Strange. I'm not lying. I really don't know how I revived the nether sword. I just casually grabbed it and its power was boundless." Xianxia asked, How did you get the nether sword? I just heard you say that you can't even use the nether sword. That doesn't make sense. The netherworld sword is the weapon of the demon emperor at the beginning of the month. It's normal that you can't use it. I am at the beginning of the month. Yi Zichen gritted his teeth. Xianxia smiled angrily. Are you still lying to me? How could you be at the beginning of the month? The one wearing the cat face mask at the beginning of the month. Nonsense. I am just a small clone that I trained at the beginning of the month. I have been promoted from the body-tempering realm step by step. Xianxia was stunned when he heard this, but he still shook his head. I know how to say this, but you have no basis. Do you still remember that woman wearing a cat face mask saved you from Shen Qingzhu once in the Western Emperor continent? She said that saving you that time would be a small debt of gratitude to you. Xianxia's heart trembled. Only he and Shen Qingzhu knew about this. Everyone present had died that day. The so-called favor I was talking about was that you went to the Valurium sect for me. Don't you understand? Are you really at the beginning of the month? Xianxia's eyes widened. Yes, I told you that I was at the beginning of the month. I told you when I was in the Valurium sect, but you refused to believe me. My main body is the beginning of the month, and I am a clone of me. Actually, the beginning of the month and I are just passing by. The beginning of the month is just my title. That's not my name. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization and said, no wonder Big Snake has always been unable to see through your true origins. So you are not your true self at all. You trained your avatar and let it run out, searching for the nether sword. I told you, I'm not looking for the netherworld sword. My sword shattered during the battle of the 5 emperors. Xianxia said, the 4 human emperors have the ability to shatter your nether sword? Time Fly's expression darkened as he said, my sword was not broken. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't have time to talk to you anymore. Do you like it or not? Yuan Meng, let's go. Xianxia supported Yuan Meng as he walked towards the exit. He wasn't worried that he couldn't leave. Time passed and he definitely wanted to leave this place. She would eventually break the Tao Force crystal. At this moment, Yiran knelt on the ground and cried bitterly. She held the powder of the netherworld sword in her hands and said, I'm sorry. Now I've met a second man who can use you. But you can't see this with your own eyes. I'm sorry, old white. I'm really tired. I can't find what I'm looking for anymore. As if struck by lightning, Xiang Nanru suddenly stopped. As she watched the powder in her hand fade away with the breeze, her heart had already died. She silently took out a long sword and aimed the tip of the sword at her heart. Xianxia suddenly turned around and shouted, what did you just say? Old Bai? Is that what you said? I didn't hear wrongly. It's you. Xianxia looked at the passage of time in disbelief. He never thought that this day would really come. He even suspected that he would be able to see her in his lifetime. He even doubted whether this woman really existed. Perhaps she was just a thought in his mind that he could never forget her. Unexpectedly, the person he was looking for had always been by his side. What? What are you talking about? Xianxia took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down, but it was futile to do so. He was unable to remain calm and maintain his normal state of mind. It's me. Xianxia took 3 deep breaths and said, I am Old White. He had waited for this day for too long. Unexpectedly, that Time Flies suddenly angered. She said coldly, Xianxia, I know that I lost money to you. It doesn't matter if you want to take revenge on me. But you've really touched my bottom line by telling such a lie. Xianxia said, listen to me. What else did you say? Time passed and killing intent emerged. He actually rushed towards Xianxia. She picked up the profound heaven sword on the ground and slashed down towards Xianxia. She shouted angrily, no one can make fun of Lao Bai. You can't hurt me with Lao Bai. If anyone does this, I will kill him. Xianxia immediately condensed his saber light and fought against that time. This sword strike sent Xianxia flying. Xianxia hurriedly said, calm down. Listen to me. Xianxia had never seen her lose control before. This woman seemed to have gone mad as she chopped out rays of messy sword light, determined to kill Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan didn't have the nether sword in his hand. He couldn't beat it for so long. He dodged in a sorry state. Several times, the sword light almost struck his body. Is old bye-bye by Mu Chan? Xiang Nan roared. Time passed and he suddenly stood still. His eyes widened as he looked at Xiang Nan in disbelief. Xiang Nan said, Old Bai is called by Mukin. He was once your artifact spirit. He was also your martial arts enlightenment master. As if struck by lightning, she suddenly held her face with both hands, tears rolling down her fingers like broken beads. Xiang Nan said, Your old white was killed by a vicious woman in his previous life. He was reborn as your artifact spirit and accompanied you all the time, right? That time flew out of control, and the profound heaven sword clang in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Then, she sprinted wildly towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan also opened his arms and greeted her with ecstasy. However, halfway through the journey, she suddenly stopped. She said with a painful expression, I really hope to believe that you are Old White. I hope that I will have a chance to meet Old White again in my lifetime. But I know that you're not him. Xiang Nan was anxious. Why am I not? I am. However, when he said these words, Xiang Nan's confidence was not very good, and he had some doubts in his heart. All right, let me ask you, how did my nether sword break? If you really are Old White, you must know the real reason. Xiang Nan calmed his emotions and said, The netherworld sword was indeed broken by the 4 emperors. Hearing that, he gritted his teeth and wanted to get the profound heaven sword. Xiang Nan hurriedly said, I haven't finished yet. It's true that the netherworld sword was broken by the 4 emperors, but the real reason is the loss of the artifact spirit. Do you still remember that when you were chased by the 4 human emperors and fled to nowhere to go, you used your strength to release me and give me freedom, allowing me to be reincarnated and reincarnated? The moment she heard this, she burst into tears. Only now did Xiang Nan suddenly understand the scene in his dreams. In his vague memories of his previous life, he had been a woman's artifact spirit and accompanied her. In a fierce battle, the woman was forced into a corner, releasing Bai Mukin as the artifact spirit. She used her own abilities to give Bai Mukin a chance to reincarnate. Now that he recalled it, Xiang Nan finally realized that the intense battle had actually happened in the 6 Emperors' world, the Battle of the 5 Emperors. And he was actually the nether sword that had been shattered in the Battle of the 5 Emperors. Xiang Nan let out a long sigh and said, Just now, you asked me why I could use the netherworld sword, but you couldn't. From the looks of it, I already know the reason, because I am the artifact spirit of the nether sword. It still recognizes me. It also recognizes the feelings between us. So when I tried to use the nether sword to cut you down, after resisting many times, it finally chose to disarm itself. It didn't hesitate to sacrifice itself, nor was it willing to let you and me kill each other. But at the end of the day, the nether sword's choice is actually mine, because the nether sword is the one I used to be. I don't know how you know these things, but you're not Old White, she cried. Xiang Nan said, Why am I not Old White? Even if Lao Bai is really reincarnated, he should only be a child now. He can't be an adult like you. Xiang Nan said, You don't know that. In my previous life it was indeed by Mukin. After I was killed by Xian Qingzhu, I became your artifact spirit. In this life, I have been reborn, but I am not reincarnated. I was reborn on a 16-year-old youth. This youth is the body you see now. His name is Xiang Nan. Yes. Yuan Meng nodded and said, I can testify to this. When I was in the 5 continents realm, Xiang Nan had already confessed to his parents. No, he had already confessed to Xiang Nan's parents. But you can't say that Xiang Nan was able to predict the future without foreknowledge. In order to deceive you today, he lied a few years ago. As time passed, she ran over and jumped into Xiang Nan's embrace. Where have you been? Where have you been all these years? Why are you only here now? Do you know how hard I've been looking for you and how hard I've been waiting for you? Time passed and he cried bitterly, continuously hammering at Xiang Nan. Xianxia hurriedly hugged her tightly and gently stroked her long, soft hair. He comforted her. I'm here. Don't be afraid. I'll never leave you. Let me see you. Quickly, let me see you. Xianxia hurriedly pushed Xianxia away. He held Xiangnian's face in both hands and looked at him forcefully. It was as if all of this was a beautiful dream, and Xiangnian was more like the quicksand in his hand, which would flow through his fingers if he wasn't careful. She cried and laughed, hugged Xiangnian forcefully, pushed him away, carefully examined his face, and desperately kissed him on the face. While kissing, tears flowed down her cheeks. Xiangnian was also deeply touched. Being deeply touched by this woman's use of emotions, his heart ached. Yuan Meng smiled happily and said, "This is really a good reward for a good person. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. Did you really resurrect? Did you really resurrect?" She was still in a daze. She didn't dare to be certain that the scene in front of her was reality. She could only ask endless questions, and she had to get a positive answer from Xiangnian. But every time Xiangnian was certain, she was even more afraid. She was afraid that this beautiful reunion would become a dream as she suddenly sat up from bed. Xiangnian wiped her tears in pain and said, "Don't cry. I finally know what you've been searching for, regardless of life or death." Time flew by as he raised his tearful face and stared at Xiangnian infatuatedly. "You're looking for me," Xiangnian said. Time passed and she began to cry again. Xiangnian just hugged her and said, "You've always said that you're missing something in your heart. You know that you must go find that thing, but you don't know what you're looking for. Now I know. There's one thing that you didn't realize, and you lost the relevant memories. Actually, the two of us met in our dreams a few years ago. However, when you wake up from your dreams, you will lose all of your memories in your dreams. How could this be? Really?" Xiangnian hurriedly held his face. There were some things that would not change if they weren't mentioned, but once they were mentioned, the fragments of their memories would gradually become clearer. At this moment, looking at Xiangnian's face, she felt that she was familiar with him. It was as if she had seen him many times in an environment outside of reality. Xiangnian nodded and said, "After you wake up, you must want to find me. But before, you were exceptionally sure that Old Bai is dead. So it's not Old Bai you're looking for. You don't know what you're looking for, so you mistakenly think that you're looking for an important weapon or some kind of treasure. That's why you've traveled all over the world to find me. But you don't know what you're looking for isn't a weapon, nor is it a treasure. Instead, it's a person that you've already determined to be dead. No, no, no. You are my treasure, my treasure. Promise me that even if this is a dream, you will still come to my dream often. Okay?" She murmured, hugging Xiangnian's neck affectionately. "If possible, don't let me wake up from my dream." Xiangnian patted her back and said softly, "Dream or reality, I won't be separated from you. But speaking of which, you released me and gave me a chance to be reborn. Didn't you expect me to really succeed?" Time flies, crying and laughing, wiping away tears and saying, "Why haven't I thought of this possibility? I'm even looking for you. I asked my subordinates all over the world to find a child. I was just thinking that maybe you really have a chance to reincarnate. I'm even looking for your identity in your previous life. I'm looking for that person called Baimukin. Where exactly did he come from? Isn't that easy to find? The 5 continents world isn't far from the 6 emperors world, and Baimukin is a household name in the 5 continents world," Xiangnanchi said. "Actually, I once suspected Baimukin of the 5 continents realm, but based on all kinds of evidence, this guess was rejected by me." Ziran smiled embarrassedly. "What's wrong?" Xiangnan asked curiously. "I'm looking for Baimukin from my previous life based on 2 unbreakable grounds," she said softly. "The first basis is the name Baimukin. I have discovered countless Baimukin in the entire universe, some even in ancient times. And Baimukin of the 5 continents realm is indeed one of the suspicious targets. The second reason is that Baimukin was killed by a woman called Xian Qingzhu." Xiangnan nodded. "This is even more certain that Baimukin of the profound sky sect is Old White." Time passed and he shook his head. There were some places I didn't understand before, so I was left with a lot of fog. When I suspected that the profound sky sex by Mukin was Old White's territory, there was one thing that dispelled my suspicions. According to reliable information, Mukin's corpse once appeared in the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. At that time, Mukin had only just died a few days ago, but my Old White has already died for several years. This is contradictory in terms of time. You are a rational person, Xianxia said. I've seen too many things, so I'm immune to some strange things. I firmly believe that no matter how coincidental things may seem, if they can't be supported by real evidence, they must be coincidental. Xianxia nodded and said, This idea is correct, but the evidence you have gathered is insufficient. Mukin did appear in the Battle of Beast Spirit Island, but he did not just die. He has already died for several years. It was Hu Bushuang who used the profound Dao technique to lock Mukin's corpse. Hu Bushuang. Time flew by and he suddenly came to a realization. No wonder. I even specifically sought confirmation of Old Man Mo Ling on this matter. That Old Man Mo Ling firmly said that a human corpse cannot maintain such a long-term spirituality. So it was Mo Ling's senior brother who did it. Xianxia shook his head. Old Man Mo Ling is right. At the very least, he can't preserve a person's corpse for a long time. However, Hu Bushuang's attainments in this regard have indeed surpassed Mo Ling's. Time flew by, and his heart instantly understood. The second reason is that Shen Qingzhu, I found that Mukin of the Profound Sky sect does have a junior sister called Shen Qingzhu. This coincidence is already more exaggerated than the previous one. But I also discovered that although Shen Qingzhu is also called Shen Qingzhu, she did not kill a person called Mukin. Xianxia hurriedly asked, Where did you get the evidence? Time flies and smiles as he punches Xianxia, saying, Isn't it your fault? According to the first basis, I first deduced that Mukin died 2 days before the Battle of Beast Spirit Island. This proves that Mukin is not Old White. That can prove that Shen Qingzhu wasn't the murderer who killed Mukin. Later on, you caused a huge uproar in the Six Emperors world, causing a storm in the city. You even found the Bai clan and went to seek revenge on Shen Qingzhu. From this, I can infer that Shen Qingzhu has indeed harmed people. But it wasn't Mukin that she harmed, but a man named Xianxia. I still suspect that the Xianxia she killed was the identity of Old White after his reincarnation. However, Xianxia's age does not correspond to the year after Old White's reincarnation. Xianxia nodded and said, So this is the crux of the matter. Yes, this evidence has indeed confused your eyes. A person named Mukin and a person called Shen Qingzhu appeared in the Profound Sky sect at the same time. This coincidence was truly too coincidental. But the hard evidence of reality proved that this was just a coincidence. No matter how seamless it looked, it would still be torn apart by the hard evidence of reality. All kinds of coincidences will always occur in this world, and the rationality of any coincidence must be based on real evidence. Otherwise, none of the coincidences could be established. At this point, Xianxia also fell silent. After a few moments of joy, he saw that Xianxia's expression was different and said, What's wrong? Xianxia sighed and said, Actually, during this process, I have made some conjectures myself, but these conjectures may sound desperate to you. She hurriedly grabbed onto Xianxia's arms, fearing that he would suddenly throw out a fact that made her extremely sad. Xianxia felt extremely painful because of this conjecture, but facing this woman who loved him deeply, he had to say it out loud. Xianxia took a deep breath and said, I suspect that I am indeed not the Old White you know. Impossible. You must be. Please, if you are Old White, I really can't take it anymore. Yi Zichen panicked and said hurriedly, Impossible. You must be. Please, if you are Old White, I really can't take it anymore. If you weren't Old White, how would you know that you were Mukin in your previous life? How would you know the memories you had when you were my artifact spirit? Xianxia sighed. All of this may be another great lucky coincidence. Perhaps I am another completely unrelated person. I am not Mukin. I am a stranger that you do not know, a stranger that even I do not know myself. Perhaps, after my death, when I wandered between the yin and yang realms, I had some kind of strange connection with your artifact spirit, Old White, by some lucky coincidence. And let me obtain Old White's memories. Perhaps Old Bai is dead, but I brought his memories back to Xianxia and made me mistakenly believe that this memory belongs to me. I firmly believe that I am Bai Mukin. Time flies and she cries again. Why do you say that? What reason do you have to make such an inference? Xianxia calmed down for a moment and said, there is an ironclad fact. This fact is called time. There's only a short 3 to 5 years between Bai Mukin's death and Xiangxia's rebirth. Isn't that right? Time flew by and nodded in panic. But in my memories as your artifact spirit, this period of time is far more than 5 years. Xianxia said, when I first became your artifact spirit, you were just a little girl who didn't even have an introduction to martial arts. I accompanied you until you grew up. I've also witnessed you step by step becoming the Demon Emperor at the beginning of the month. In this period of time, at least 30 years has passed. There were only 5 years between Bai Mukin's death and Xiangxia's rebirth. But Old Bai had been your artifact spirit for several decades. In terms of time, this is contradictory. Time flies. She raises her head and says, so, what you can't figure out is this. Xianxia nodded and said, isn't this unquestionable, ironclad evidence? Time flies, wipes away your tears and takes 2 steps back, saying, I can explain this matter, but you must be mentally prepared. Perhaps, after listening to my explanation, you will want to kill me. Xianxia hurriedly said, how could that be? Even if I kill someone, it's impossible for me to kill you. You're my favorite woman. Even though I'm not a real white man, I still inherited his memories and his feelings. My feelings for you are real. I believe it, but you can listen first, she said with a nod. Actually, your memories of the artifact spirit did not happen in this world. Strictly speaking, it did not happen in this dream world. Xianxia was shocked. After you died as Bai Mukin, you were reincarnated as an artifact spirit. But you were reincarnated into the divine realm. You're right. I'm from the divine realm. Xianxia abruptly took a few steps back. This news caused him to be extremely shocked. He didn't even know what kind of reaction he should make. A god realm spirit that had destroyed humanity. The god race that was trying to destroy the dream world. The god race that he had always had to kill. Time passed and he was actually one of them? This news was not a small blow to Xianxia. I am a god race. I have obtained the first weapon in my life, the netherworld sword, since I was born, he said with tears flowing down his face. And you are the artifact spirit of the nether sword. You grew up with me and became stronger with me. There is one thing you have guessed wrongly. As an artifact spirit, you did not accompany me for about 30 years, but for 100 years. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. As an artifact spirit, he had actually lived for a full 100 years? It was much longer than Xianxia had imagined. I've been trying to find your predecessor, but I've searched the entire human race, and I haven't heard anything about you. Later, I realized that maybe you weren't a human in the real world. Maybe you were the man in the river of time. But I can't enter the river of time, nor can I seek confirmation from him. In order to prove my conjecture, I brought you, Nether Sword, into his dream. But what I didn't expect was that the person I was looking for wasn't him. He was actually just a human in his dreams. It was you. Xianxia shook his head forcefully. This is wrong. Something must have gone wrong. You are different from the pseudo-gods I've seen before. You don't have those sharp ears, nor do you have those patterns between your eyebrows. Especially since you don't have the 5 divine spiritual meridians. There are some things that you don't know completely. I think you should have discovered that there are 100,000 God messengers in this world. But actually, I came before them. I was the first God race to enter this dream world. I am not from the same faction as those divine envoys. A large part of the reason they were able to enter this dream world was because of me. They discovered the way I entered the dream world. That doesn't explain your current appearance, Xianxia said. I was discovered by the creator of this world when I first entered this dream world, he said. But I made a preparation ahead of time. I left a book and at the same time, I did something else. I punished myself to become immortal, destroying my talent, appearance, and all my memories. If I don't even have memories of myself as a god race, then the creator of this world won't be able to detect my existence. Xianxia hurriedly said, but now that you know that you are a god race, it means that your memory has been restored. Time flies and shakes his head. No, I said I left behind a book in which I wrote all the introductions about my life. I saw my true identity in the book and knew that I was a god race. I brought the netherworld sword here to find Old White. Xianxia said, doesn't this have any effect? Time flies and shakes his head. No, I know, and memory are two different things. That book only tells me who I am, but it doesn't help me recover my memories. How can I describe it? This kind of thing is like the reincarnation of your human race. After reincarnation, most people will forget everything in their previous lives. Even if I walk up to you and tell you everything that happened in your previous life, you will not regain your memories of your previous life. You only learned about some of your previous life through my description. This is the difference. Xianxia fell silent. I love you. I have never changed. Even though I destroyed my memories, my feelings and memories are different. My feelings for you have never changed. Xianxia looked at Xianxia affectionately. I know you've always hated the god race. If you choose to kill me now, I won't blame you. Xianxia was silent for a while. Then he raised his head and gave Time Ran a brilliant smile. Have you forgiven me? Xianxia said. What should I blame you for? Blaming you for being too affectionate towards me and looking for me all over the world, or blaming you for sacrificing your ability to give me a chance to be reborn? What should I blame you for? Blaming you for haunting my soul. Blaming you for making me unable to forget the beauty of getting along with you all day long. Time flew into Xianxia's embrace and said, I knew it. I knew it long ago. No matter what happens to my old white, he will not despise me. Xianxia rubbed her long hair and said, what the god race did has nothing to do with you. You didn't come here to destroy the dream world. You only came here for me. Now everything has come to light. I won't blame you. On the contrary, everything you've done has moved me deeply. It's just that I didn't expect that I would have accompanied you for 100 years. You must have had a hard time these past 100 years. You love someone, but this person can't become a real person. Come out to accompany you, even if it's the simplest way to touch you. You can only have one spiritual level of love. After so many years, I am the one who has let you down. I will definitely compensate you properly. He raised his head and kissed Xianxia affectionately. The two of them had endless words, but at this moment, they were unable to say anything. They felt that holding each other in their arms and possessing each other was the only way to express themselves. Yuan Meng smiled tactfully and turned around. You don't remember 100 years of memories, because when you were an artifact spirit, your perception of time wasn't clear. Furthermore, you can't tell the difference between the divine realm and the dream world. After I brought you to the dream world, I entered the demon race and eventually became the leader of the demon race. You already know about the Battle of the Five Emperors. At that time, I was prepared to let you go free. Xianxia said, all your strength has disappeared. Do you have to start over? You no longer have the power of the god race. After thinking for a while, he said, there should be. My true body is still in the god realm. What happened in this dream will not affect my true body. When I return to the god realm, I will still have my own strength. Xianxia said, why do the god race always refuse to let go of the humans? Even though the humans are already living in a dream world, they still refuse to let go. This was something that Xianxia had never been able to understand. This was also the reason why he hated the god race to the bone. This will explain your contradictory time deviation. You've been my artifact spirit for 100 years, but in reality, in the dream world, it's only been a few years. Because this dream world is different from the flow of time in the real world. There is no complete ratio between the two worlds. Perhaps a day in God's domain equals a year in the dream world, or a day equals 100 years. This is changeable and unfixed. But what's certain is that the time in the dream world passes faster than in the God realm. Then there's the problem. Xianxia also understood. He seemed to have guessed something. When the past year or two passed in God's domain, perhaps hundreds, if not tens of thousands, millions, or hundreds of millions of years had passed since the last human dream. Do you know what this means? This means that after a long period of cultivation in the dream realm, a person will return to the God realm. He will become an existence that the entire God realm is unable to contend with. Xianxia completely understood in his heart. He nodded and said, "So that's the case. I knew about this matter before, but I didn't think of this detail. Other people have cultivated in the divine realm for a year, but you have cultivated in your dreams for tens of thousands of years. When you come out, you don't need to think about who is stronger or who is weaker. You also know the answer." This was the main reason why the God race refused to let go of the last human. Xianxia said, "But this isn't a big problem. The God race has 5 God spiritual meridians, but the human race only has 1 divine talent. Even if we give humans more time, humans won't be able to reach the God race's realm. As far as I know, the God race is the lowest. They can also be promoted to the 5th level of the spirit void realm. As for the humans, they can only level up to the 1st level of spirit void. This is not something that can be changed in time. Yes, but the God race is afraid, because the human race has an unusual talent that the God race did not possess. For example, Guanzhou's dark talent doesn't exist in the God race." Upon mentioning Guanzhou, Xianxia immediately felt his head grow bigger. Timefly seems to have thought of something. Her face slightly flushed red, bit her lips and said, "This is bad. How to explain to Guanzhou that girl? I'm already Guanzhou's master now, but her master and her beloved man." Xianxia did not dare to imagine the consequences. He did not fully understand Guanzhou until today. He didn't know what kind of reaction Guanzhou would react to after learning about this. Any reaction to Guanzhou, this woman, would be possible for her. The master he admired robbed the only man he had ever recognized in his life? Xianxia rubbed his temples and said, "I'll explain this to Guanzhou slowly in the future. Guanzhou is the most talented woman I have ever met, and she is also my most proud disciple. And you are my most and only beloved man. I really don't know how to deal with you. Right?" "What?" Xianxia said. Time passed and her face suddenly flushed red. She whispered in Xianxia's ear, "What did you do to me in your dreams? What have I done?" Xianxia said. Her face turned red as if she was about to bleed. She bit her lips and said, "One day, when I woke up, I realized that I was already not perfect anymore. I'll go." Xianxia was shocked and said, "This kind of thing would happen? I didn't expect that the behavior that happened in my dream would actually affect you in reality. Good. Tell me honestly, what did you do to me?" Xianxia pinched his arm with a wicked smile and said, "Everything you did to me. Did you force me? Did something even more outrageous happen to me?" Xianxia chuckled and his eyes flickered with evil light. He picked up the time flies and ran towards the depths of the Tao prison. Time flies so frightened that she cries out in alarm and says, "What are you doing?" Xianxia said, "Didn't you want to know what I did to you? I'll let you know now. Ha ha ha." That time flies shamefully, continuously hammering on Xianxia's shoulder, saying, "Bastard, let me down." Yuan Meng turned around and watched as the two of them gradually disappeared. If the Valurium sect master was here, he would definitely say something serious, he said. The two of them are about to start to do something earth-shattering. Sigh, isn't it inappropriate for me to stay here? Old Bai, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see you again. Xianxia was panting heavily and said bashfully, "Old Bai, I didn't expect that I would have the chance to see you again. This time, I can't let you leave me again. Even if I die, I will die with you." Xianxia stroked Xianxia's snow-white shoulder and said, "Don't call me Old White. That was my name 2 generations ago. Now that I'm Xiangnan, I'm no longer the Bai Mukin I used to be. Time flies and says in a low voice, I'm so stupid. I saw you early in the morning, but I never recognized you. Xiangnan lightly kissed her forehead and said, It's not your fault. I'm the one who's really stupid. I've seen you many times in my dreams, but I actually saw you in reality and didn't recognize you. Right? Time Flies suddenly thought of something and asked, Why would I appear in your dreams? Is a person's dream so logical? Xiangnan patted his forehead and said, Fuck, I almost forgot. What's the matter? Time passed and he hurriedly asked. Xiangnan said, Yuan Meng. He has been pulled out of the bronze coffin. The signs of his vitality are rapidly decreasing. I have to save him quickly. At this point, Ran was slightly stunned. Then, she understood the reason behind it and hurriedly said, That's too bad. His realm is not high. If he forcefully pulled a little bit out of the copper coffin, he would be completely helpless. Even if we bring him back to the maelstrom now, it's too late. He won't be able to hold on for that long. I'm afraid that he will die in a day and a half. This period of time is not enough. Xiangnan hurriedly grabbed hold of Time Rant's shoulders and said, Your true body is at the beginning of the month, isn't it? Is your true body in a grand vortex? After a moment of daze, he said, Yes. Xiangnan said, Quick, let your true self fall asleep. Let her think about me falling asleep. I don't have time to explain myself to you. Hurry up and do it. She knew that time was of the essence, so now was not the time to ask too much. She immediately closed her eyes and nodded. All right, Xiangnan said, I will disappear for a while. After I disappear, you should immediately go find Yuan Meng and let him fall asleep as well. I'll explain it to you in detail when I get back. With that, Xiangnan pressed his fingers against his temples. In an instant, he felt that someone was thinking of him from the direction of the vortex. Xiangnan jumped into the dream world at the beginning of the month. In the pitch-black dream, the beginning of the month looked exactly the same as the passage of time. She looked at Xiangnan in surprise and said, Old White. In her dreams, she would not remember everything in reality. Now, she had forgotten her avatar and recognized Xiangnan. However, Xiangnan was stunned. He thought to himself, Why is this happening? Big Snake, shouldn't I have appeared in the Maelstrom world directly? Why is it still in a dream? Old White, I saw you again. At the beginning of that month, he ran over excitedly and grabbed Xiangnan's hands. Xiangnan didn't have time to talk to her, so he hurriedly chased after her location. But this chase made Xiangnan feel even stranger. He was actually unable to trace the source of the dream world at the beginning of the month. Shit! Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat as he said, It must be because she is a god race. No, this move won't work. With that, Xiangnan quickly came out of his dream and returned to Dao Prison Star's Dao Prison. Time Flies just about to go to find Yuan Meng. See Xiangnan suddenly disappeared, and suddenly back. She hurriedly asked, How's it going? Did you succeed? Xiangnan frowned and shook his head. No, you're a god race. I can't trace the source of your dreams. I can't jump in your dreams. What should I do? What exactly do you want to do? Can I help you? Xiangnan shook his head, and then his eyes lit up. Right, Qianer girl, he said. Her realm is still low. She must still have the habit of living as a mortal. She can only gamble. Xiangnan was also very uncertain. He didn't know if Long Qianer was sleeping or if she was thinking about him in her dreams. Without any of these links, the dream jump would not succeed. The distance from here to the vortex world was too far. If Long Qianer hadn't thought about Xiangnan, Xiangnan wouldn't have been able to sense the distance. But now there was no other way. If Long Qianer did not sleep, Yuan Meng would be finished. Xiangnan hurriedly pressed his fingers against his temples. Then, he said excitedly, All right, time flies. Quickly go find Yuan Meng and let him fall asleep. I'll be right back. With that, Xiangnan leapt up and disappeared again. This time he appeared in Long Qianer's dream. In her dream, Long Qianer was helplessly covering her face and crying. In her broken and twisted dream, the scene was very messy. In front of her, there was a highway. On that highway, Xiangnan was being chased by Master Wang. The sword chi of Master Wang's sword slashed at the waist of many cars. Xiangnan was in danger. Beside this scene was another scene. Master Wang was tied to another long chinner, and all the cannons were firing at Xiangnan, who was standing not far away. This will save me a lot of trouble. Xiangnan jumped out of the dream. In front of her, Long Chenner was lying on the bed with tears streaming down her cheeks. From her eyelids, she could see that her eyes were moving rapidly. Chenner, wake up! Xiangnan patted Long Chenner's face. Long Chenner suddenly opened her eyes. When she saw Xiangnan, she cried out and said, I was dreaming about you just now. Xiangnan said, I know. I've already seen you, you silly girl. We've been away from China for so long, and you're still dreaming like that. There's no time to explain now. Your senior martial uncle Yuan Meng is in danger. Follow me back to save him. After saying that, Xiangnan grabbed Long Chenner's hand. He pressed his fingers against his temples and sensed Yuan Meng's dream. He said, Let's go! With a shout, Xiangnan disappeared from where he was and appeared in the Dao prison. When he saw Yuan Meng lying on the ground, he suddenly turned around and saw that his right hand was empty. Fuck! Xiangnan forcefully patted his forehead and said, Damn it! I didn't follow him. The serpent said, Little Xiangnan, your dream ability belongs to you. It looks like you can't bring people to jump together. Then how can you dance with me every time? Xiangnan thought to himself. The serpent said, This is probably because you sealed me on your body. Time passed quickly and he said, What's wrong? Xiangnan glanced at Yuan Meng on the ground, but saw that Yuan Meng had begun to sweat profusely, and all the flesh and blood in his body had entered a slow withering process. Damn it! If only I had just pulled Chenner over from my dream. Xiangnan patted his forehead and said, Find him again! Heavens bless! Bless that there must be someone sleeping in the maelstrom. It just so happens that this person's dreams are related to me. With that, Xiangnan pressed against his temples and immediately felt another kind of dream. Yes! Xiangnan's eyes lit up and he jumped into a dream. However, this dream stunned Xiangnan. This was Su Caiyue's dream. The scene in the dream made Xiangnan feel panicked. In her dream, Su Caiyue was standing face to face with Xiangnan naked. Xiangnan slowly walked up to Su Caiyue and held her in his arms. Su Caiyue lowered her eyelids and muttered, Nanner! This is not good. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. He actually saw Su Caiyue in his dream and Xiangnan in Su Caiyue's dream doing such a thing. Although the two of them didn't do anything outrageous, facing each other naked shouldn't be the proper relationship between master and disciple. Xiangnan was stunned on the spot. The big snake said, TSK. This, Xiangnan brat, this is in her dream, so what Xiangnan did in her dream should be what she hoped for, not what you thought. Xiangnan said, Nonsense. Of course I know. How could I have such a dream about my own master? Then it's troublesome, said the snake. Look at Su Caiyue's refusal. She clearly likes you, but she knows that there is a moral constraint between her master and disciple. Thus, even though she dreams of being close to you, she refuses to do so. Xiangnan's mind was buzzing. He was in a mess. He had never thought of this. He didn't know when his master had fallen in love with him. Looking at the scene in the dream, Su Caiyue probably didn't realize what she was thinking. This dream was just her subconscious. Xiangnan was so embarrassed that he felt that it was a great sin to look at his master's body. He didn't dare to delay any longer and directly jumped out of his dream and arrived beside Su Caiyue. Su Caiyue was sitting upright beside the pond, quietly asleep. Xiangnan did not intend to wake Su Caiyue up. He just wanted to hurry up and find Long Chenner. At this moment, Long Chenner was still standing in her own bedroom. She stared blankly at the empty bed and said, What? Master suddenly appeared and suddenly disappeared? Could it also be a dream? I haven't woken up yet? As she said that, she pinched her shoulder hard and grinned in pain. It was also Sun Palace. Behind the palace, Xianxia was about to leave this place quickly, but for some reason, Su Kaiwe suddenly opened her eyes. Master and disciple glanced at each other, their faces flushed red. Su Kaiwe forced herself to calm down and said, "When did you come back?" Obviously, she suddenly woke up from her dream. She still remembered the dream she had just had. Xianxia also knew what her dream was. The master and disciple both became awkward at this moment, and each of them had their own plans. Su Kaiwe was glad that it was only her dream, and Xianxia did not know about it. Xianxia was glad that Su Kaiwe did not know that she already knew about her dream, so she was not ashamed of herself. "Cough, master. I have something urgent to do. I'll go find Qian'er first." Su Kaiwe nodded and said, "Go." Xianxia sprinted wildly, but his heart was beating fiercely. As a disciple, he had never had any excessive thoughts towards Su Kaiwe. He knew that it was an outrageous act, but after seeing Su Tsayue's dream, a string in Xianxia's heart suddenly sounded. It was fine not to think about it, but Xianxia suddenly realized that Su Kaiwe had become an indispensable woman in his life. However, like Su Kaiwe, he hadn't been able to realize this wonderful change before. Xianxia hurriedly rushed into Long Qian'er's room. Long Qian'er pointed at the empty seat beside the bed in surprise and said, "Yeah? You just now? And now, this is..." Xianxia sweated profusely and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Sleep." Long Qian'er hurriedly covered her chest with both hands and said, "Master, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly. I'm messing with your head." Xianxia knocked on Long Qian'er's forehead and said, "You little girl, what are you thinking? How could I be that kind of person?" At this point, he suddenly remembered the relationship between himself and Su Kaiwe. His face suddenly flushed red and he hurriedly said, "Cough, what? Didn't I just say that I wanted you to save your senior martial uncle Yuan Meng? I originally wanted to take you away, but I found that I couldn't. You have to go to sleep before I can take you away." I won't explain for now. I guess you won't be able to sleep for a while. I'll let you down first." Xianxia gently placed everything around Long Qian'er's neck, causing her to instantly collapse onto the bed. Xianxia jumped into her dream world. Sure enough, Long Qian'er was retreating in a panic. "Master, don't come over. Although you are my master, I am your disciple. And although you are very good and I admire you very much, if you forcefully do this, I will not accept it." Xianxia was so angry that he said, "Are you clear-headed? You can actually remember what happened in reality when you suddenly entered a dream." Long Qian'er asked curiously, "What? Am I dreaming?" Xianxia grabbed her wrist and said, "Stop talking so much. Follow me." After he sensed Yuan Meng's dream, he immediately brought Long Qian'er and jumped into the Dao prison. When he looked back, Long Qian'er was no longer there. "Fuck!" Xianxia was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged out. "What's wrong?" he said. Yuan Meng's body was already half dried up. "Don't be stupid. Qian'er is still trapped in your dream. You have to pull her out." "Oh, right. Xianxia patted his forehead, and he reached out to Dream, saying, "Come out." As he spoke, he pulled Long Qian'er out of her dream. "How did you do it?" Xianxia said, "Let's not explain. Qian'er, hurry up and save your senior martial uncle Yuan Meng." Long Qian'er was stunned for a moment before she hurriedly glowed at Yuan Meng. In a short moment, Yuan Meng immediately sat up and recovered to his peak state. Seeing this, Xianxia finally heaved a sigh of relief. He waved his hand at Long Qian'er and said, "Go." Long Qian'er gradually dissipated. Yuan Meng and Ran looked at Xianxia in astonishment and said in unison, "How did you do it?" Xianxia softened his beating heart and said, "It's like this." Initially, Xianxia was prepared to directly jump to the beginning of the month because it was in the maelstrom at the beginning of the month, and then he went to look for Long Qian'er. However, there was a problem that he had overlooked. His dreams were unable to track the location of the beginning of the month. This might have something to do with her being a god race. This was because Xianxia, Long Qian'er, and Yuan Meng were originally the characters of the creator's dream. They were born in the same dream world, so Xianxia could track them down. However, those pseudo-gods weren't created by this dream world. They didn't belong here, so Xianxia's dream Dao couldn't enter their dreams. He could only let them enter Xianxia's dreams. On the other hand, Xianxia was unable to track their location. Xianxia knew that he had already laid the groundwork for this in his previous experience. He still couldn't understand why he couldn't recognize the woman in a dream he saw in his dreams, and couldn't see her dreams. The reason was only understood today. Xianxia patted his forehead and thought to himself, if he had guessed this long ago, he should have known that the woman in his dream was the god race. After Xianxia realized that he couldn't track Long Chenner's location at the beginning of the month, he changed his mind and directly tracked Long Chenner's location. Coincidentally, Long Chenner was dreaming about Xianxia, so Xianxia naturally jumped in. However, he made a mistake. He jumped out of Long Chenner's dream and prepared to take her to the Dao prison. Later, he discovered that this was impossible. So he came up with a new idea. He could forcefully drag the things in his dreams into reality in a very short period of time. But at this time, Long Chenner was already awake and wasn't sleeping. Xianxia could only jump into Su Caiyue's dream, return to Sun Palace, find Long Chenner, let her sleep, and bring her dream body back to Dao prison. In other words, the Long Chenner who saved Yuan Meng earlier was actually Long Chenner's dream body. Her true body was still lying in Sun Palace. After explaining time flies and Yuan Meng this just understand. Suddenly, he grabbed onto Xianxia's hands and said, "You also have the dream Dao ability. Do you have the same ability as the creator of this dream world?" Xianxia nodded and said, "Well, I think so. That's great. Your ability can kill the god race." Xianxia's mind buzzed as he said, "What did you say?" The god race's immortality was a problem that Xianxia had never been able to solve. She quickly walked around in front of Xianxia and said, "Definitely. That's right. You are in the dreams of the creator, and the god race is not here. Those god messengers are in their own dreams. They are forcefully projecting their own dreams into the dreams of this creator, so you cannot kill the god race. Just like the characters in a human dream, you cannot kill a real person." Xianxia hurriedly said, "But the god race can kill us. According to your theory, the god race should not be able to kill us either." No, that's not what I said. The god race can kill you all because you are only individuals in this dream world. Yizichen shook his head and said, No, that's not what I said. The god race can kill you all. The god race can cause minor damage to the creator's dream realm, and killing you is such minor damage. Actually, you can also cause minor damage to the god race's dream world, just like you can injure the god race. But you can't kill the god race. But neither the god race nor the creator can completely eliminate each other's dreams. That's why you people can't kill the god race, because every single god race individual represents a complete dream. At the same time, the god race cannot kill the dreams of the creator. They can only destroy some of you in the dreams of the creator. It was a bit of a twist of the tongue, but Xianxia had already figured it out. But you are different. You have your own Dao of dream, which means that you also have an independent dream world. Yizichen continued, "But you are different now. You have your own Dao of dream. Right now, you are free from this great dream realm laws. You can kill the god race's dream, but this kind of killing is also not true killing. Killing the god race here, and the god race in the god realm is only waking up, not dying." Xianxia said excitedly, "This is enough. Then what should I do? Drag the god race into my dreams? I'm afraid this is very difficult, but your dream body should be able to kill the god race. Didn't you say that your dream body can leave the dream world and enter a world beyond it?" Xianxia patted his forehead and said, "That's right. You're right. In that case, it really works." Yuan Meng thought of a question and said, "Since Xianxia killed the god race's true self will wake up. What if the god race killed Xianxia? Xianxia will not die, right?" Time flies and shakes his head. "No, the god race doesn't die because their true self is sleeping in the god realm, while Xianxia dies because he doesn't have a true self. He is the character of a dream. Xianxia said thoughtfully, "Yes, I am the person created by this dream. But no matter what, at least I know how to deal with the false god now. First expel them. Then, I will think of a way to go to the god realm in the real world and settle accounts with them. Time flies. Give me your Tao Force crystal. I want to absorb it and increase my cultivation." He hastily handed over the Tao Force crystal. Xianxia held the crystal in his hand and sat down cross-legged, ready to absorb it. He discovered that the power within this Tao Force crystal was indeed the same as the world-devastating divine lightning. Although this power was not divine lightning, it was essentially the same as divine lightning. Could be absorbed by the 9 transformations of thunder. At the same time, Yuan Meng whispered to Iran, "Then, you are also a god race? Aren't you completely immortal?" Time Rant's expression changed slightly as he said, "Perhaps." When she said this, she was a little vague. Xianxia also heard it. For some reason, she was unable to give a definite answer to this question. However, Xianxia did not think too much about this small detail. He only wanted to quickly absorb the Tao Force crystal and then leave this place with Timefly and Yuan Meng. He circulated the 9 transformations of thunder and began to slowly extract the divine power from the Tao Force crystal and absorb it by himself. As a result, Xianxia's cultivation base began to slowly increase. From the 6th stage of the heavenly tribulation, it slowly rose to the 1st and middle stages of the 6th stage. Xianxia was overjoyed that there was still nearly 3/4 of the power in the Tao Force crystal. The Tao Force crystal contained more power than he had imagined. According to this ratio, after absorbing the crystal, he should be able to directly advance to the early 7th heavenly tribulation stage. As for absorbing Tao Force crystals, there was another unexpected benefit. The divine power had yet to fuse into divine lightning, so when Xianxia absorbed the Tao Force crystal, there was no danger. In other words, he didn't need to worry about the Tao Force crystal exploding like the world-devastating divine lightning, nor did he need to worry about the power of the backlash. At this moment, on a distant planet, a pseudo-god was floating high up in the air, watching as the believers below exploited the ancient ruins of civilization. He suddenly frowned and said, Someone is moving my strength." At the same time, in a remote village on planet Tao Prison, a drunken man with a wine jar was walking down the street. Suddenly, his expression became serious. He quickly took out a small sculpture from his bosom. The sculpture was exactly the same as the pseudo-god. The man used his cultivation to force the liquor out of his body and instantly regained consciousness. He hurriedly held the sculpture in his hands and said, "My God, are you the one who called me? I have been following your instructions and hiding as an ordinary person. I am ready to establish contact with you at any time." The sculpture actually said, "You did a good job. Someone is moving my Tao Force crystal right now. I need to rely on you as a bridge to jump. Now, hold the sculpture in both hands and summon me." With tears in his eyes, the man knelt on the ground with a splash. He held the sculpture in his hands and said, "My God, please descend." As soon as he finished speaking, the sculpture flashed with a buzzing light. Then, the pseudo-god on the distant planet actually walked out one step at a time. The man smiled and nodded. "Fortunately, I was afraid that something unexpected would happen. I left a hand in advance. Looks like I did the right thing." The man cried bitterly and said, "My God is still thinking of me, but I am actually a trivial lamb in my heart." The pseudo-god nodded and said, "You have completed your mission. Continue to wait here and find an opportunity to leave later." The man kept kowtowing. After he looked at the pseudo-god, he suddenly said, "My God, your realm?" The pseudo-god looked at his hands and nodded silently. Yes. It subsided. Originally, he had already reached the initial stage of the 4th stage of the heavenly tribulation, but this summoning had caused him to lose a pure Tao heart. This pure Tao heart happened to be on the watershed. This loss directly caused him to fall into the late heavenly tribulation 3rd layer. Treating mortals is enough. The pseudo-god smiled and immediately transformed into a subsonic shadow, rushing towards the direction of Tao Prison Mountain. Absorbing Tao force crystals was countless times safer than absorbing world-devastating divine lightning. Next, I need to go to the Black Warrior clan's territory and ask them to give me their innate heart, Xianxia said as he absorbed it. Time flies and says, "It is indeed a good idea to do so. You were created by this creator. In other words, you are also a part of the creator. His talent can be shared with you, but only if you have the permission of the creator." "Don't worry," Xianxia smiled. "I've already communicated with the creator." He agreed. "You actually met the creator?" The creator was the owner of this dream, the last human in the world, the human sleeping in the river of time. Xianxia smiled and said, "Previously, you explained the connection between your side and this dream, but you were wrong about one thing. The flow of time in this creator's dream is no different from the flow of time in your divine realm. Ever since I gained an in-depth understanding of my dream Tao, I have been able to confirm this point. How could that be? The time here is indeed different from the time in the divine realm." Xianxia said, "The dream Tao time is enveloped by the same grand event laws as the real time. There will not be two obvious deviations between the two sides. The reason why the last human dream is different from the time of the divine dream is not because of the dream itself, but because of the river of time." Time flew by and he suddenly realized, "So that's how it is. After what you said, it really is. The final human was originally sitting in the river of time. That was why his concept of time was different from the divine realm outside the river. Otherwise, even though the god race had entered this dream world, their true bodies were still in the divine realm. If the flow of time between the divine realm and the dream world was different, then the god race would be completely motionless in this dream world. This was because their true bodies were enjoying the flow of time in the divine realm, and dreams were faster than time in the divine realm. Tens of billions of years had passed here, and only a few years had passed in the divine realm. Such a huge time difference would make the god race turn into a statue after entering this dream world. Hundreds of years had passed, which was equivalent to a few seconds for the god race. Their slow movements could be ignored. However, this was not the case. It was not dreams that caused the time difference, but the river of time. Therefore, if the god race's dream entered the creator's dream, it was the same as the god race's dream entering the river of time. Therefore, the god race did not have any time errors with Xianxia and the others in the dream world. "But what does that mean?" Xianxia smiled and said, "Do you know why the god race doesn't have any memories when they wake up? That's the reason. Because their dreams are already in the river of time, and their true bodies are still in God's domain. When they wake up, it's equivalent to their years in this dream being compressed hundreds of millions of times. It's equivalent to their memories of a year in the dream being compressed into an instant. That's why they didn't lose their memories. Instead, their memories were compressed to the minimum, so small that they couldn't be analyzed." Time flies in admiration for Xianxia's analysis, as if she had reacquainted herself with Xianxia. She said, "What you said makes me feel enlightened. This is truly amazing. You've comprehended all the things that even our god race cannot understand." Xianxia smiled and said, "It's not because I'm smart, but because I also have the dream Tao, so I understand." Xianxia had entered his dream Tao many times, and he had woken up to reality many times. However, there was no time difference each time. It was this detail that made Xianxia suspicious. Xianxia added, "If I went to the divine realm, there wouldn't be any memory loss caused by this time difference, because I don't have my true self sleeping in the divine realm. But to put it this way," Xianxia opened his eyes and said, "If I were to go to the divine realm one day, wouldn't you forget me again? Then chase me. Although I forgot everything that happened in my dreams, my relationship with Old White happened in the divine realm," she said with a playful blink of an eye. "As long as you have the ability to catch up with me, I will follow you." Xianxia knew that she was in a good mood after reuniting with him. "Then why did I forget about your dreams when I woke up after I entered your dreams? There's no time difference between this dream and yours, right?" Xianxia said, "Because you have entered the second level of the dream world. You entered the creator's dream realm first, and then in the creator's dream realm, you entered my dream realm again. This is equivalent to entering a 2-level dream realm. What do you mean? Even if a person entered his subconscious, this subconscious is too deep to be excavated. But Yuan Meng and the others won't. After they saw me in their dreams, they still remember what they said to me when they woke up, because they only entered my dreamland. Pa 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 pa. At this moment, a burst of applause sounded out. Xianxia and the others quickly looked in the direction of the applause and saw a sharp-eared man smiling as he walked in. At this moment, the hearts of the three of them suddenly sank. When did he come? How much did he hear? If he had also heard that Xianxia possessed the Tao of Dream, wouldn't it be Xianxia? Time frowned. The pseudo-god looked at Timeran and said, "So you are also a god race? However, there is no such person as you among our 100,000 divine envoys. There is only one explanation. Apart from the 100,000 divine envoys, there is only one person who has the means to enter the dream world. That person is a traitor from the divine realm. Time flies. Scram. Don't disturb me." The man laughed loudly and said, "I'm afraid we can't do this. We did get a bargain from you and found a way to break into this dream world. However, you are the same as us here." "Oh no. I'm sorry, I was wrong. You are not as good as us. I feel that your divine power and godhead have disappeared." "That's great. I can take care of you. A traitor who has betrayed the god race and taken refuge in humanity." At this point, the pseudo-god looked at Xianxia and said, "I have to praise you. Your analysis just now was really brilliant. It made me understand a lot of questions. Originally, I could have kept a smart person like you, but unfortunately, you are Xianxia." "That's right. I heard what the two of them called you." "In that case," the pseudo-god named Xianxia said thoughtfully, "Xingjuan must have killed another fake Xianxia. All right, I'll deal with you all today." Xianxia narrowed his eyes and slowly took 2 steps back, saying, "You two, hide behind me. Don't interfere with my battle." As he spoke, Xianxia also asked the big snake in his heart, "How much time do I have left to dream?" 22 seconds, 21.5 seconds to be exact, said the serpent. "I suggest you not summon your dream body first. Compete with him first. Let's see how strong he is. I'm sure you know what to do. Although you are 3 levels higher than him, he has 4 more divine talents than you. It's hard to say who will win or lose." Xianxia nodded his head, his heart already filled with concern. "Let's fight the pseudo-god first. When we find a chance to win, we'll suddenly release our dream body and kill the pseudo-god." The dream body only gave Xianxia the qualifications to kill a false god, but it did not actually increase Xianxia's chances of winning. The outcome of all of this depended on his strength. Time flies and shakes his head. "Let me buy you some time first. Quickly absorb the Tao Force Crystal and raise your cultivation level. Your chances of winning will be a little higher." "No need," Xianxia said. "He won't give us such a chance." "Yes." The pseudo-god smiled and said, "I won't give you a chance to advance. But I'm really looking forward to fighting against the #1 expert in the world. What kind of interesting process is it?" As he spoke, the pseudo-god slowly walked towards Xianxia and said, "I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Catch!" After a while, he tossed the profound heaven sword to Xianxia. Xianxia caught the long sword and said to the pseudo-god, "You outsiders can't just casually come to my world and enslave my companions on my territory and act recklessly. You still don't put us in your eyes." The pseudo-god looked at the Shentian sword in Xianxia's hand and said, "I know this weapon. Looks like you are very confident. You think you can defeat me with this weapon? So why don't you give it a try?" Xianxia shot out a huge sword light from top to bottom. This profound heaven sword was much more powerful in Xianxia's hand than it was in the silver-haired killer god's. It was like a joke to kill a 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist with just this sword strike. The sword light pressed against the ground and whistled towards Xianxia pseudo-god. The pseudo-god Xianxia clicked his tongue and said, "It's really extraordinary. However, you still want to defeat me on this level. Young man, you're young. This person raised his right hand high up, and a gigantic statue of a goddess of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The goddess of light closed her eyes, her right hand holding a gigantic sword of light, her left hand holding an oval shield of light, and behind her body, there were enormous wings of light from her 4 limbs. A beam of light shone down from the goddess of light, enveloping the star sand. Red lightning. Xianxia raised his right hand high and stretched out his fingers. Suddenly, a red bolt of lightning appeared on his fingers. As the power of his fingers slipped, the red bolt of lightning turned into a red thunderbolt that tilted downwards. Chi! With a flash of red light, Xiangnan's sword light was actually split into 2 on the spot. The power of thunder and lightning. Xiangnan's expression was solemn. Xianxia laughed loudly and said, "I finally know why you, Xiangnan, are able to shine here. So what you're using is actually the power of our god race. This is interesting." Ha 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 ha. The serpent said, "This person is so powerful. With his strength at the 3rd level of heavenly tribulation, he can actually compare to your attack at the 6th level of heavenly tribulation. Not to mention that you still have the profound heaven sword in your hand." Xiangnan held the hilt of the sword with both hands and raised the profound heaven sword high up. He condensed more heaven spill astral chi and mixed it with the fallen heavenly lightning. The power of the eternal flame slashed down again. After the previous ups and downs, Xiangnan had already recovered to his peak condition. His injuries and stamina had all recovered. Apart from Dream Dao time, he was now the strongest Xiangnan. As for this sword light, it was extremely powerful, unprecedented and unprecedented. It was even more powerful than Xiangnan's previous attacks on the gods and prisoners. Nearly half of this power was blessed by the profound heaven sword. Interesting. After Xianxia saw the power of this sword, his expression became slightly grave. He cupped his fists and shouted, "Red lightning, hammer the heavens!" But seeing him clasping his fists, he suddenly smashed down. Boom! A thick red lightning bolt that was like a palace pillar violently smashed into Xiangnan's sword light. Immediately after, Xianxia threw another 2 punches. Rumble! 3 streaks of red lightning struck the sword light, completely shattering the sword light. The remaining power of the 3 bolts of red lightning continued to shoot towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan counterattacked with another sword light, canceling out the last red bolt of lightning. Xiangnan and the pseudo-god narrowed their eyes at the same time. They never expected that the other party's strength would exceed their own expectations by so much. From the beginning to the end, Xiangnan had killed enemies across borders. This had already become his habit and characteristic. Today was the first time he had been able to suppress the enemy with a huge advantage over the enemy by 3 levels. Xianxia felt that Xiangnan's strength was unimaginable. He realized that Xiangnan seemed to be much more powerful than the legends had said. The big snake quickly said, "Xiangnan brat, fight him closely and fight with your battle consciousness. We won't have the advantage if we fight with the Dipper Chi." Xiangnan held the profound heaven sword and immediately rushed towards Xianxia at a subsonic speed. Xianxia shouted. His hands and fingers slid down one after another, and streaks of red lightning shot towards Xiangnan horizontally and vertically. Although red lightning was limited by the laws and could only reach subsonic speed, Xiangnan's dodging could only reach subsonic speed at most. This created an awkward situation. Xiangnan's reaction speed was definitely not a problem, but his own movement speed was already insufficient to support his reaction speed. An image metaphor was that an ordinary person possessed an extremely strong visual ability. He could clearly see everything that happened within 1,000th of a second, but his body was unable to react. It had to be predicted, just like how some experts used to dodge Xiangnan's attack at the speed of light. They didn't need to see Xiangnan's attack. They only needed to predict the landing point of the Dipper Chi based on Xiangnan's attack. Xiangnan could do the same. He only saw the direction of the 2 fingers of the pseudo-god and immediately made a prediction. The pseudo-god struck a streak of red lightning to the left. Before the lightning came out, Xiangnan moved to the right in advance. The pseudo-god sliced out a streak of red lightning horizontally. The lightning was 1.5 meters high and 5 meters wide. Xianxia dodged and lowered his body to 1.49 meters. Xianxia used such precision and minimal dodging to exchange for more time. Shortening by 1.49 meters was definitely more time-saving than shortening by 1.49 meters. As a result, Xianxia dodged several times and arrived in front of Xianxia. The accuracy and courage of this dodging prediction was so high that unless one experienced hundreds of battles, it was absolutely impossible to accomplish it. Even Xianxia was shocked and said, "Good skill." The two of them were already close to each other, and the pseudo-god reacted quickly. He placed his hand on Xianxia's shoulder and shouted, "Lightning!" Sizzling. A dense layer of red lightning immediately covered Xianxia's entire body, covering his entire body. At the same time that Xianxia was pressed down on his shoulder, he also slashed his sword horizontally towards the pseudo-god's waist. In an instant, Xianxia felt his body being struck by a huge bolt of lightning, and he fell into a temporary paralyzed state. The pseudo-god caught the downward pressure from Xianxia's shoulder, and his entire body soared into the air, dodging Xianxia's sword. At the same time, his right hand pointed downwards and his body quickly rotated into a red lightning top. He wanted to drill through Xianxia's head like a drill. Xianxia quickly escaped from the stalemate. He leaned back and supported the ground with both hands. He flipped backwards, avoiding the drilling of the pseudo-god. At the same time, he maintained his posture and kicked the pseudo-god's chest with both feet. He actually kicked the pseudo-god away. Apart from by Wuxia, Xianxia had never lost a fight. The pseudo-god flew backwards and curiously said, "What a powerful lightning resistance! That lightning shock of mine can at least instantly cause a 6th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist to lose all their ability to move. A 9th-level heavenly tribulation martial artist can be paralyzed for 30 seconds, but you recovered in less than a third of a second." The pseudo-god landed steadily on the ground without any injuries on his chest. He nodded and said, "Your control over the power of our god race is already perfect." Xianxia held his right wrist with his left hand and shot out with an extremely powerful rotating finger. The rotating fingers were spinning wildly, and the lightning on the surface was violent. The pseudo-god said, "Isn't using the power of thunder and lightning to deal with the god race a bit too much?" He clasped his hands together, pushed them forward, and abruptly spread out his palms, saying, "Divide!" The rotating finger was formed from two thunder and lightning energies entangled together. However, at this moment it was split into two finger forces by an invisible force. Both of these fingers deviated from their original path and flew out from the pseudo-god's left and right sides. Xianxia raised his profound heaven sword high up, and the 10 dragons subduing slashes stood upright, hacking down towards the pseudo-god. The pseudo-god folded his arms together and arched his body forward. Immediately after, his arms separated at the same time and he said, "Split again!" The 10 dragons subduing slashes were all disintegrated. It turned into countless scattered lightning bolts that shot out in all directions. "Little brat Xianxia, this is bad. His methods of using thunder and lightning power are even more brilliant than yours," the big snake hurriedly said. Xianxia smiled and said, "You must have absorbed the world-exterminating divine lightning, right? I really didn't expect that our god race's power would actually be absorbed by the human race. Only that I have to kill you." Xianxia carried the profound heaven sword on his back. He took a deep breath and roared, "Gemini palm!" Boom! With his hands clasped together, a huge pair of lightning palms shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia clasped her hands together and pulled out, saying, "Divide!" The Gemini palms immediately disintegrated. "Scatter 7-star finger." Xianxia flicked both of his hands and instantly unleashed 1,000 7-star power. He pulled his right hand back, his left hand supporting his right hand, and 3 more fingers. Then, he pulled out his sword and 10 dragons subduing slashes descended from the sky. In the end, his hands joined together and a pair of palms exploded out. "Let's see how you split it." Xianxia's messy multiple attacks rained down on the pseudo-god like a downpour. At first, Xianxia had broken down the Gemini palm and the 7-star finger, But Xianxia had too many instant martial skills, and he had attacked so many at once. Xianxia knew that it was too late to break it down one move at a time. He was forced to face Xianxia head-on. Red lightning star C. Xianxia slashed his hands, and countless red stars appeared behind him. Each of these stars was a small red ball of lightning. As Xianxia waved his hands forward, all the red stars shot out in an instant. Stars dragged red lightning tails and turned into a meteor shower of lightning. Rumble, 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 rumble. The two's lightning attacks unleashed a storm-like collision in the air, causing the explosion god to continuously ring out. This move will kill you. Xianxia's left and right hands, the four fingers of the Chinese eclipse butted together and pushed towards Xianxia, saying, "Red lightning, cone of light." Xianxia had already rushed over, and he thought to himself, lightning is the fire of water. To break through the lightning martial skill, one needed to use the Sea of Bitterness Limitless, water-breaking Rootless technique, and fire-breaking True Yang technique. Xianxia used the Bitter Sea of Limitless arts and directly used his right index finger to poke Xianxia's four fingers, saying, "Break!" The cone of light condensed from the star sand had actually dissipated into smoke and clouds, dissipating into streaks of lightning and lightning arcs. What? Xianxia was shocked. He had previously broken down Xianxia's lightning, but he never thought that Xianxia would be able to crack his martial skill. After Xianxia's move broke Xianxia's martial skill, he pulled out the profound heaven sword from his back like a flowing cloud and silently summoned his dream body in his heart. In an instant, the dream body descended and merged with Xianxia. With a whoosh, Xianxia brushed past Xianxia. Xianxia reacted quickly and quickly dodged. The two of them staggered and immediately separated by 10 meters, their backs facing each other. Collect. Xianxia succeeded and immediately closed the dream Dao. It only took 1 second, leaving 20 seconds left. Xianxia landed on the ground and turned around with his sword in hand. Xianxia also turned around. His expression was gloomy, and a large sword wound appeared on his chest. "You can actually hit me, you can actually break my martial skill." Xianxia lowered his head and looked at the sword wound on his chest. There was still blood flowing out of it. He shook his head and said, "But there is one thing you may not know. You mortals are unable to harm the bodies of our god race." He looked at his wounds as if he was waiting, but a second later, Xianxia started to frown. 2 seconds later, Xianxia's face revealed a surprised expression. 3 seconds later, Xianxia's eyes suddenly burst with great fear. "Why? Why hasn't my wound healed?" Xianxia suddenly raised his head and looked at Xianxia, shouting, "This is not right." Xianxia thought in his heart. Unfortunately, he was just a little short, but Xianxia managed to dodge half an inch. Otherwise, this sword strike would have hit his heart. However, Xianxia seemed to have seen the most terrifying thing in the world. "What did you teach him? How could he harm our god race?" he shouted as he took a few steps back in shock. "No, this is not right. Only the god race can injure the god race. No matter what methods you teach him, he can't do this." Could it be? Xianxia suddenly raised her head and stared at Xianxia. Are you the same kind of person as the human in the river of time?" she said. What he meant by the same kind of person was that he should also possess the ability to control dreams. The calmness and smile on Xianxia's face could no longer be seen. Instead, it was a kind of solemn feeling that could be produced after being truly threatened with life and death. It was also at this time that Xianxia took out a wooden sculpture from his bosom. The wooden sculpture had no face or facial features. "Quick, Xianxia, stop him. He wants to send a message to the other god races." Xianxia immediately chased after the pseudo-god, chopping out streaks of lightning and sword light. The pseudo-god actually turned around and ran away. As he dodged, he shouted at the sculpture, "I discovered that the god race that possesses the ability to control dreams is Xianxia, one of the humans. Location, southeast of the ring, Dao Prison Star. Hurry up." After saying that, he crushed the sculpture, and it immediately turned into countless lights and disappeared on the spot. "Not good. Xiang Nan's heart sank. The secret was exposed. Soon, the other 18 false gods would arrive here. Let's go. Xiang Nan grabbed hold of Time Ran and Yuan Meng and immediately rushed towards the exit. He did not intend to fight against the pseudo-god anymore. If the battle continued, it would become a situation where Xiang Nan fought against the 18 false gods alone. But that fake god had been sprinting through the message to block the door, not to escape. At this moment, Xianxia was already standing in the middle of the exit, completely sealing off Xiang Nan and the others' exit. The three of them immediately stood still. Xiang Nan hurriedly asked, "How long will it take for the false god to arrive?" "It's hard to say. I don't know where the nearest pseudo-gods are, but they know how to fold and move through space. The fastest is 1 minute, the slowest is 5 minutes. Break the mountain and leave," Yuan Meng said. Xiang Nan immediately used his profound heaven sword to bombard the distant mountain wall. Streaks of crisscrossed sword light frantically chopped down the mountain wall, chopping the mountain wall of the prison mountain into pieces. However, this prison mountain was almost as strong as the bronze prison, not to mention that the mountain was too thick. It was more than 50 meters thick. It would take at least 2 minutes to dig out a tunnel. "No!" Xiang Nan pushed Yuan Mengran away and said, "We must kill him. The two of you do not have lightning resistance and cannot fight him. I'll think of a way to lure them away. Just run away. I have a way to escape." Time passed and Yuan Meng had already seen Xiang Nan's dream jumping ability. Knowing that what he said was true, they nodded in agreement. Xiang Nan immediately rushed towards Xianxia at the exit. However, Xianxia was prepared to defend it tightly, so he had to drag it to the other false gods. This star sand was already at the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation. The most powerful Star Lord was probably at least at the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, Xianxia released a massive amount of red lightning towards Xiang Nan. One red lightning star after another shot into a rain of stars, attacking towards Xiang Nan one after another. Xiang Nan also instantly released a large amount of heavenly spill lightning stellar chi, colliding with the star sand and gradually approaching. Sun quenching. Xiang Nan roared and a huge sun descended from the sky. 2nd degree sun quenching. Boom! Another giant sun fell on Xiang Nan. At this moment, Xiang Nan's entire body shone with boundless power. "Don't be reckless. Xianxia's strength is far greater than this." Xianxia laughed out loud and said, "Xiang Nan, do you really think that I moved reinforcements because I can't beat you? You're wrong. I only moved the reinforcements to ensure that nothing goes wrong. I absolutely cannot let you escape. Even if it's really a one-on-one fight, I can tear you apart as long as you give me 10 minutes. Xiang Nan, who had been tempered twice by the sun, had already rushed over with the profound heaven sword in his hand, and had given Xianxia an infinite amount of sword light. This sword light was instantly formed from 10 dragon subduing slashes combined with the rotation of the rotating light finger. Xianxia clasped her hands together and suddenly pulled to the left and right, saying, "Divide!" Swoosh! At this moment, only the tip of the sword was separated from the gigantic sword light, and most of the sword blades were still in their complete form. This sword radiance was too great to disintegrate at one go. "We're going to win." Seeing that the sword light was about to hit Xianxia, Yuan Meng excitedly waved his fist. Time passed, but her brows furrowed. She understood the god race's abilities best. "Sure." Xianxia raised his right hand and shouted, "Blessed be the goddess, battle god shield." Buzz! In the sky, the gigantic light goddess's light shield in her left hand had actually disappeared. At the same time, this shield of light appeared in Xianxia's left hand. Xianxia held the light shield in his hand and shot forward. Boom! Xiang Nan's sword light crashed into the light shield, causing the sword light to immediately collapse. However, the light shield was as intact as ever. He believes in the war goddess. He can borrow the war goddess war god shield and war god sword 3 times in a row on the same day. Looking at Xianxia again, the battle god shield in his hand started to weaken slowly once it was followed, and the light from the shield became fainter and fainter. Xiang Nan didn't need time to explain. He could understand that the Battle God Shield and Battle God Sword were continuously declining. Xianxia held the Battle God Shield in his hand and exploded Xiang Nan's attacks many times. He rushed in front of Xiang Nan and smashed a large shield onto Xiang Nan's shoulder. Peng's voice rang out, and the Aegis Shield Dream, Xiang Nan, smashed through all of Xiang Nan's defenses of Dipper Chi. At the same time, a circular shockwave exploded, sending Xiang Nan flying. Xiang Nan felt like a rhinoceros rushing towards the Iron Mountain, fiercely smashing into the mountain. That kind of impact actually caused him to lose consciousness for a short period of time. When Xiang Nan reacted, he realized that he was already rolling on the ground. Xianxia also jumped in front of him. Was he unconscious for a second? Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Xianxia raised his nearly translucent Battle God Shield and smashed it down on top of Xiang Nan's head. Xiang Nan rolled on the spot and shot a rotating finger at Xianxia's waist. Xianxia slid the shield horizontally. Peng's voice blocked the attack of the rotating light finger and shattered the power of the finger. No way! This War God shield can't be broken at all, the big snake said. It's been 9 seconds. The 18 false gods must be approaching quickly. Xiang Nan ignored it and shouted, "Eye of anger!" Suddenly, a pair of huge eyes appeared in the sky, causing Xiang Nan's realm to instantly rise to the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. The golden body is indestructible. Thunder God Seal. Sky Spill Dipper Chi. True Dragon Chi Art. Lightning Heavenly Fire. A divine weapon descended from the heavens. 7 Extremes Ghost Prison. In an instant, Xiang Nan released all the martial skills he had learned that could increase his combat strength. Even if the golden body that had been severely eliminated couldn't be broken, the True Dragon Chi Art, an outdated martial skill, would still be taken out together. No matter how much it could increase, it only needed to increase by a tiny bit before it could be used. He held the profound Heaven's Sword in his hand, but he descended the blade of the dead with a divine weapon and merged it into his body, gaining the strength of nether gold. He forcefully slammed 3 palms on his forehead, knocking him to the brink of death, allowing the 7 Extremes Ghost Prison to be executed. He also continuously exploded out the white flame blazing lightning, black ice frost lightning, speed of light lightning, void divine lightning, fallen heavenly lightning, and yang flame divine lightning. Even the first few world exterminating divine lightning bolts had provided him little help. He even used the divine lightning seal to form a seal with both of his hands. He took a step out of the lightning and turned into a person of lightning. Explode! Xiang Nan's combat strength sword. In the end, Xiang Nan even stuffed the Tao Force crystal into his mouth and bit off half of it. He chomped it into powder and swallowed it in large mouthfuls, absorbing it with the 9 transformations of thunder. Xianxia's pupils contracted. He sensed Xiang Nan's unbelievable power and hurriedly shouted, "Blessed by the War God, Battle God Shield, Battle God Sword." Xianxia forcefully fought Xiang Nan, who was at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation, with the War God Shield in his left hand and the War God Sword in his right. The Tao Force crystal was frantically absorbed by Xiang Nan, and his cultivation base continued to grow. This was the first time he had struck. Xiang Nan held the profound Heaven Sword in his right hand. The profound Heaven Sword turned into a dense sword of light and stabbed towards Xianxia. Xianxia used his Battle God Shield to block the attack and used his Battle God Sword to stab Xiang Nan. Boom! The profound Heaven Sword had actually pierced through the Battle God Shield in an incomparably tyrannical manner. This sword pierced through the Battle God Shield, and Xiang Nan instantly summoned Meng Dao. Then, the black Heaven Sword that pierced through the Battle God Shield pierced through Xianxia's heart. Pooh! Xianxia's War God Sword pierced through Xiang Nan's heart. The two of them pierced through each other's hearts and fell to the ground on their backs. This is impossible. How could this be? Xianxia's eyes turned deathly gray as he slowly poured out. Xiang Nan also fell down. Bring Xiang Nan away. If the War God's sword pierced through his heart, Xiang Nan's undying body would be broken. Quickly, he is going to die. Xiang Nan cried as he rushed forward to support Xiang Nan and shouted, "Take Xiang Nan away! Yuan Meng carried Xiang Nan on his back and roared, "Brother, hold on. You must hold on. I'll take you home." In the sky, a star had fallen. That represented the disappearance of a great god. "No, we can't leave now. Quickly put him down. Time flies to stop Yuan Meng. Don't let him take Xiang Nan." Yuan Meng was anxious. He picked up Xiang Nan and shouted, "Don't bring him away. Don't tell me that when he dies here, I must bring my brother home. You won't be able to make it." He was pierced through by the war god's sword. Normal recovery methods are useless against him. Do you think I don't want to save Xiang Nan? I care more about him than any of you. Yi Zichen grabbed Yuan Meng's arm tightly and said anxiously. He was pierced through his heart by the war god's sword. Normal recovery methods are useless against him. But before you can fly out of this planet, he's already dead, let alone waiting for you to fly back to the Maelstrom world. Hurry up and let him down. I want to renew his life." Hearing this, Yuan Meng hurriedly placed Xiang Nan on the ground. As he sat behind Xiang Nan, his hands pressed against Xiang Nan's back and channeled spiritual energy into his body. Cold sweat broke out on his head. Yuan Meng hurriedly asked, "Can you treat it?" "No. I'm afraid only 3 people in this world can save Xiang Nan: Long Chinner, Emperor Black Tortoise, and Emperor Vermilion Bird. Hurry up and lend a hand. Xiang Nan's vitality is still rapidly losing. Don't you know the 9 Purities Cosmos technique?" Yuan Meng patted his forehead and immediately sat down. Then he placed his hands on Xiang Nan's chest. The 2 of them were treating Xiang Nan's injuries from the front, chest, and back. However, the signs of Xiang Nan's vitality did not stop. It was only because of the efforts of the 2 of them that the loss of his vitality slowed down a little. "You can't die. Xiang Nan, you can't die. You hear me? You have to survive. I finally found you. I can't lose you anymore. Cheer up." Yi Zichen muttered to himself as he shed tears. "You can't die. Xiang Nan, you can't die." Xiang Nan gasped weakly. His eyes half open and half closed, and his face was as pale as paper. Time passed by minute by minute. Time passed and Yuan Meng used their spiritual energy to save Xiang Nan regardless of the price. However, Xiang Nan's situation was deteriorating. By now, he could barely feel Xiang Nan's breathing. Time flies and Yuan Meng's hearts were cold. Right at this moment, the sound of a fight came from outside the Dao prison gate. Yuan Meng was already burning, but when he heard the sound of battle, his heart sank. Looking out in the direction, he saw 2 figures fighting as they entered the Dao prison. "We discovered this place first. We, the Black Tortoise race, should take over." "Bullshit. This prison was attacked by our demons, so it should be taken over by us demons." After a while, it was clear that the 2 sides in the battle were Feng Luo and the Black Tortoise race expert. The 2 bastards were actually still fighting for it at this time. After the 2 of them entered, they also saw the situation on Xiang Nan's side. "Huh? Xiang Nan is going to die." Feng Luo stopped in surprise. Seeing Xiang Nan on the verge of death, he immediately discovered Xiang Nan's situation. "Is he Xiang Nan?" The bald expert of the Black Tortoise race asked curiously. "Is he the legendary #1 expert youth of the human race?" Although he said that, Feng Luo did not hesitate. He rushed over immediately, pressed his hand on Xiang Nan's forehead and sensed it. He shook his head and said, "There's no hope. His vitality seems to have been..." "Nonsense, I know. Get lost." Feng Luo frowned when he heard this and said, "You little girl, do you know who you are talking to?" She was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, and she was completely focused on rescuing Xiang Nan. "You don't know who you're talking to," Yuan Meng said angrily. "If you knew the real identity of this little girl you spoke of, you would probably be so scared that you would kneel on the ground." Feng Luo laughed loudly and said, "I don't want to see Xiang Nan come to an end. After all, I am from the same camp as him. But now, no matter how hard you 2 work, it's impossible for you to save his life. In my opinion, it's best to bring him back to the Maelstrom and bury him." "Bah!" The Black Tortoise race expert said disdainfully. "What is there to be saved? That's because you guys don't have the ability." Feng Luo said angrily, "What did you say? Our grand demons aren't as good as you black warrior race reptiles." The sturdy man was also enraged and said, "Who do you think reptiles are? If you can't save someone, then you can say that no one can save him under the heavens. Isn't this a frog in a well?" Feng Luo said, "I said that no one can save him, but no one can save him." Xian armed shouted, "I said that if he is saved, he will be saved." Fontaine roared, "Are you going to go against me everywhere?" "Ah, right." The Black Tortoise Clan's sturdy man said, "I'm just going against you everywhere. You can't save him, but their Black Tortoise Clan can. I'm going against you. I'm going to save this human man. I'll see what you can do." After saying that, the Black Tortoise rushed forward and shouted at Tai Ran and Yuan Meng, "Let go of him. If you do this, he will definitely die in less than 5 minutes. Get out of the way." This daddy will use the Black Tortoise race's ice sealing technique to freeze him. Time passed in his heart and he hurriedly gave Yuan Meng a look. The two of them separated at the same time. The Black Tortoise Clan's strong man pressed down his hands and quickly circulated his martial arts. However, his pair of large hands gradually turned white and emitted a dazzling light. "Black Tortoise water freeze!" the Black Tortoise expert shouted, and both of his palms struck Xiang Nan's forehead and heart. Xiang Nan quickly froze and his body was frozen into an ice sculpture. The Black Tortoise expert heaved a sigh of relief and proudly said, "Only our Black Tortoise Clan has the ability to execute this move." At this moment, this Nan is frozen in the absolute domain. His body, vitality, and everything else is completely still. Feng Luo rolled his eyes and said, "Ha ha ha. So what? You only froze Xiang Nan. This is not saving him at all." The Black Tortoise expert asked curiously, "I've already stopped him from dying. Isn't that enough to save him?" Feng Luo said, "The so-called save, of course, is the meaning of cure. You can be considered cured." "I read less. You fucking read less." "Bullshit, I said this is all over. I insist on bringing him back to the Black Tortoise Clan. See if I can save him," the Black Tortoise expert said angrily. "Take it with you," Feng Luo said. The expert said, "I will bring it." Feng Luo hugged his shoulder and said, "Then you should take it. With your meager status, if you dare to bring the human race back, Chi boast. This daddy did. What can you do?" The Black Tortoise was furious. He carried Xiang Nan and ran out. He shouted, "Feng Luo, wait for me. See if I can save Xiang Nan. What else do you have to say?" "I'll go with him." Time flies and says to Yuan Meng, "Hurry back to the maelstrom. Don't make any mistakes. Otherwise Xiang Nan's efforts will be in vain." "I also want to follow you," Yuan Meng said. Feng Luo said, "What's the use of following? With your cultivation, you can only drag down Xiang Nan." At this point, Yuan Meng sighed and gave Feng Luo a grateful look, saying, "Thank you. I know that you deliberately angered the Black Tortoise Clan and used provocative methods to get him to save Xiang Nan." Feng Luo hugged his shoulders and sneered, "I don't like Xiang Nan, but he, Xiang Nan, can only be defeated by me. He can't die until I personally defeat him. Feng Luo, this place is no longer safe. A large number of God race experts are about to arrive. The Tao Force Crystal has been broken. All speed restrictions have been lifted. Hurry up and throw all the bronze coffins into the depths of the universe in different directions. We must not allow the God race to take these bronze coffins away." After giving an explanation, he immediately chased after the Black Tortoise Clan members. "Your speed has recovered?" Fontaine shook his shoulders. His entire body quickly transformed into a broken shadow, spinning countless times in the air. Then he stopped laughing and said, "That would be much easier. The beasts of the false god group, if you want to steal the bronze coffin, you must first ask me if Feng Luotong agrees." After saying that, Feng Luo roared, and hundreds of demon race experts immediately flashed into Dao Prison Mountain. Feng Luo shouted, "Throw all the bronze coffins into the universe." Whoosh whoosh. Hundreds of demons turned into countless afterimages. Immediately after, he took away the copper coffin and threw it into the depths of the universe with a whoosh 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 whoosh. The copper coffins turned into bronze shadows that flew out of the planet's atmosphere and into the universe. In less than 3 seconds, the demons had thrown away all the bronze coffins. In the universe, if there was nothing to stop them, these copper coffins would fly endlessly at this speed. Feng Luo nodded. There shouldn't be anyone who can hold them. All right, the mission is complete. Hurry up and retreat. Don't be surrounded by false gods. Yuan Meng, where are you going? Yuan Meng looked worriedly at the direction Xiang, then left in and said, Return to the maelstrom and resume your orders. Feng Luo said, Well, it should be the same. You have to give an explanation to the Council of Elders. It just so happens that we have to go back as well. Let's go together. With that, Feng Luo and the others brought Yuan Meng and immediately turned into hundreds of black shadows and flew out of the universe. About 3 minutes later, the first false god descended. And this pseudo-god was precisely the Star Lord. He strolled through the empty Dao prison mountain with a solemn expression. Beneath his feet was the corpse of the dead Xianxia. Xing Jun touched the sword wound in Xianxia's heart and muttered to himself, It seems that the last piece of news from Xianxia's sofa is correct. In this world, there is indeed a second human who possesses the Tao of Dream. Who? It's a little unexpected. Soon, the other pseudo-gods also descended. The pseudo-gods gathered together and looked down at Xianxia on the ground. They weren't sad. They knew very well that after Xianxia died, he had only left the dream world and regained consciousness from the god realm. The Star Lord's heart was heavy as he said, We were too careless. We actually thought that there would not be another person in this world who could threaten our situation. Pass down the order. All believers, hunting down Xiangnan is their first priority. Their priority is above all other missions. The other 17 pseudo-gods nodded their heads. The Star Lord glanced at the empty Dao prison mountain and couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe I lost this battle, he said. Not only did we fail to awaken the prisoner, we even buried a companion inside. It's only because we underestimated the human named Xiangnan. This defeat is a lesson. I hope everyone will firmly remember it in their hearts. All right, this place is no longer valuable. Let's retreat. In the depths of the universe, the Black Tortoise Clan expert and more than 100 other Black Tortoise clansmen were rapidly flying with Xiangnan. Just now, this expert's mind was burning with excitement, and he was about to save Xiangnan. At this moment, he gradually calmed down, but he was in a difficult situation. Xiangnan was the only one in her eyes. She only wanted Xiangnan to be saved. She didn't care about anything else. She noticed that the Black Tortoise had a fake expression on his face and asked, What's wrong? Is there anything difficult? The Black Tortoise scratched his bare scalp and said, Actually, I'm just a warrior from the Black Tortoise clan. In the end, my status is dispensable. I'm afraid I've boasted before. With my status, I don't think I can convince the elders to save Xiangnan, a human. Don't you know how important Xiangnan's identity is? Xiangnan is the only person who can kill a false god. The Black Tortoise expert took a deep breath and said, That fake god was killed by Xiangnan? Heavens, I only feel that the fake god's aura has fallen. But I didn't expect it to be from Xiangnan's hands. If you say that, I have confidence. As long as there is a reason, I can persuade the elders to help. Let's go. After everyone flew to a star realm, they stopped. The Black Tortoise expert said, Wait for me to summon my clansmen and help us open the wormhole passageway. After saying that, he took out a black shining shell and muttered in a low voice for a while. Then he put away his shell and began to wait. However, nearly a minute had passed, and there was still no change at the scene. What's wrong? She asked curiously. The Black Tortoise scratched his bald head and said, I shouldn't. Wait for me to summon him again. He took out the shell and muttered it for a while. Another few minutes passed, but there was still no change. All of the Black Tortoise clansmen panicked. The Black Tortoise expert angrily scolded, Calm down. What are you messing with? Perhaps something big is happening in the clan right now. A clansman panicked. We panicked because something big happened. Hearing this, the Black Tortoise expert also panicked and said, It's broken. What should we do? Don't worry. Just wait. Everyone waited for another half an hour, until everyone was about to lose their patience. Right in front of them, a black hole corridor slowly appeared. He's out. Something bad must have happened in our territory, the black tortoise expert said anxiously. Everyone, hurry up and enter. He followed them into the wormhole tunnel. In an instant, everyone appeared in a strange and dazzling environment. After traveling through the wormhole tunnel for about 10 minutes, his eyes finally lit up and he left the tunnel. In front of him was a vast and boundless world. This world had opened her eyes wide. This was actually a mountain floating in the universe. This mountain peak was larger than any other planet she had ever seen. The mountain peak was about the size of an ordinary star, and what was even more shocking was that this mountain peak was actually on the back of an even more vast black tortoise. The old black tortoise was carrying a mountain the size of a star as it continued to crawl through the universe. Not good. The black tortoise expert pointed at the mountainside further up the mountain and shouted, "Someone is attacking the infinite mountain," after putting up the arbor. He looked up and saw a large number of human experts wearing red robes attacking the black tortoise clan of the infinite mountain. The two sides were engaged in a fierce battle, and the flames soared into the sky. "Let's go back up." That black tortoise expert was so furious that he was about to join the battle. "You're gone, what about Xianxia?" she said as she grabbed him. The black tortoise expert said, "Damn it! Our territory has been attacked by pseudo-god believers. How can I still have the heart to save your man?" Time flies and says angrily, "No, you brought Xianxia here. You must save him. Trust me, save Xianxia. The benefits you will receive will definitely be much greater than you imagined. He can help you fight back against the enemy." The black tortoise expert hesitated and said, "Can he help us defend against the enemy? Of course, he is the sworn enemy of Glory God Cult. Even if you don't ask him, he will still take action. Do you know that he killed the false god? Do you still doubt his strength?" Right. The black tortoise expert slapped his forehead and said, "This Nan is very powerful. Previously, he sent all of our experts flying with a single move. All of you, go help the clansmen resist the foreign enemies. I'll take Xianxia to the peak of the mountain, Elder Peak. Hurry up and go." The other black tortoise clansmen immediately rushed up from behind to intercept the believers. "Follow me. There's a secret passage that leads to the top of the mountain," said the black tortoise. The boundless mountain was the habitat of the black tortoise clan. It was boundless. Walking on a mountain peak was no different from walking on flat ground. However, there were countless spatial cracks on this infinite mountain, blocking the path up the mountain. The black tortoise expert said, there were only 4 paths to the peak of the infinite mountain. The other paths were filled with spatial cracks. Once they touched, it would be the fate of the corpses. Even the black tortoise clan did not dare to touch spatial cracks. The spatial rift was not a sharp object. It was an isolation zone created by spatial dislocation. Once any object collided with it, it meant that a part of the object would appear in another spatial fault, causing the body to split apart. Apart from the 4 normal paths, there were also 3 secret paths that led to the peak of the infinite mountain. The black tortoise expert walked up the first secret passage with Timefly, but along the way he discovered that there were broken limbs everywhere. There were also human and black tortoise clansmen. "No way! The believers have already discovered this place. Let's take the second path," he said as he pulled the expert. The expert carried the frozen Xianxia on his back and walked towards the second secret passage. As a result, the second secret passage was also discovered, and there were traces of a large number of fierce battles. Helplessly, the two of them could only pray that the third secret passage would not be occupied by anyone. Otherwise, they would not be able to step onto the peak of the infinite mountain. Fortunately, after entering the third secret passage, he discovered that this place was as quiet as before. It seemed that no one had explored it. The expert heaved a sigh of relief and immediately flew up vertically with the passage of time. Although the two of them had already increased their speed to the maximum, they had still flown to the peak of the infinite mountain for a full 10 hours. At the peak of the infinite mountain was an enormous open flat roof structure. Countless experts of the Black Tortoise race were gathered here. Some of the injured were brought back from the front lines for medical treatment. Some of the Black Tortoise warriors rushed down the mountain path in unison, facing off against the believers. Looking down from here, one could see that the believers were about to attack the top of the mountain. The urgency of the situation here far exceeded what he had expected. The Glory God cult was actually secretly attacking the Black Tortoise territory, and it had actually obtained such great results. Traitor! A Black Tortoise immediately recognized Xianxia on the back of the expert and shouted, "You actually brought the human race back to the infinite mountain." Many Black Tortoise warriors in the audience shouted, "Oh my God! A vanguard warrior betrayed his fellow race." The expert hurriedly waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, listen to me. Not good. He has a human woman next to him. Capture her and send her to the Elder's Peak for the elders to judge him." The Black Tortoise expert panicked in his heart and hurriedly said to Timefly, "Don't resist. Listen to me. I will definitely be able to explain it clearly." As he spoke, many Black Tortoise experts had already tied the two of them up and brought them to the Elder's Peak. The pattern of the Peak of Elders was very similar to that of the Howran Palace. The Grand Elders of the Black Tortoise race were sitting on high chairs, discussing the current situation of the war with great enthusiasm. The Black Tortoise expert and Timefly were placed on the ground and forced to kneel on the ground. Time flies and looks up. All the Black Tortoise clan elders are divided into two columns according to age and seniority, from low to high. In the center of the two rows of elder seats, in the deepest part of the seats, sat the Black Tortoise clan's number one expert, the Black Tortoise Emperor. Judging from his appearance alone, this person was a middle-aged man with a resolute appearance. He was also bald and hairless. The Black Tortoise clan expert had no chance to explain, and the elders did not come to inquire. They were only discussing the details of the war closely. One of the elders said worriedly, "The Glory God sect has come to attack for the sake of our Black Tortoise clan's innate ability to protect us for generations. But the heart of innate talent is the foundation of our Black Tortoise race. If we hand over the heart of innate talent, our Black Tortoise race will lose its ability to reproduce." The five spirits were the five great races that were shaped by the Creator's talent. Another elder said, "Don't worry. We only need to defend the important road checkpoints. No matter how many of their followers there are, they won't be able to attack us." Time passed and a huge horizon mirror appeared at the entrance of the Elder Palace. The Hall of Elders was not at the edge of the mountain peak, but through the horizon, one could directly see the battle situation of the 6 passageways. One of the elders frowned and said, "Guard, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. We have 100 times fewer followers than the believers. Although we can handle it together, you can come and see." In that world, countless Black Tortoise race warriors were forcibly guarding a dangerous checkpoint. On both sides of this checkpoint, there were dense spatial cracks. In the intense battle, a believer wearing a red-silver robe suddenly rushed out from the human race. This believer's strength was extremely powerful, and he actually possessed 3 divine talents. Although the Black Tortoise race's defense was perfect, this person was valiant and skilled in battle. He charged back and forth among the Black Tortoise warriors. He held a big halberd in his hand and killed 7 people in and out. In less than half an hour, the Black Tortoise race's defense collapsed. Immediately after, this group of believers quickly crossed the checkpoint and charged towards the higher checkpoint. The experts of the Black Tortoise clan along the way were all hanged. A large number of Black Tortoise warriors were thrown into the spatial rift zone, and they were all cut into countless pieces by the spatial rift. The elders all had solemn expressions on their faces. An elder said in a deep voice, "We can intercept ordinary believers, but this kind of silver messenger's strength is too astonishing. They are like an invincible sword, forcefully tearing a gap in our defensive ring with their own strength. And look, there are 18 silver messengers like this on the 6 mountain paths. If we don't decapitate the silver envoy, we will fall sooner or later." Another elder sighed, "But we have already sent out more than 100 powerful vanguard warriors, but none of them survived. all of them were beheaded by the Silver Messenger. The Black Tortoise race doesn't have any fatal weaknesses, he murmured to himself. They won't die even if they decapitate their heads, brows, or brains. They are one of the most difficult races to kill, but now, the spatial rift that protected the infinite mountain for countless years has become the Black Tortoise race's fatal weakness. No wonder the Glory God cult chose to attack the Black Tortoise race. Outside, the Black Tortoise race was very difficult to kill, but here, once the believers defeated the Black Tortoise warriors, they would directly kick into the spatial rift. Within the rift, the Black Tortoise race would be torn apart, and their bodies would be in different spatial faults, unable to overlap. The spatial rift was the Black Tortoise race's protector god of the infinite mountain race, but now this protector god had become their god of death. At the same time, Timeran also noticed that the Black Tortoise clan elders only lived longer, but in terms of combat strength, they were at most comparable to ordinary Black Tortoise clan vanguard warriors. This was because after reaching the 9th level of the Heavenly Tribulation, there was no room for improvement. No matter how long one lived, they would not be able to continue to improve their cultivation. From the looks of it, this Black Tortoise expert who brought Xianxia back was also a vanguard warrior. His strength was even more formidable than most of the elders. For a moment, Elder Peak fell into silence. Seeing that the 18 silver messengers in the field of vision had defeated all the experts of the Black Tortoise race, no one was able to come up with an effective plan. Elders of the Black Tortoise clan, I have a word to say. I must tell you if you like it or not. Xianxia looked at Xianxia for a moment and then said with a firm face, Elders of the Black Tortoise clan, I have a word to say. She pointed at Xianxia and said, This is an outstanding human, Xianxia. He is also the only person who has killed a false god so far. If you are willing to save him, he will definitely help you decapitate the 18 silver envoys. Unexpectedly, many elders were enraged. One of them pointed at the time and said, Don't be foolish. A pseudo-god who can't even kill the true Dragon Emperor can be killed by a human. You are probably spies of Glory God cult, coming to cause trouble inside of us. The Black Tortoise expert hurriedly said, No, elders, listen to me. Brother Xianxia really can kill a false god. At this moment, the Black Tortoise Emperor opened his mouth and said, Did you see it with your own eyes? The Black Tortoise expert was stunned. He shook his head and said, But I sensed that a pseudo-god descended on Dao Prison Star. Afterwards, that pseudo-god died, and only Xianxia was able to do so. Emperor Black Tortoise chuckled and said, Since we didn't see it with our own eyes, then everything is possible. The Glory God cult was created by humans. Now that you've made us believe in humans, how can we trust them? Come, put these 3 in prison and hang them up. Let them see for themselves the sins committed by their clansmen. As soon as he finished speaking, a Black Tortoise expert rushed forward and put the 3 of them into a prison, hanging outside the mountain peak. Looking down from the mountain peak, it was precisely the battlefield that was sparkling with blood. You don't know what's good for you. You've missed your only chance, Ziran said angrily. At this moment, the pseudo-divine believers still had 9 more checkpoints before they could reach the top of the mountain. If they fought head-on, the Black Tortoise race would actually be stronger than the pseudo-divine believers, and they would have an advantage in terms of location. However, there were 18 silver envoys with 3 divine talents amongst the pseudo-god followers. These 18 people were really sharp knives, as the elders had said. Without beheading the 18 strongest believers, all defenses were just words on paper. As he looked down with the Black Tortoise expert, he saw that the battle was the fiercest on the 1st, 4th, and 6th passageways. It was these 3 passageways that were closest to the mountain peak. There were only 9 checkpoints left, and the other 3 passageways were still fighting intensely at the 12th checkpoint. The Black Tortoise clan's unique geographical structure prevented them from putting all of their combat strength into the mountain path. The mountain path was narrow, and there were spatial rifts on both sides. The area of battle was also very limited. This made the number of people less important, and the ability to fight alone became the key to victory. At this moment, on the first passage, the 3 silver envoys all displayed incomparable terrifying talent, killing the Black Tortoise formation to the point that they were unable to form an army. Very quickly, 7 rays of strong light rushed down the first mountain path from the top of the mountain. These 7 rays of light were the 7 powerful Black Tortoise race vanguard warriors. All the Black Tortoise experts along the way made way. The 7 of them jumped down and fought with the 3 silver envoys. Ha ha ha! Isn't the Black Tortoise race that powerful? It's truly vulnerable. A silver envoy laughed loudly. He pulled his hands back and suddenly threw out a huge punch of astral chi. Under the blessing of the 3 divine grade talents and the 9th level of heavenly tribulation, this Dipper Chi heavy fist was simply incomparable. The 7 vanguard warriors barely managed to withstand the heavy punch. Another silver envoy said excitedly, "Take down the Black Tortoise race and seize the heart of talent. We will receive the blessing of the 4th divine talent. With the innate heart, when my God blesses me, I will avoid the consumption of a pure Tao heart." From these conversations, Time Rand discovered an important faith. After the pseudo-god obtained the heart of innate, he could also bestow it on his followers. In other words, if the pseudo-gods obtained the water vein innate heart, then they could free each believer to bless the water vein divine grade innate, and they would not consume their own strength, nor would they have to worry about being discovered by the Creator. The 3rd silver special envoy laughed loudly. "Once we take down the infinite mountain, our status will surpass Yuan Honglian. I want to see how that stinking woman can show off her might in front of us. Let me do it." The silver envoy held a big halberd in his hand and roared, "Black Tortoise divine art, 1,000 mountain palm." This person's palm slashed down, and that palm actually turned into 100,000 mountains, heavily pressing down on the turtle shells of the 7 vanguard warriors. These Black Warrior race experts were extremely powerful in terms of strength and defense, but their speed was their greatest weakness. The speed of the 100,000 mountains wasn't extremely fast. Even Timefly could easily dodge it, but the vanguard warriors didn't possess such speed. The blessing of the 100,000 mountains made the 7 vanguard warriors unable to withstand it, and their mobility was reduced by several tens of %. Another silver envoy rushed forward and shouted, "Black Tortoise divine art, armor-piercing arrow." The man thrust the halberd in his hand forward. Countless strong lights gathered on the halberd, forming an incomparably sharp spiral light arrow. The light arrow struck the turtle shell of a vanguard warrior and then spun wildly, sending the debris of the turtle shell flying everywhere. Within 10 seconds, the vanguard warrior's turtle shell had been drilled through. However, the vanguard warrior spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew out. He fell into a spatial crack and was shredded into pieces. The other 6 vanguard warriors rushed forward frantically and rushed towards the silver envoy. A silver envoy pushed his hands forward and said, "Black Tortoise divine art, feminine wall." "Who?" A wall of chi stood up. The wall of chi was soft and resilient. After the 6 vanguard warriors violently collided with it, it was like an iron fist hitting cotton. It was completely useless. It was unable to penetrate the barrier of the soft wall of chi, let alone get close. A silver envoy used the 1,000 mountain palm to suppress the Black Tortoise vanguard warriors. A special envoy used the feminine wall to intercept the vanguard warriors, and a 3rd envoy held a halberd and used armor-piercing arrows to slowly shoot the vanguard warriors to death. Together, the 3 of them had no chance of winning against the Black Tortoise race warriors. Explode! For the infinite mountain! At the side, the ordinary Black Tortoise race warriors went mad. They all rushed up the feminine wall and self-destructed one after another. "No!" The 6 vanguard warriors roared with tears in their eyes. "Buy time for the vanguard warriors! Explode! Rumble, 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 rumble!" One Black Tortoise warrior after another rushed forward and exploded on the chi wall. On the top of the mountain, inside the cage, the Black Tortoise expert lay on the cage and cried out in sorrow, "Brothers, don't do this. Stop." Time passed, and he knew that the Black Tortoise race was definitely not as vulnerable as it looked. In ancient times, the human race and the 5 spirits coexisted. In order to protect themselves from being enslaved by the 5 spirits, the human race, after countless years of painstaking research, created a set of martial arts techniques specifically designed to deal with the 5 spirits. However, in those days, humans didn't possess divine talent. These targeted martial skills could only protect themselves and defend themselves at most. But now, almost every pseudo-god believer possessed divine talent. Cultivation techniques like the dragon subduing palm and the black tortoise divine art had completely changed their status, changing from defense to attack. A series of techniques like the dragon subduing divine technique had already been seen on the Dao prison star, and the black tortoise divine technique had once again appeared here. The 18 silver envoys were at the same realm as the black warriors, but their talent was much stronger than theirs. Now that they possessed the black warrior divine art, the results of this martial technique created specifically for the black warriors were clear at a glance. No matter how painfully the black tortoise expert in the cage roared in his heart, the battle on the first mountain path became even more intense. Hundreds of black tortoise warriors rushed forward, using the price of self-detonation to exchange for the damage to the chi wall. The black tortoise race's attack style was very clear. It was a forceful attack. Once they encountered something like the feminine wall, it would be greatly reduced. The black tortoise race did not possess a sharp attack style and could not cut through the chi wall. As a result, the self-detonation of several hundred black tortoise warriors had finally destroyed the chi wall. The 6 vanguard experts were already on the verge of tearing their eyelids apart as they roared. For the sake of the infinite mountain, for the sake of the sacrificed clansmen, charge! The 6 vanguard warriors rushed forward first. The 3 silver envoys looked at each other and sneered. It's as if you can defeat us just by breaking through the chi wall. How naive. A silver envoy leapt into the air and shouted, Black tortoise divine art, mountain shattering palm. This person possessed all 3 divine talents, and his power was unleashed. With this palm strike, the power of any vanguard warrior was tens of times stronger than before. In addition, this palm strike was specifically developed for the Black Tortoise clan. When that terrifying palm strike landed, the 2 vanguard warriors were instantly beaten to the point that blood sprayed out wildly. Another silver envoy rushed forward and tossed the 2 vanguard warriors into the spatial rift. Shattered mountain palm. The 3rd silver envoy was even more powerful. This palm strike directly smashed the 3 vanguard warriors into the spatial rift, causing the 3 warriors to instantly die. Before the last vanguard warrior could react, the 3 silver envoys rushed over and tore them into pieces. Charge! The 3 silver envoys issued a command, and the vast army of believers immediately broke through the 9th line of defense and entered the 8th line of defense. At the peak of the infinite mountain, many experts of the Black Tortoise race felt their hearts go cold. It's impossible. No one can stop them anymore. These crazy humans are going to exterminate our Black Tortoise clan. The hearts of the people scattered, and for a moment, their fighting spirit was completely gone. Where is Emperor Black Tortoise? If he doesn't make a move now, when will he be? Xianxia said angrily. Inside the Peak of Elders, Emperor Black Tortoise looked at what was happening outside with an expression of extreme grief. But beside him stood a calm, sharp-eared man. This sharp-eared man was only a shadow. He was not his real body. Thus, the shadow smiled and said, Great Emperor, why don't you come out and fight? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Many elders hurriedly advised, Great Emperor, don't go out. This fake god has been spying on you for a long time. Once you make a move, he will immediately come and kill you. The Black Tortoise Emperor roared. Don't tell me I'm not an emperor when I watch my clansmen being slaughtered by humans for nothing. After saying that, this person actually slapped his seat and flew out. In the distance of the infinite mountain, there was a shocking laugh, and a shadow likewise soared into the sky. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I've finally made my move. That shadow was a pseudo-god. So fast. This person should have been at Dao Hell Mountain before. But now he's back. No. They must have a secret wormhole passageway. Rant's pupils constricted. The great emperor has made his move. Countless experts of the Black Tortoise race cheered ecstatically. The Black Tortoise Emperor flew through the sky, and his body emitted boundless light, as if it was a large supernova. This universe was lit up. The old Black Tortoise, who was supporting the infinite mountain, let out a whimpering sound. I, the God race's Star Sea. I am willing to fight against Emperor Black Tortoise. The unrestrained pseudo-god put his hands behind his back. He was at the 5th level of the heavenly tribulation. He flew out and immediately fought with the Black Tortoise Emperor. The two of them fought until the sky was dim and the sun and moon were dark, and they were actually tied for victory and defeat. However, the great emperor and the pseudo-god were still fighting, and the predicament of the infinite mountain was still unresolved. Save me! Without Xianxia, all of you will die, Ziran said angrily to Elder Peak. The elders were helpless. They saw that the emperor could not kill the pseudo-god. It was only a matter of time before the pseudo-god continued to drag the emperor down. It was only a matter of time before the boundless mountain fell. An elder probed and said, "Otherwise, save that human youth. Try it." Another elder said angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? They are both humans? Who do you think he will help?" In the cage, the Black Tortoise expert cried bitterly and continuously kowtowed to Elder Peak. "I beg all of you, save one of Xianxia and save our Black Tortoise clan's lives. Without Xianxia, our Black Tortoise race will sooner or later be reduced to dust in history." At this moment, the 4th and 6th mountain paths had all broken through the 9th barrier and were heading towards the 8th path. 18 silver envoys were simply unable to stop them. If not for a powerful battle power that could kill them, the peak of the infinite mountain would fall within 2 days. Xianxia lay calmly inside the huge ice block. His life was hanging on the future of the Black Tortoise race. But the elders fell silent. A human, even if he was powerful, he was still a human. If he were to be revived, would he be inclined to help the human race or the outsider Black Tortoise? The answer was obvious to the Black Tortoise race. The war was fierce, and the Black Tortoise clansmen were constantly dying in the spatial rift. The 8th checkpoint has been cleared, the 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. 1 day and 1 night passed, and the pseudo-god believers broke through 5 hurdles in a row. The last 3 checkpoints were also on the verge of collapse. The Black Tortoise Emperor and the pseudo-divine Star Sea fought for a whole day and night, but they were unable to determine the outcome. The great Emperor's strength held a slight advantage, but no matter what, he could not kill the Star Sea or the pseudo-god. Apart from Xianxia himself, he was an invincible and invincible person. At this moment, a white light suddenly flashed across the sky. The white light actually crossed all the believers and the Black Tortoise race and finally landed in front of Xianxia's cage. As for this white light, it turned into a little person. The little man was dressed in silver armor, with a large spear in his hand, and a large helmet on his head. He looked majestic, but on his small body this kind of attire seemed a little funny. "Yeah." The little man held a spear and poked at the ice cubes on Xianxia's body, saying, "It's frozen. Isn't this the bird raised by Xianxia? What is it?" The Black Tortoise clansmen and elders were all stunned. An elder pointed at the little man and said, "How did he get up? How did he break through the defensive line and directly reach the top of the mountain?" "Are you called Little Sparrow?" she asked curiously. The little man nodded. "Yes. What are you doing here? Hurry up and leave." The little bird scratched its head and said, "Find Xianxia. I'm awake." Time passed, and he was surprised to discover that the little bird was already at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. This little fellow was currently holding a spear and constantly poking at Xianxia's block of ice. "Come out." "No. Once the ice shatters, Xianxia will die." The little bird pursed its lips and said, "Who did this? Who froze Xianxia?" With a flash of her eyes, she discovered that the little bird's body had a mixture of demonic beast's blood. It even contained world-exterminating divine lightning and the gods' race's ingredients. She pointed at the believers and said, "They did it." The little bird said angrily, "They killed him." With that, the little bird carried its spear and rushed down the first mountain path. At this moment, someone on the top of the infinite mountain shouted, "We only have the last 100 vanguard warriors left." An elder said in a deep voice, "Send them out. Hurry up and send 10 vanguard warriors to defend the first mountain path. Arrest the silver envoy regardless of the price." The Black Tortoise clansmen shouted. but we only have 100 vanguard warriors left. We can't take it anymore. The elder shouted, "Hurry up and go!" After saying that, the 10 vanguard warriors immediately roared and charged towards the first passageway. They had to defend the third checkpoint and hold on to the believers' attacks no matter what. But at this moment, a small figure flew down the first mountain path. The little sparrow was extremely fast. It actually knocked 10 strong vanguard warriors onto both sides of the road. Along the way, all of the black tortoise warriors were knocked away by the little bird. Everyone looked at the small figure that was far away in shock and exclaimed, "What the hell?" The black tortoise clan, which was extremely powerful, was actually knocked upside down by a 30-centimeter tiny person. The little bird rushed to the front, raised its spear, and pierced through the heart of a believer. The believer was stunned, blood flowing out of his mouth, and he slapped the little bird on the face. The power of the Dipper Chi palm slammed onto the little bird's head. However, the little bird was only slightly tilted its head. He tilted his head and looked at the believer. "I'll kill you to death." After saying that, the little bird pulled out its spear and pierced through the believer's head with another puff. "Ah, ah, ah." The little bird jumped up and pierced through the heart of another believer with a 50 centimeters long spear in its hand. "Something's wrong with this kid. Kill him." The 3 believers rushed forward and shouted, "Shattered mountain palm." The 3 of them simultaneously released their fierce palm power and slapped towards the little bird. Little Sparrow raised his hand and pierced through their palms with 3 spears. The 3 of them covered their wounds and screamed miserably, "Damn it! How did he break through our Dipper Chi palm? What kind of martial skill did he use? Damn it, what kind of martial skill is he using? He doesn't even have a martial skill. Not good. Here we go again. Hurry up and defend." The 3 of them hurriedly erected a Dipper Chi shield. The little bird lay on the shield and pierced the spear through the shield with a puff. Then, its small body drilled through the gap in the shield and jumped onto the shoulder of a 9th-level Heavenly Tribulation believer with divine talent. It aimed a spear at that person's temple. Pooh! The believer was stabbed through the head. Fuck! Dragon trapping prison. Another believer even took out a cultivation technique to deal with the Black Tortoise clan and used a move to trap the dragon prison. Buzz! A halo locked the little bird inside, unable to move. The little bird shook its tiny body and handed the spear over, but it was still about 10 centimeters away from the believer's eyebrows. The believer smiled sinisterly and said, "You can't reach it, can you?" The little bird cried out angrily and said, "Go to hell." His small body trembled, and the halo instantly collapsed. "It's not possible." The believer's eyes widened in shock. The 2 believers who rushed up from both sides slammed their dragon-descending palms on both sides of the little bird's head. The bird staggered as it turned around and pierced through the head of one believer. Then, it turned around and pierced through the head of another believer. Then, it charged forward and pierced through the head of the 3rd believer. He rubbed his helmet and said, "I'll kill you." The nearby Black Tortoise clan was shocked. The 8th stage Heavenly Tribulation kid was actually released with a mountain-shattering palm, and the dragon-subduing palm was released twice. But his skin and flesh weren't even broken in the slightest. "Something's wrong," an elder of the Black Tortoise clan exclaimed. "That kid's immunity is the same as the MOU clans, but his explosive power is the same as the dragon clans. His speed is clearly world-devastating divine lightning, but he still has a large number of different attributes of the demon race on him. What's going on?" A silver envoy also noticed the situation on Little Sparrow's side. The envoy rushed up and said to the little bird, "Where did you get that little bastard? Let's see if I don't kill you." "Not good, Little Sparrow, run," Timorin exclaimed. That little bird was also obedient. Without saying a word, she ran away. "Where are you running?" The silver envoy chased after him and struck the little sparrow's back with his dragon-subduing palm. The little bird spat out a mouthful of blood after being beaten. He turned around and shot, directly piercing through the silver envoy's palm. The silver envoy's pupils contracted and he shouted, "What the hell? My defense, even the vanguard warriors couldn't pierce through it?" but he pierced through it. I don't believe it. This little bastard. Don't run. The silver special envoy chased after the little bird and sent a dragon-subduing palm towards the back of the bird's head. Layers upon layers of palm power struck the little bird together, directly shooting it down from the sky, throwing a dog into the mud. The little bird got up from the ground and aimed a spear at the silver envoy's calf. The silver envoy hurriedly condensed his astral chi to defend himself, but his astral chi was useless under Little Sparrow's spear. Pooh! With a shot, the silver envoy's left calf was pierced through. Is this him? The silver envoy seemed to have seen a ghost. The little bird pursed its lips and rubbed the back of its head, saying, "Hit me woo-woo." The silver envoy looked at his right hand in disbelief and said, "This palm strike of mine, even the black tortoise race that is famous for its defenses, is going to be beaten to shreds." But he actually... The little bird sat on the ground and cried loudly. While crying, it stabbed the silver envoy with its spear. The silver envoy actually fled in a panic, being chased like a stray dog by the little bird that was crying while chasing after him. His martial skill struck the little bird's body. The little bird only cried out in pain, but when the little bird's attack struck his body, it was like a bloody hole. What in the distance? The sea of stars that was at war with the Black Tortoise Emperor looked at the little bird in astonishment and exclaimed, "What kind of species is this?" The entire mountain was filled with the cries of little birds. The little bird was crying as it chased after the silver envoy. 3 bloody holes had been stabbed into his back. The silver envoy grinned in pain and shouted, "Help me! I can't beat this little bastard. Come on." The other 2 silver envoys were dumbfounded and hurriedly rushed over to help. "Little Sparrow, come back. You can't beat 3 people. Run." At this moment, a towering python suddenly flew out of Xianxia's body. "Little Sparrow, this old man will help you." The serpent transformed into a snake shadow, and with a whoosh, it drilled into the little bird's body, saying, "You and I are world-exterminating divine lightning. I will lend you my abilities. Right now you are immortal. Kill them." The little bird was crying and fleeing while covering its head. When it heard the voice of the big snake, it said, "Yeah." With the help of the serpent, venerable Little Sparrow was like a tiger adding wings, walking horizontally on the first mountain path. The 3 silver envoys were powerful, but they couldn't kill the little bird. On the contrary, they couldn't withstand the little bird's injuries and were chased by the little bird all over the mountain. Without 3 silver envoys on the first mountain path, the situation immediately changed. Ordinary believers and black tortoise race warriors didn't have much advantage in fighting. The believers had the advantage of numbers, while the black tortoise had the advantage of geography. That little bird actually restrained the believers on the entire mountain path. The sea of stars in the sky saw this scene. He had the intention to kill Little Sparrow, but he was restraining Emperor Black Tortoise. In turn, Emperor Black Tortoise was also restraining him. The atmosphere at the peak of the infinite mountain, Elder Peak, was not optimistic. Little Sparrow could only block 1 mountain path at most, but there were 5 other mountain paths that were unguarded. Facing the silver envoy, the Black Tortoise race simply could not bring out a powerful expert to contend against them. That little bird's defense was extremely high, its resistance was extremely high, and its immunity was extremely high. However, he was still a little bird. He did not know any martial techniques, and it was almost impossible for him to kill the silver special envoy. At this moment, in the prison, Time Ran said to the bald expert of the Black Tortoise race, "Quickly persuade your elders to save Xianxia." The Black Tortoise expert's eyes turned red with anxiety as he said, "It's not like I don't want to, but the elders don't trust me anymore. They suspect that I'm a traitor who betrayed my fellow clansmen. If you can't do it, then let me tell you," Yizichen said angrily. The Black Tortoise expert hesitated and said, "But, what do you mean? Both of us are imprisoned in the prison. There is no way we can get out, let alone enter the Elder's Peak. No matter what, you have to think of a way out. Damn it, look, the believers on the 4th and 6th mountain paths have already passed the 3rd checkpoint and are ready to attack the 2nd checkpoint." Zran said, "You must think of a way out no matter what. Damn it, look, the believers on the 4th and 6th mountain paths have already passed the 3rd checkpoint. If you don't hurry up and do it, your black tortoise race will be finished." The black tortoise expert hurriedly spun around. Suddenly, he patted his forehead and said, "I've thought of it! The judgment rule." This expert quickly explained to Time Ran. The black tortoise race had a long history. In order to avoid the emergence of a monopoly and tyrannical power in the clan, they had made such a trial rule in the early days. Anyone from the black tortoise race could use their own black tortoise soul to activate the rule. At that time, everyone from the black tortoise race would be able to hear his voice. Furthermore, they could not refuse to hear his voice. This method would allow some truly righteous clansmen to have their own say. Of course, doing so would also cost them a lot. Normally, those who dared to activate the laws, regardless of whether they were right or wrong, would be severely punished in the end. The black tortoise warrior shouted, "I can't care about this anymore. I'll start the trial now. I hope you can persuade the elders." After saying that, the black tortoise expert closed his eyes and saw a huge black tortoise phantom appear behind him. At the same time, the sky suddenly darkened. At the same time, the hearts of all the black tortoise clansmen let out a loud noise. The black tortoise expert said, "Put your hand on my shoulder and say what you want to say." "Can you hear me?" she said as she grabbed onto the expert's shoulder. This voice sounded like the entire world was speaking. It was transmitted directly to the depths of every black warrior race expert's heart. Could not be rejected, blocked, or subjectively ignored. Judicial rules? Within the peak of elders, many elders were furious. An elder said, "Only when the black warrior race encounters a major change and traitors appear in the higher echelons of the elders can we start the trial rules. Who is so arrogant and daring to ignore the glory of our black warrior race? I beg you to save Xianxia once again and let him help you resist the foreign enemies," said the expert. An elder said, "This is absolutely impossible. That Xianxia is a human, and the one attacking us right now is the human. Let me ask you, do you have a second choice? If you continue to drag on like this, do you Black Tortoise clan have a second way out? Ask yourself, and you all know the answer in your hearts. I also understand very well that it is impossible for you to receive the assistance of the other 4 spirits. Before the first primordial universe was disintegrated, the 5 spirits and the 5 races had already signed a non-interference peace treaty in order to coexist peacefully. The 5-spirit race must not interfere in each other's internal affairs. At the same time, it also means that the 5-spirit race will not help either side to suppress the other 3 spirits. Even if the dragon race, vermilion bird, white tiger, and you know that the black tortoise race is under attack, they will definitely not be able to help you because of the peace treaty. This time, the Elder Peak was completely quiet. They were all very clear that what Timefly said was the truth. So what if you gamble? Even if you don't gamble, your infinite mountain will fall in less than a day. If you gamble, you still have half the chance to turn around. Take a good look at that little fellow on the first mountain road. He is Xianxia's friend. Damn it. Haven't you heard that Xianxia is doing his best to fight against Glory God cult? The hearts of the Black Tortoise clan elders began to waver. One of the Black Tortoise clan elders softened slightly and said, "Xianxia is fighting against Glory God cult. We already knew that. But you should have heard of a saying that humans can fight internally, but once they encounter an external enemy, they will unite and unite with each other. Perhaps Xianxia feels that he can kill people from Glory God sect, but it's not for outsiders to interfere. How can we believe that Xianxia will suddenly turn his back on us? You old rot, why can't you get to the point? The problem now is not whether you believe me or not, but that you have no choice," Yizichin said angrily. Not only did the elders hear the conversation between the two sides, even ordinary Black Tortoise warriors and even the Black Tortoise Emperor heard it. An elder walked out of the hall with his hands behind his back. He looked towards the Black Tortoise Emperor in the sky and said, "Please, Emperor, give us a guide." The elder sighed and said, The black tortoise divine art is precisely the systematic technique that humans have created to deal with our black tortoise race. I personally have ample reason not to believe in humans. But Emperor, you heard the woman's words. We have no other choice now. Perhaps an order will destroy our black tortoise race. Perhaps an order will save us. Please make your final decision. Emperor Black Tortoise pondered for a moment before saying, "Save Xianxia." The moment these 3 words were spoken, Timefly was instantly overjoyed. Many elders looked at each other and nodded. I hope our actions this time are correct. Someone, bring that Sanming prisoner into the elders' hall. Immediately, a large number of Black Tortoise race warriors brought Xianxia and the others into the hall of elders. At this moment, Xianxia was still frozen. He did not know what was happening outside. She swam around Xianxia's ice sculpture a few times and said, "With Xianxia's current injuries, I'm afraid only the Black Tortoise Emperor himself can save him. Do you have a way to take the place of Emperor Black Tortoise and restrain the Sea of Stars for a while, so that the Emperor can come back to save Xianxia?" The elders did not answer. They walked down and began to examine Xianxia's injuries. After they finished looking, all the elders sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of injury is this? It was stabbed by the god race's war god sword. The war god sword is the weapon of the god race's god of faith. The injuries it caused cannot be healed unless it is a powerful person. Upon hearing this, the elders whispered to each other and nodded in succession. They had a new judgment on Xianxia's resistance to the Radiant God sect. An elder with a high seniority said, "There is no substitute for an emperor. Apart from his true self, no one else can last for 2 seconds in the hands of the Star Sea. However, if all of us elders attack together, we should be able to save Xianxia. But we need at least 3 hours. Too long," he said. The great elder said, "As you said, we have no other choice. It's not too late. Let's begin quickly. You must guard the elders' hall. Don't let anyone rush in to disturb you. Otherwise, we and Xianxia will be burnt to pieces." After saying that, many elders sat cross-legged around Xianxia. They were divided into 9 layers, inside and outside. The last row of elders placed their hands on the shoulders of the penultimate row of elders, while the penultimate row placed their hands on the shoulders of the penultimate row of elders, and so on until the first row. All the elders placed their hands on Xianxia's ice sculpture. Time passed and he noticed that when these elders rescued Xianxia, they did not dissolve the ice on Xianxia's body in advance. Instead, they directly treated him inside the ice. She grabbed the profound heaven sword and rushed out of the elders' hall. She handed the profound heaven sword over to the bald black tortoise and said, "Take it!" The bald expert was shocked. "You want me to use these precious weapons? I'm just an avatar. My strength is far inferior to mine. Only with this profound heaven sword in your hands can I display a stronger effect," said Ziran with a grave expression. The expert said, "But you don't have the profound heaven sword. Once the enemy rushes forward, you won't be able to protect yourself. It doesn't matter whether I die or not. The important thing is that Xianxia can't die. Hold it for me." She gritted her teeth. The expert ruthlessly grabbed the profound sky sword and said, "I will not disappoint your hopes." After he finished his explanation, Timefly returned to the Elder's Hall and placed the half-Dao force crystal on Xianxia's ice sculpture. He said, "There are still half of this crystal left. It should be able to raise Xianxia to the 7th heavenly tribulation stage. His advancement will help heal his wounds." The elders exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Time passed minute by minute. Apart from the first mountain path, where the little bird had restrained the 3 great silver experts, making them unable to make any further progress, the other 5 mountain paths were moving forward in an orderly manner. They broke through the 3rd and 2nd checkpoints one after another and continued forward. However, at this moment only an hour had passed. The time it took the believers to reach the peak of the mountain was much faster than everyone had expected. It was because they had only analyzed the believers' progress efficiency rationally, but they had neglected a very important factor, which was their morale. Once the believers were overwhelmed, they rushed through the checkpoints one after another. When they arrived at the second and first checkpoint, when they saw that victory was in sight, they suddenly erupted with unprecedented fighting spirit. This kind of fighting spirit was called mustering strength. The black tortoise expert had already swam away with all his might. He held the profound heaven sword in his hand and continuously rushed towards the 5 mountain paths, forcing the silver envoy to retreat from each mountain path. However, once those silver envoys encountered the Xianxian sword's attack, they immediately chose to avoid it, while the other 4 mountain paths stepped up their attacks. When the expert with the profound heaven sword went to the other mountain paths to support him, the silver envoy from this mountain path seized the time and quickly counterattacked. There was only one profound heaven sword, but there were 5 mountain paths that could be broken through. At this moment, an even worse piece of news came. Someone shouted, "There are only 30 vanguard warriors left." The vanguard warriors were the only ones who could hold off the silver envoy. Once the vanguard warriors were wiped out, the silver envoy would no longer have any opponents who could resist at all and would surge forward like a flood. How long has it been? How long has it been? Time flew by and grabbed a guard guarding the Hall of Elders as he asked sternly. The guard hurriedly said, "It's only been 2 hours. There's still 1 hour left." As he looked towards the Elders' Hall, he saw that Xiangnan's injuries had partly healed, but there was still a gap between him and the minimum limit of being able to save his life. Not good. The believers are attacking, an expert from the black tortoise race shouted in a hoarse voice. On the 4th and 6th mountain paths, the believers were already storming the last checkpoint, and they were about to collapse. No matter what, I can't defend it anymore. Let's make the final decision. Retreat all the black tortoise warriors from the mountain road and concentrate on protecting the Elder Palace. Yizichin gritted his teeth and said ruthlessly, "No matter what, I can't defend it anymore. Let's make the final decision. This way we can buy more time. It's better than being defeated one by one." One of the great elders sighed and said, "Collectively defend the Hall of Elders." After giving the order, all the black tortoise race warriors retreated like the tide. "Little sparrow, come back." Time passed and the little bird was summoned back. Tens of thousands of black tortoise race experts had actually lost more than 70% of their strength, leaving only the last 10,000 or so. The expert holding the profound heaven sword shouted, "Quickly retreat back to the area of the Elder Hall. The Elder Hall has its own protective barrier that can help resist for a period of time." More than 10,000 Black Tortoise Clan experts returned to the vicinity of the Elder Palace. At the same time, the Elder Palace shook slightly, and a layer of light enveloped the Elder Palace and all the Black Tortoise Clan members. Like the tide, the Dark Believers also rushed up. After a long and intense battle, they finally stepped onto the peak of the Infinite Mountain. All the believers cheered. 18 silver envoys gathered together and said loudly, "Take down the Elder's Hall, snatch the heart of Innate, and take away Xiangnan. If you want to see someone alive, you must see the corpse." Xiangnan's blade of the dead was also in his hands, waiting for him to arrive. Although the blade of the dead was a level lower than the profound heaven sword, it was the best weapon she could find right now. Attack! At this moment, the 18 silver envoys issued their final orders. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of believers began to bombard the light screen of the Elder Palace. Countless Dipper Chi, sword light, saber light, spear light, martial arts and martial skills sprinkled down towards the light screen. The light screen of the Elder's Hall was already the last line of defense for the entire Infinite Mountain and the entire Black Tortoise Clan. This defense could not be said to be weak. It was actually able to persevere intact under the siege of hundreds of thousands of heavenly tribulation troops. Layers of ripples appeared on the screen, but there were no signs of breaking. The believers also discovered this phenomenon. Several silver envoys frowned slightly. One of them said, "According to the defensive power of this light screen, even if we attack here for a year, we won't be able to break through." Another person frowned and said, "Why don't the 18 of us join forces and personally attack?" With this order, a path was cleared right in front of him. 18 silver envoys stepped forward and stood in a row. These people exchanged glances and rose from the ground at the same time, shouting, Black tortoise divine art. Shattered mountain palm. 18 people and 18 enormous palms of light exploded on the screen. This time, the originally unbreakable screen of light was actually slightly crushed. The 18 silver envoys were immediately overjoyed and said, "Effective! Quick! Continue attacking! Rumble!" A series of attacks followed, and the light screen was constantly crushed and rebounded. During this process, the energy consumption of the light screen finally appeared. How could this be? Time passed and his heart sank. He said, "The hundreds of thousands of heavenly tribulation armies attacked together. This light screen can hold on." However, when the 18 silver envoys attacked, the light screen began to wear out. At this rate, the light screen will probably collapse in less than 10 minutes. Could it be that the strength of the 18 silver envoys is even higher than that of the hundreds of thousands of troops combined? The black tortoise race expert's face was gloomy as he whispered in Ran's ear. "This barrier has nothing to do with the number of attackers, but with quality. Those ordinary believers' aura quality is far below the defensive limit of the defensive barrier. Not to mention hundreds of thousands of people, even millions of people cannot break through the barrier of light. However, the quality of the 18 silver envoys' astral chi just exceeds the upper limit of the barrier defense. They can cause effective damage to the barrier. It's actually this kind of mechanism?" She frowned. The advantages and disadvantages of this defensive barrier were obvious. However, facing the Radiant God sect that had a silver envoy, it was definitely a bad thing. "No!" Time passed and he gritted his teeth and said decisively, "We must involve the silver special envoy. We cannot allow them to continue attacking the screen of light. Let's step forward and restrain them." "You're crazy. There are 18 of them. Once we leave, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on for even a minute and will be surrounded and killed," the black tortoise expert shouted as he grabbed the blade of the dead and rushed out. "There's no other choice," said Timefly. "It's good to be able to fight for one more minute." "I'll do it." A tender voice came out. All of the black tortoise race warriors, including Ran and the others, looked in the direction they were speaking. They saw that the person speaking was none other than Little Sparrow. Pairs of eyes looked at the little bird in disbelief. The little bird held a spear in its hand and said, "I won't die. I'll save Xianxia. You are not allowed to touch a single hair of anyone." "Xianxia." "Sure." The black tortoise expert's eyes lit up. However, he immediately refused. "No, Little Sparrow is the person that Xianxia cares about the most. If he were to be surrounded, Xianxia would die of sadness. Think about Yuan Meng. If we rush out and die in battle, do you think Xianxia will be very happy? This little fellow won't die at least." In the dilemma, Ran gritted her teeth and handed the profound heaven's sword over to Little Sparrow. She said, "If you can't hold on, hurry back and rest." Little Sparrow took the profound heaven's sword, twisted his butt, and walked out of the barrier. The 30-centimeter-long little man walked out of the barrier with a 4-meter-long profound heaven's sword in his hand, causing hundreds of thousands of believers to retreat in horror. The 18 silver envoys who were attacking the barrier also stopped. "It's him." A silver envoy rubbed his butt that had been pierced through a bloody hole and said, "It was this little bastard who did this. He is only at the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation, yet he is so powerful. He must not be allowed to live. Sooner or later, the Elder Palace will be destroyed. Let's kill this little bastard first." Hula. Hundreds of believers pounced on the bird. The sword, saber, halberd, and spear that had a strong aura attached to it chopped down on the little bird's body. The little bird didn't care. He held the profound heaven's sword in his arms and pierced through the chest of a believer with a puff. That believer's dipper chi shield was useless in front of Little Sparrow and the profound heaven's sword, and it had no defensive effect at all. Hiss, the black tortoise expert, sucked in a breath of cold air and said, "This kind of resistance is much stronger than the MOU clans. This kind of defense is much stronger than our black tortoise clans. What exactly is his origin? Him? Get out of the way." 18 silver envoys rushed out and shouted, "Don't die in vain. You are no match for this brat. Let's do it." 18 silver envoys surrounded the bird in a circle. This brat has the aura of a dragon. You can't use the black tortoise divine art. Everyone, use the dragon subduing divine art together. 18 people jumped up and simultaneously released 18 dragon subduing palms. Although this dragon subduing palm wasn't the complete set, it was still more powerful than young Master Morong's when it was used by Silver Special, who possessed 3 divine talents. However, he saw 18 palms overlapping in layers, forming thousands of layers, hitting the little bird from 18 directions one after another. Rumble, 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 rumble. The little sparrow was directly beaten to the ground, and its armor was broken by several pieces. He pouted and burst into tears. Fuck him! The expressions of the silver envoys were ferocious as another round of the dragon subduing palm descended. The little bird was beaten up and rolled back and forth on the ground, wailing loudly. Although he didn't die, he could still feel the pain. Fuck your ancestors! The serpent was enraged and roared. Wait for me. You will definitely pay the price. Lord Little Sparrow, fight back. Hurry up and fight back. Don't be beaten passively. The little bird cried as he got up. He held the profound heaven sword and jumped up, rushing towards an envoy. Not good, he's rushing over. Suppress him. 18 silver envoys quickly stood together. 18 dragons subduing palms pressed down from the same direction and landed on Little Sparrow's body. Just as the little bird jumped up, it was beaten down again. The armor on his body had been damaged by more than 70%. Large areas of his skin had been exposed, and his skin had been beaten to pieces, causing fresh blood to flow out. Big Snake, Timefly, and the others all felt terrible heartache. However, no one had the ability to withstand the Silver Envoy's attacks. Once they rushed out, they would be instantly killed. The little bird pursed its lips and stopped crying. He turned around and looked at Xianxia, who was sealed in ice in the Elder's Hall. In his mind, he recalled his past with Xianxia. He recalled the first time he met Xianxia in the Black Sharp Demon Forest. He recalled that he had gone to steal eggs, stolen precious stones, and stolen spirit stones with Xianxia. A determined light flashed in the little bird's eyes. He wiped his tears with his chubby little hand and said, "Little bird, don't cry. Don't embarrass yourself to Xianxia." Bang, bang, bang. Another piece of the dragon's subduing palm smashed down, knocking the little sparrow to the ground. Just now, he said that he wouldn't cry, but this heart-wrenching pain made the little bird roll on the ground and cry. Timeflies gritted his teeth and said, "I can't watch anymore. I'll fight them." The black tortoise expert hugged Timefly and said, "You can't die. Let go of me," she said angrily. "That little bird is still a child. We can't use him like this." At this moment, the little bird that had been continuously hit by countless dragons subduing palms finally exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, the scene quieted down. The little bird was blown to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Ha 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 ha! The 18 silver envoys laughed loudly. As time passed, the pupils of the black tortoise race slowly dilated. I didn't expect that little sparrow would really be killed. This child, who was only 30 centimeters tall, was still killed by 18 silver envoys. Didn't you say he wouldn't die? This time, not only did time pass, but all of the black tortoise race warriors also went mad. One by one, they picked up their weapons and shouted, "Take revenge for the little hero. The black tortoise race is not afraid of death. Let's fight them. All of you stop." The shouts of countless elders came from within the Elder's Hall. The black tortoise warriors were in tears, and the bald expert was furious. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Elder, this time, it's hard to obey. The calamity of the infinite mountain is the destiny of our black tortoise race. It should not be borne by others for us. Warriors, roar!" All the soldiers shouted, raising their weapons high up. The expert's expression turned cold as he said, "Kill!" Boom! Countless demonic auras soared into the sky. Right at this moment, right in front of him, outside the barrier, a ray of light suddenly condensed and quickly gathered into a small figure. Everyone was stunned. Resurrected. The black tortoise expert was overjoyed and said, "He's alive again." Little Sparrow somersaulted from the ground, got up, ran back, and rushed back to the barrier in a few steps. With the big snake around, the little bird was absolutely immortal. "Little Sparrow, are you all right?" "Sorry, I won't let you go out anymore. Leave it to us," she said as she hugged the bird in her arms with tears flowing down her cheeks. The little bird scratched its head and said to the black tortoise race expert, "Do you have a bug system?" Asking someone for bugs, Little Sparrow said it very smoothly. The expert was stunned. "What bug?" The little bird said, "It's food." The expert said, "Eh? There are some in the mountains. Do you need me to catch some for you to eat? But if we go out now, we're going to die." The little bird tilted its head and stared with its big eyes, but did not answer. The big snake suddenly said, "Blood! Quickly ask them for blood." The little bird's resistance and defense came from a variety of bloodlines, including the dragon race, world-devastating divine lightning, eternal vicious beasts, flood dragons, and so on. However, it did not include the black tortoise race. "Blood!" Little Sparrow tilted his head and said, "Blood! Are you going to drink blood to quench your thirst?" The black tortoise expert immediately took out a bit of blood and gave it to Little Sparrow. There was plenty of blood, and the black tortoise warriors were bleeding all over their bodies. At this moment, a voice came from afar, "Use mine." Everyone looked over, but they saw that Emperor Black Tortoise cut his finger with a weapon, squeezed out a drop of blood, and threw it away. The blood accurately pierced through the crevices of all the believers and crossed the light screen. The black tortoise expert grabbed it and sent it to the little bird. "Holy shit!" the serpent exclaimed. "The blood of the black tortoise emperor. This is the purest and most tyrannical blood of the black tortoise. Hurry up and drink." The little bird grabbed the black tortoise expert's large palm and licked the drop of blood into its mouth. Then the little fellow fell on his back with a splash. Everyone was shocked. The black tortoise emperor was also stunned. He said, "Could it be that my blood is too strong? Did I poison him to death? This. How are you, Little Sparrow? Wake up," he said hurriedly, shaking the little sparrow's shoulder. Whoosh, whoosh. Right at this moment, the little bird actually let out a series of snoring sounds. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. This fellow had fallen asleep. Without Little Sparrow's troubles, the 18 silver envoys began to attack the light screen again. This light screen was expected to be broken in 7 minutes. At this moment, the serpent transmitted a voice to Timefly, saying, "Hold on. Don't rush out. I have always accompanied Xianxia's world exterminating divine lightning." "Who is talking?" "Time flies in her heart," the big snake said. "After the little bird drinks the foreign blood, it can absorb it for its own use, but one of its characteristics is sleeping." However, he had already swallowed world-devastating divine lightning, dragon race blood, and eternal vicious beast blood. He had been awakened by Long Chenner to his full potential and laid a solid foundation. This time, he will wake up in a very short period of time. Don't rush out. Based on my understanding of Xianxia, he must have the same idea. Everything needs to wait until Little Sparrow wakes up. Time slowly passed. All of the black tortoise race warriors were eager to try, but the light screen was still unbroken, and they were stopped by the elders unanimously. No one dared to move. 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute. Everyone was ready. The light screen was about to be broken in less than 50 seconds. Everyone was ready to fight to the death. Big Snake time flies. His hands are also covered in sweat. He only needs the little bird to wake up a minute later before the situation is over. There are still 30 seconds left. 25 seconds. 20 seconds. 15 seconds. The 18 silver envoys frantically attacked the light screen. The light screen was getting weaker and weaker, and now it was almost completely transparent. It was about to collapse. At this moment, the sleeping sparrow suddenly sat up with a grunt. This scene shocked the 18 silver envoys outside. Everyone hurriedly stopped their movements and looked at the little bird in surprise. The little bird stared at Mengming's big eyes and scratched its head. A moment later, clear turtle shell patterns suddenly appeared on the snow-white armor on his body. Immediately after, there was an explosion. The little bird's body had an incredibly strong aura that shot straight into the clouds. Ah ah ah! The little bird grabbed the profound sky sword and ran out. This little bastard has changed again. Kill him! 18 silver envoys hurriedly launched an indiscriminate bombardment on the little bird. However, these attacks had little effect on the little sparrow at this moment. The 18 dragons subduing palms from before were enough to knock the little bird to the ground. Right now, the 18 dragons subduing palms could only knock the little bird back by a small amount. Yeah? It doesn't hurt anymore. The little bird opened its mouth wide and scratched its head. The big snake said happily, "Hurry up and beat them." The little bird held the profound heaven sword in its arms and rushed towards a silver envoy. The silver envoy roared, "Little bastard, die!" This person, joined hands with the 17 people, and with a 1,000-layered dragon subduing palm, it exploded onto the little bird's body with a loud boom. The little bird actually pushed its palm forward and slowly squeezed in. With a poof of its sword, it pierced through the chest of a silver envoy. The silver envoy looked at little sparrow in disbelief. His eyes became increasingly gray, and in the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fell down. Hurry up and save him. Where is the wood element martial artist? Hurry up and save him. In the end, the little bird did not have any martial skills. It stabbed through the silver envoy with its sword. The silver envoy did not die immediately, and was quickly rescued by many divine-grade wood-vein martial artists. The other 17 silver envoys were all stunned and hastily dodged the little bird's pursuit. The little bird's speed was extremely fast, but it was still unable to catch up with and hit the silver envoy who had escaped with movement techniques and martial skills. However, these silver envoys were also helpless against little sparrow. Shocking dragon roar! The 17 of them released the roar of the dragon. Slowly, the sound waves trapped the little bird within. One hand was protecting its head, while the other was holding the profound heaven sword. It forcefully rushed through the sound waves and pierced through the palm of a silver envoy. The silver special envoy who had almost been killed had been rescued and he had returned to the battle. The 18 silver envoys formed a large circle and started a guerrilla war against the little bird at high speed. One martial skill after another, one strand of astral chi after another, continuously hitting the little bird. The little bird couldn't catch up to them, but they couldn't kill the little bird either. The two sides were stuck in a stalemate. Forget about him. Find someone to hold him. The others will break through the barrier with me. A silver envoy shouted. He took the initiative to entangle little sparrow, while the other 17 silver envoys attacked the screen of light. Of course, little sparrow did not understand these schemes, but there was a big snake advising him. The serpent said, "Lord Little Sparrow, whoever strikes the light screen, hit him. No one else cares." The little bird held the profound heaven sword in its arms and rushed towards the silver envoy who was attacking the light screen. These silver envoys had to condense their martial skills to attack the light screen. This would take time, and the little bird's speed was definitely not slow. His disturbance made it impossible for the silver envoys to attack the light screen. The silver special envoy who was responsible for tangling the little bird was even more troubled. The little bird simply ignored him. No matter how hard he racked his brains and used all possible means to attack the little bird also ignored him. The crux of the matter was that he was still unable to injure the little bird in the slightest. "Damn, Emperor Black Tortoise's blood is amazing," the big snake said. "In 50 minutes, Xianxia will be able to escape." At this moment, Xianxia opened his eyes and found himself in a vast expanse of white heaven and earth. There was no end to the sky, no end to the earth. Other than white, there was no other color. Xianxia frowned. "Where is this? Why would I appear in such a place? This doesn't seem to be my dream, nor is it anywhere in the real world." "Big Snake, what exactly happened?" "The last thing I remember is that I was stabbed by that pseudo-god. Could this be the underworld? I'm dead. However, there was no big snake to answer Xianxia. Xianxia could only think silently. He deduced that he was probably not in the underworld. This place was very different from the underworld in his impression. This was not his own dream, and he knew this very well. There was only one explanation. It was very likely that he was in a severe coma and was in his sea of consciousness. Slowly, he discovered that there was an unknown power flowing into his body from all directions. This kind of power was hard to detect, but it did exist. Xianxia frowned. He could feel that this kind of power seemed to be helping him, but he had no clue who was helping him. He closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged, carefully comprehending. Gradually, a gigantic black tortoise appeared in his consciousness. Similarly, in front of him, the gigantic black tortoise also appeared. This was his sea of consciousness. Everything he could think of would appear on the spot. I really am in a severe coma. A coma deeper than a dream. Xianxia suddenly came to a realization. No wonder there was a blank space between heaven and earth. It turned out that he had completely lost consciousness. However, that enormous black tortoise should be the source of the mysterious power. Are the black tortoise race people saving me? Xianxia frowned and said, but why? Slowly, he realized that his thoughts had become incomparably pure and calm. In the deepest part of one's sea of consciousness, one would automatically abandon all distracting thoughts, allowing one's thoughts to become focused and accurate. Similarly, the power exerted on Xianxia by the numerous Black Tortoise clan elders had become exceptionally clear in Xianxia's sea of consciousness. I can actually see the essence of those powers. Xianxia's eyes widened in surprise. He saw through all the structure and details of the Black Tortoise, as well as the composition of the Black Tortoise clan's power. What a powerful defense! Xianxia shook his head in admiration and said, if I also possess the strength of the Black Tortoise race, then my defensive power would have increased by another level. Just as this thought occurred to him, a dense and countless number of words appeared in the sky. Xianxia could tell with just a glance that those words were the incantations of Hai Wuya. Why do I suddenly think of Hai Wuya at this moment? Could it be that there is a connection between Hai Wuya and the Black Tortoise race? Right? Half a step into the sea of bitterness, tyrannical body. Could it be that I can comprehend the essence of tyranny from the Black Tortoise race's true essence of power? At this point, Xianxia abruptly patted his forehead and said, that's right. The bitter sea's boundless tyrannical body is constructed on the basis of wind, wood, water, fire, earth, and 5 elements. They used incantations to extract the essence of the 5 elements and impose it on the martial artist himself, forming an unbreakable tyrannical ability. But what I'm facing right now is the elves of the 5 elements, the Black Tortoise clan. This is the purest invisible power. That's right, I don't need to learn the tyrannical body art. I only need to use the second half of the Sea of Bitterness to reverse the tyrannical body art from Black Tortoise's body and learn the tyrannical body art. Thinking of this, Xianxia took a deep breath and said, my God, this is a great opportunity bestowed by the heavens. It was extremely difficult to have a chance to see the true essence of the Black Tortoise race's power. However, Xianxia discovered that he had discovered this opportunity by chance. He immediately put aside his distractions and began to recall the incantations of the second half of the Sea of Bitterness. The Black Tortoise clan belonged to the water element in the 5 elements, while the water-style breaking technique in the Sea of Bitterness was the rootless technique. Now, Xianxia had used the rootless technique to reverse the essence of the Black Warrior race's power, and slowly, he had obtained the other side of this essence. Breaking a move was a destructive process. It was like shattering a chair into powder, shattering it into elemental particles. In that case, Tyrant Body was a process of restoring and reassembling the elemental particles into a chair, and it was also a chair that was subdivided into elemental particles. Elemental particles are arranged in an orderly manner, thus forming the shape and attributes unique to things. In the same unit of area, the number and arrangement of elemental particles were absolute. Tyrannical Body, on the other hand, forcefully changed the arrangement and number of these particles, placing dozens of times more elemental particles in the same area. This was very, very difficult. He needed to possess an elemental affinity that was close to a divine grade, as well as an ability to control the elements that exceeded the heavens. Wuxia discovered these abilities and transformed them into incantations. Now, Xianxia had discovered it as well, but he didn't need an incantation because he saw the true essence of the black tortoise race. Xianxia took a deep breath and an incantation appeared in his mind. This chant was drawn up by him out of thin air. It was much simpler than Wuxia's true body tyranny chant, but it was more effective. Wuxia didn't have a chance to see the essence of the black tortoise race, and Xianxia had such an opportunity. He had created a brand new tyrannical body. This tyrannical body was no longer related to the elemental level, but directly related to the black tortoise race itself. This tyrant body no longer belonged to the rootless tyrant body, the water tyrant body, but the black tortoise tyrant body in the real world. Outside the Elder's Hall, the little bird was still struggling to support the final barrier of light. In the last 10 seconds or so, the barrier was about to shatter, but Little Sparrow chased after the 18 silver envoys alone, forcing those people to not have the chance to continue attacking the barrier even once. Soon, Xianxia is about to wake up. Time Flies excitedly shouted. There are only 2 minutes left. All of the Black Tortoise race warriors threw up their weapons and cheered. The Glory God sect became more and more anxious. They also heard the conversation inside the light screen and knew that Xianxia seemed to be about to stand up again. A silver envoy exclaimed, "What should we do? Xianxia is about to wake up." Another silver envoy said, "Damn it, what are you afraid of? Didn't he just kill some trash, kill some gods, and kill some prisoners who don't even have divine talent? Could it be that our silver envoy with 3 divine talents is still afraid of him, Xianxia? Besides, we have 18 people, he only has 1. Another believer smiled sinisterly and said, "What bullshit, Xianxia? I think he was bragging about it. Perhaps he really has some ability, but that's just flaunting his might within the scope of mortals. We have 3 divine talents. What does this mean? Don't you know in your hearts? It's fine if Xianxia doesn't come out. If he really dares to come out, this daddy will be the first to cripple him." The silver envoy's conversation surprised Time Ran, but after thinking for a moment, he understood. Xianxia's death had not been announced by the god race. If a god was killed by Xianxia, it would probably deal an extremely serious blow to the hearts of the pseudo-god believers. Therefore, this fact was suppressed by the god race. Up to now, not a single believer knew that Xianxia had killed Xianxia. Even the believers probably didn't know that Xianxia was already dead. Time Flies sneered and said, "What nonsense! You don't know the heavens and the earth. Even your god Xianxia has been killed by Xianxia. You still have the confidence to deal with Xianxia. You really don't shed tears without seeing a coffin." Many believers roared with laughter, disdainful of Time Flies' words and utterly unable to believe it. In the sky, Xinghai naturally heard the conversation in the light screen. Others didn't know the truth, but he did. He frowned slightly and thought to himself, Xianxia was actually hit by the battle god sword? Or did he not die? If this person were to awaken, it would probably be extremely troublesome. Thinking of this, he immediately took out a sculpture and said, "Xianxia is not dead yet. He is on the Black Warrior race's infinite mountain peak. Quickly come and fight." With that, the sculpture began to shine. Suddenly, a strong light shot over, and the sculpture was struck by the strong light, causing it to explode with a bang. Xinghai suddenly raised his head and angrily said, "You!" The Black Tortoise Emperor said, "You really don't put me in your eyes. You want to summon other fake gods in front of me? Do you really think that I will watch them honestly? However, your reaction was very interesting." The Black Tortoise Emperor's face revealed a trace of surprise as he muttered, "Could it be that the woman is right? Did Xianxia really kill Xianxia?" Xinghai smiled faintly. "Do you think it's possible? If you are willing to believe it, I have nothing to say." Right at this moment, a surging power began to surge forth. And the source of that power was the Elder's Hall. It's starting to absorb. Xianxia is about to awaken. He is beginning to absorb the Tao Force Crystal. A 6th-level heavenly tribulation power was slowly pushing towards the 7th level. After sensing this power, Xinghai's heart skipped a beat. Xiangnan of the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation can kill Xianxia of the 3rd level of the heavenly tribulation, so Xiangnan of the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. The silver envoys were stunned for a moment, and then burst into laughter. What kind of expert do I think I am? Working with Xiangnan, who is only at the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation. Damn, this is truly a false alarm. So this brat hasn't even reached the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation. All the believers laughed out loud, mocking and ridiculing them. Time flies and smiles. Laugh more arrogantly. You don't have much time to continue laughing. Gradually, the aura of the 6th level of the heavenly tribulation had reached its end, and it began to break through to the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. Little Sparrow cried out happily, chasing after the silver envoys and running around. Come out and get Xiangnan soon. The big snake heaved a sigh of relief and said, It's really been a long time since I came out. Boom! With a loud explosion, the entire Elder Hall trembled. Immediately after, countless pieces of ice shot everywhere. It actually pierced through the building of the Elders' Hall with a whoosh whoosh. All the elders looked over, but they saw Xiangnan slightly lowering his head and standing at the center of the circle of all the elders. At this moment, the entire Black Tortoise race was silent. Whether he was alive or dead today depended on Xiangnan's stance. If Xiangnan wanted to help Glory God cult, then the Black Tortoise clan would be expelled from history. Otherwise, it would be another result. Who? Xiangnan let out a long sigh of relief. He looked at his chest and found that his injuries had completely healed. Only then did he nod his head and say, Indeed. After saying that, Xiangnan suddenly raised his head. However, this action caused all the elders to retreat in unison. However, Xiangnan gave the elders a bright smile and cupped his fists. The grace of saving lives is greater than the heavens. All the Black Tortoise clan elders, please receive 3 respects from Xiangnan. After saying that, Xiangnan knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the elders. Seeing this scene, all the elders heaved a sigh of relief. Their eyes turned slightly red as they said, Finally, I didn't save the wrong person. Xiangnan stood up and looked outside. I don't know what's going on, but leave it to me. As he spoke, Xiangnan strode towards the light screen outside with his head held high. He raised his hand and said, Old man, come back. Buzz. The blade of the dead in Xiangnan's hand vibrated wildly and flew back to Xiangnan's hand with a whoosh. You're alive, you're finally alive. Yi Zichen covered her face and tears rolled down her cheeks. Xiangnan gently patted her shoulder and said, Don't cry. Your man is going to kill the enemy. Give me a smile and I'll give you a blue sky. I know you can definitely do it. Tears flowed down his face as he gave Xiangnan a gentle smile. Xiangnan laughed and said, Good boy, wait here. The profound heaven sword is in Little Sparrow's hands, he said hurriedly. Oh? Little Sparrow is also here. Xiangnan chuckled and said, Yes, but I don't need the profound heaven sword anymore. It's not my weapon. Although your realm has improved, without the profound heaven sword, I'm afraid you, Yi Zichen said hurriedly. Xiangnan shook his head and stepped out of the barrier without further ado. The little bird rushed over and threw itself into Xiangnan's embrace. He took out half of the big green worm from his pocket and said, Eat you. Give me what you have left. Xiangnan rubbed Little Sparrow's hair and said, Is it specially left for me? Are you reluctant to eat it yourself? The little bird nodded. Delicious. Xiangnan said, Eat it yourself. Big brother will beat the bad guys. The little bird cheered and stuffed half of the bug into its mouth. Xiangnan strode forward and faced all the believers. He pointed at the little bird behind him and said, Did you guys hit him? I saw bruises on his body. The believers laughed heartily. One of the 18 silver envoys walked out and said, Little heavenly tribulation 7th layer, you dare. Xiangnan hugged his words and said, Looks like you guys are right. You guys are finished. It's just that you don't know yet, but you'll know soon enough. Fuck him. Stop talking nonsense. An envoy shouted. 18 silver envoys immediately threw out layers upon layers of dragon subduing palms at Xianxia. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "All right, there was once a move that annoyed me endlessly and brought me endless trouble. Now, I want you to taste his flavor as well. Let all of you stupid martial artists who only know how to pursue realms and talent completely understand the charm of the word martial." As he spoke, Xiangnian's body trembled and he shouted, "Black tortoise body! Rumble, 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 rumble." 18 extremely powerful dragons subduing palms simultaneously struck Xiangnian. Terrifying fire wolves sprayed everywhere, forcing a large number of believers to retreat, temporarily losing their sharpness. Haha, this kid didn't even dodge. He really thought that Before he could finish speaking, everyone became quiet. Xiangnian walked out step by step amidst the billowing waves of fire. He patted the dust off his body. "It's not possible." The 18 silver envoys were stunned. "That brat has the 8th level of the heavenly tribulation. He is even higher than you. Furthermore, he drank the blood of the Black Tortoise Emperor to have the ability to withstand our attacks." "What are you doing?" Xiangnian said. "It's a headache, isn't it? This type of tyranny has also given me a headache for a period of time. Now it's your turn to have a headache." With that, Xiangnian stabbed his saber into the ground and roared, "Black tortoise body! The azure dragon is out to sea!" Boom! Xiangnian charged forward and transformed into a giant fire dragon, violently clearing a gap between the 18 silver envoys. The 3 silver envoys who bore the brunt didn't even react or scream. They were directly blown to smithereens. Pull! Saber! Slash! In his final move, Xiangnian had long since seen the Sea of Stars, and the saber-drawing slash that he had used to withdraw the move was heading towards the Sea of Stars. He actually wants to attack the gods. All the believers cried out in shock. In the distance, the Sea of Stars had just fought against the Black Tortoise Emperor and retreated at the same time when it welcomed Xiangnian's Black Tortoise physique. Emperor Black Tortoise's pupils constricted. "What a powerful saber chi!" Xinghai's expression also turned cold as he hurriedly used both of his hands to defend himself. Boom! The saber-drawn chop struck Xinghai's body, and it actually sliced Xinghai backwards more than 10 meters away. Hiss! The scene was filled with gasps of cold air. Xiangnian already had more complicated and bitter experiences in the lower half of the Sea of Bitterness. This simpler upper half was naturally easy to come by. He stretched his muscles and bones greatly. He felt that it was great to have a tyrannical body. His body was like steel, and it felt really good to have a tyrannical body. Tyrannical body was a very unreasonable body refining technique. Amidst everyone's shouts, Xiangnian had already walked towards the remaining silver special envoy. 15 silver envoys. Look at me and look at you. They all feel that the situation has exceeded their expectations. What should we do? A silver envoy already had the intention to retreat. Another silver envoy angrily said, "What should we do? Things have already reached this point. Is there a way out? We need to fight even if we fight. If we don't fight, we need to fight. Everyone, don't be afraid. This kid is only at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation, and he only has 1 divine talent. But we have the 9th level of the heavenly tribulation and 3 divine talents. There's no reason we can't defeat him. He just managed to sneak attack by luck. Let's be careful," the timid silver envoy said. "But, although we have 3 divine talents, we only know fire-attributed martial skills. And what's more, we're only returning him a mid-grade Dao rank, not even a high-grade Dao rank." Another believer said, "It's even an incomplete mid-tier Dao grade." The dragon subduing divine art required 3 kinds of pre-chi refining techniques in order to learn the complete dragon subduing divine art. Xiangnian had already heard of this when he was on Dao Prison Star. Now that Xiangnian had arrived in front of the 15 silver envoys, he said, "It's bad luck for you to meet me. Go!" The 2 silver envoys exchanged glances. The 2 of them surrounded each other from the left and right. One of them shouted, "Let's hold him back from the left and right. The rest of us will combine their martial skills and attack." The two of them arrived at Xiangnan's side and pinched him in the center. At the same time, they extended their arms and used a move to trap the dragon prison. The two large halos buzzed as they imprisoned Xiangnan's chest height and crotch height, trapping him inside. The other 13 jumped up at the same time and said in unison, "Dragon subduing palm. Attack together." These 13 people clapped their hands together at the same time. 13 palms were stacked together, and 13,000 palms were stacked together to form 13,000 palms. This palm strike was still 10 times weaker than young Master Morong's 100,000 palm strike. However, their talent was much stronger than young Master Morong's, and it also made up for the deficiencies brought about by the incomplete cultivation technique. The 13,000 palms merged into one and slapped down on Xiangnan's chest. Xiangnan shook his head and said, "You have a good talent, but you have learned a shabby martial skill. You really have disgraced the value of your divine talent." With that, Xiangnan arched his body forward, and his arms trembled violently. Black tortoise body. Xiangnan's entire body was covered in a layer of metallic luster. The enormous palm of light slammed into Xiangnan's heart with a loud boom. It only knocked Xiangnan back half a zhang. When that palm hit Xiangnan, it actually let out a metallic collision sound. Not even a single hair on Xiangnan's face could be injured. Heavens, the remaining vanguard warriors were all dumbfounded. One of them said, "Did Xiangnan really deal with a silver envoy? A silver envoy that we couldn't defeat no matter what? Why do those silver envoys look so weak now?" An elder nodded thoughtfully. "It's not that the silver envoy has weakened. It's that Xiangnan is too strong." As he spoke, the 13 silver envoys were retreating in shock. Xiangnan stretched out his hands and grabbed the 2 silver envoys from the left and right. He raised his right hand high up, and the palm glowed brightly like an invincible steel palm. The black tortoise's palm immediately slashed towards the head of a silver envoy. The silver envoy hurriedly condensed his aura and covered his head with his arms. Pong! Xiangnan's palm landed, smashing the silver envoy's arms into 2 pieces. Then he followed suit, and with another pung sound, the silver envoy's head was also shattered. Seeing that the situation was not good, the silver envoy on the left panicked and was about to flee. Xiangnan flipped his wrist and grabbed the huge saber. He similarly used the tyrant body on his blade of the dead and slashed towards the silver envoy on the left. The silver envoy also hurriedly gathered his dipper chi shield and folded his hands over his head in an attempt to block Xiangnan's reserve. But in a flash, a graceful knife mark flashed. The silver envoy's arms were first severed, and then his head, chest, and crotch were pierced through by a single knife. His entire body was cut in half by a single knife. So strong, Xiangnan couldn't help but praise in his heart. The heavenly spill astral chi, coupled with the black tortoise body, was truly infinite. Now, it was already possible to instantly kill the silver envoy with a single blade. Killed 2 more. The black tortoise clansmen cried out in alarm. The remaining 13 silver envoys had completely lost their fighting consciousness. Xiangnan was completely crushing them. This could not be called a battle. How could there be such a strong person? A silver envoy's scalp went numb and he retreated step by step in disbelief. Damn it. He's only at the 7th level of the heavenly tribulation. In the sky, the sea of stars that was battling Emperor Black Tortoise could no longer watch. He shouted, "Let me do it!" This person turned into a beam of lightning and shot down from the sky towards Xiangnan. "Xiangnan, be careful!" Emperor Black Tortoise quickly caught up and grabbed the lightning tail of the Sea of Stars. Supernova, vibrating fist. The Black Tortoise Emperor's fist emitted a dazzling light. It was like a fist-sized supernova that smashed into the Sea of Stars. Rumble, 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 a punch landed, triggering a series of explosions in space. Layer by layer, the explosions collapsed and exploded, chasing after the Sea of Stars. The Sea of Stars directly shielded his arms against his chest, but Emperor Black Tortoise's vibrating fist was incredibly powerful. In the series of explosions, the Sea of Stars was actually blown into dust. In the next instant, the Sea of Stars appeared completely on the spot. He looked at the Black Tortoise Emperor with a cold face and said, "You just refuse to learn a lesson. You've tried it many times and you can't kill me at all." Emperor Black Tortoise's expression was also solemn. He knew that if it wasn't for the fact that the Starsea realm was too low, he probably wouldn't have been able to withstand it long ago. Xinghai said, "You have killed me 23 times since the two of us fought. But that doesn't mean that I can't beat you. I have to kill Xiang Nan." Emperor Black Tortoise, "I know that you're not going all out. It's time for a fight." Raising his right hand high above his head, a gigantic shadow of a knight suddenly appeared. The knight was wearing a light warhorse with a shield in his left hand and a spear in his right. There were 3 pairs of light wings on his back. The moment this knight appeared, the sky changed color and everything was out of balance. Xiang Nan's pupils constricted. He didn't know how to rank them. The gods that these false gods believed in were of a higher level. However, the gods that this sea of stars believed in were 1 level higher than the star sand that he had killed on the Dao Prison Star in terms of momentum and the number of wings. Not good. He believes in the temple battle god.